seemed extremely formidable. But Uchiha Itachi was a legendary genius of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke questioned whether Senshi could really surpass him. After some thought, Sasuke said, "How do I know you actually have the strength to beat Uchiha Itachi?" Senshi had been waiting for this question. He'd just finished talking a big game, and Sasuke, a young kid, possibly didn't fully follow. The easiest way to prove something to Sasuke was to let him see it with his own eyes. Hence, Senshi planned to perform an encore of what he'd done in Kyuzagakure, this time in a flashier, more eye-popping way. Raising one hand, he pointed at a dense, thickly forested area in the distance and asked Sasuke, "Do you see that open field out there?" Sasuke couldn't tell if his eyes were failing, his ears were failing, or if it was Senshi who had a screw loose. After a moment of perplexity, he frowned at Senshi. He couldn't fathom what Senshi was talking about. That place was obviously a lush, leafy forest. Falling silent for a bit, he said, "Don't speak nonsense. I'm not some gullible little kid you can trick." Senshi, hearing that, only smiled. In the next instant, lightning release chakra roiled across his entire body. Boom! A surge of immense, explosive energy erupted from Senshi. His aura was far too strong, far too frightening. Sasuke and Karin, the two little ones, were nearly flattened by its weight. Gathering all of his lightning chakra, Senshi fixed his gaze on that thick forest. Then, in a voice devoid of emotion, he said, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The moment he spoke, the world seemed to change color. Roar! From Sasuke's viewpoint, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted, shaking the land. The next second, an oceanic volume of lightning chakra flooded from Senshi's body. An enormous thunder dragon, vast enough to blot out the sky like a raging river, began to condense. Boom! An unbelievably dangerous aura surged at that moment, shocking every nerve in Sasuke's body. After appearing, the dragon roared skyward once more. Then, crackling with lightning, it charged toward that distant forest, brimming with annihilating force. Boom! Rumble, rumble! Boom! 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 Suddenly the ground quaked, wind and sand whipped through the air, and the sky seemed to darken. That once verdant forest was facing a catastrophe. The terrifying thunder dragon bulldozed through it with unstoppable might, disintegrating towering trees into ash and pulverizing huge rocks into dust. Under the thunder dragon's 60-million volt power, it was as though any and all traces of the forest's existence were obliterated. It no longer seemed like the power a mere ninja could wield, but something that belonged to the realm of gods. After the dragon passed, the endless forest lay leveled to the ground. Sasuke was left utterly stunned. At his current level, he couldn't even imagine, let alone comprehend, how there could be such a high-tier lightning release. And this seemingly carefree young man wielded such terrifying might. Sasuke's little heart was shaken to its core. The destructive power of that jutsu was simply astounding. Cataclysmic was no exaggeration. If it was that level of force, even Itachi might not withstand it. If Sasuke were to master such power, he could definitely kill that man, avenge his parents and his entire clan. Seeing Sasuke so flabbergasted he was practically turned to stone, Senshi couldn't help smiling wryly. He'd been a bit worried about this jutsu's destructive range, so he hadn't used it at full power. Without wood-style users around to replant, it might take at least 2 or 3 decades, maybe longer, to regrow a forest of that size. Even so, Sasuke was indeed tremendously impacted. This was a far cry from throwing shuriken in midair and watching them clash. Compared to this, the fire release, great fireball technique was just a simple family barbecue jutsu. Sasuke stared at the newly flattened forest for ages. Speechless. Maybe someday, if Uchiha Sarada asked her father why lightning release, Kirin was so powerful, Sasuke might say, my Kirin is merely a poor imitation of the 60-million-volt thunder dragon taught by my private tutor, Uzumaki Senshi. But that was far in the future. Right now, Sasuke was still a child. In the wake of this shock, Sasuke couldn't help but long 12 parts longing for Senshi's technique. Gulping, he stared at Senshi, asking, could I learn that jutsu? Hearing that, Senshi nodded, then shook his head. You're more suited to lightning release than fire release, so I can certainly teach you lightning release and guide your training. But to cast something on that scale, you'll have to grow first. Nearby, Karin ran over. I know. He still needs to grow about this muk, right? She reached up and measured a point above Sasuke's head. Senshi immediately lifted Karin and set her behind him. I'm trying to sell an important client here, please don't interrupt, or we won't make any money. Continuing in a gentle but persuasive tone, Senshi pitched himself to Sasuke. Lightning release is notoriously tricky to control, but don't worry, I'm the greatest lightning release user in the ninja world today, the GOAT, if you will. I'll personally teach you lightning release and guide your ninjutsu training. Who knows? One day, you might even inherit my mantle. He didn't really have much experience teaching, but no matter, he'd worry about that later. In fact, he boasted honestly, any lightning jutsu in the ninja world, he had probably learned through diligence and effort, and to a high level at that. He basically knew them all. Teaching a gifted kid like Sasuke would be easy as pie. Standing at the top of the cliff, Sasuke was deeply intrigued by that 60-million-volt thunder dragon. After hearing Senshi's pitch, he thought for a moment before saying, if I hire you as my private tutor to guide my ninjutsu training, what will it cost? Senshi was overjoyed inside. Sasuke definitely had the potential for cheating. Uchiha Sasuke was Indra's reincarnation. He lost to Asura's reincarnation, Naruto, over and over. But maybe with Senshi's help, he could truly break the cycle. The only question, would that cause Naruto to go dark? Probably not. Naruto's heart was strong. As for whether Sasuke would outstrip Naruto permanently, even Senshi wasn't sure. Having sorted his thoughts, Senshi said seriously, if you want me as your private tutor, you need to issue a long-term hiring contract. Learning ninjutsu won't happen overnight. As for the fee, 1-2 million RY a year, and you hire me for at least 3 years. From various Konoha mission logs, a Jainin's yearly income was around 3.71 million RY. Nobody knew how many Jainin-level ninjas were in the Uchiha clan, but in any case, as the sole survivor, Sasuke inherited all their wealth. Combined with the clan's legacy stretching from the warring states period to now, Sasuke was likely insanely wealthy, maybe the wealthiest individual in Konoha. So, Senshi set a steep price, 12 million a year, for a 3-year minimum. Then he could earn a whole Sarutobi Asuma's worth just training Sasuke in ninjutsu. No need for life and death fights with Jainin of Asuma's caliber. Better yet, Senshi could continue employing his if no mission exists, create one principle. Sasuke had little interest in money himself. Hearing Senshi's fee, his first reaction was, that's actually quite cheap. Hiring a powerhouse like Uzumaki Senshi at that price for private tutoring? A pretty good deal. So after mulling it over, Sasuke nodded. All right. I hereby officially hire you, Lord Senshi, as my private tutor to guide my ninjutsu training." His expression turned serious. "Until the day I can kill Uchiha Itachi. New long-term hiring mission detected. Client, Uchiha Sasuke. Objective, act as Sasuke's private tutor, instructing him in ninjutsu until he kills Itachi. Compensation, 12 million RY/year. Mission rank, S rank. Mission reward, 1 super draw." Senshi was somewhat surprised to have landed a long-term hiring contractee that would last until Sasuke managed to kill Itachi. He was delighted. Plus, there was a super draw reward he'd gotten. His strongest powers so far from those lotteries. After accepting Sasuke's mission, Senshi followed him back to Konoha. "As long as you weren't a runaway criminal or wanted by another village, you could freely enter the village." With Karin in tow, Senshi arrived at Konoha's gates alongside Sasuke, seeing the famous Six Paths gate guards, Katetsu Hagani and Izumo Kamizuki. They were diligently checking every person who passed. If they spotted suspicious types, they might respond with seeking truth orbs to the face who knew. Sasuke, done training outside the village, a familiar Konoha ninja called, greeting Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Yet he frequently left to train near the village, it was no secret among the ninjas. After a standard security check, Senshi and Karin also entered Konoha. Sasuke led them to an apartment building in the center of the village, not to the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen Sarutobi, worried that if Sasuke kept living where his parents and entire clan had been killed, it would hurt him psychologically. Besides, the Uchiha district was somewhat remote and unsafe, so Sasuke was placed in an apartment building downtown. Sasuke was slightly envious of Karin. She, apparently Senshi's assistant, could always stay by Senshi's side and train. Before long, Senshi, Karin, and Sasuke reached his apartment. Sasuke lived with no neighbors. The entire row of apartments belonged to him. Bringing Senshi and Karin inside, Sasuke said, "Teacher Senshi, from now on, you and Karin can stay in the room next door. Or if you like, any room. On this floor is fine, really I bought the entire floor." Senshi's eyes flickered with a bit of surprise. Karin thought the delicate-faced boy was unbelievably rich. Who just buys an entire floor like that? "All right, we'll take the room next door," Senshi said. "Prepare yourself, I'll come by later to teach you ninjutsu." At that, Sasuke stared expectantly at Senshi, asking, "Teacher Senshi, does that mean I can someday learn the same jutsu you used to level that forest?" Senshi paused for a moment. "Once you reach the right stage of growth, you can learn a similarly powerful lightning release. But for now, your chakra capacity isn't enough for something on that scale. Let's start with a more basic lightning ninjutsu. That basic wouldn't be Chidori, which was pretty high level, A rank. Starting with something that tough would crush the kid's confidence." Senshi, after pondering, thought of an introductory jutsu. Even Sasuke's future daughter, Sarada, would learn Lightning Ball. Obviously, though, training in the apartment was too dangerous. They could accidentally demolish the place. After running a quick ninjutsu test on Sasuke, Senshi said, "Tomorrow morning, find an open area in the village. We'll officially begin training your first lightning-style jutsu." Sasuke was quite excited. "Got it, Teacher Senshi." With that settled, Senshi and Karin returned to their own room. Once they were back, Karin spoke up right away. "Senshi, I want to learn ninjutsu from you tomorrow, too." Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Please add this to your library. Also please vote for this fanfic for more exposure. Thank you. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, No Idea, 30 Asuma, Stingy, what they? Senshi suddenly had an idea. Keirin's talent for medical ninjutsu was even better than Haruno Sakura's. Sakura had become a medical ninja because of her fine-tuned chakra control. Meanwhile, Karin, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a unique constitution with inherent healing abilities. She was practically born to be a medical ninja, especially since her healing power could even mend Tsunade if she were split in half. Why not take Karin to find Tsunade? If he had her train under Tsunade to pursue the path of a medical ninja, she might very well surpass the so-called Princess Tsunade in skill. And if it didn't seem possible at first, Senshi could figure out a way to make it possible. Night fell. Suzuki soon turned into rest. Karin wasn't picky about where she slept, and having Senshi by her side gave her a strong sense of security. Once bedtime came, she conked out immediately. Buzz! On the rooftop of the Konoha apartment building, a dark red vortex appeared. Senshi's figure emerged from it moments later. Mantra. Right after arriving, Senshi wasted no time and activated his mantra. Gradually, his awareness spread over the entire Konohagakure. He wanted to locate Kakashi's position. Truth be told, his one-eyed Sharingan was of mixed benefit to Kakashi. In the long run, it was probably more harmful than helpful. Because he only had one Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't use most of its true abilities. And the Sharingan consumed a huge amount of chakra carving those dog heads. On the earth-style wall was his last act of defiance, so to speak. Without that eye, he wouldn't be stuck in a constant state of fatigue. He could use his natural gifts more effectively to develop his own ninjutsu. Kakashi might have kept the Sharingan because it was Obito's legacy and will. Even if he realized it was both good and bad, he refused to part with it. But now Senshi intended to make that difficult choice for him. Yet after Senshi swept the village with mantra multiple times, he couldn't find Kakashi anywhere. He's not in the village? Maybe Kakashi's out on some Anbu assignment. At this point, Kakashi should be serving in the Anbu, often leaving the Six Lodge on missions. Realizing Kakashi wasn't around, Senshi vanished once more. If Tsunade were in the village, he would have been keen to pay this Konoha princess a visit. But at this period in time, Tsunade was likely off somewhere gambling again, or mob changing into a younger form to dodge her gambling debts or whatnot. Thinking this through, Senshi mused that hiring Tsunade as Keirin's personal teacher actually sounded feasible. He wasn't short on money, anyway. All the money from grinding missions was basically just a number at this point, and he couldn't spend it all if he tried. And it would be a good deed helping Tsunade handle her debts while giving Karin a good mentor. Of course, this would require more consideration. Tsunade currently had her HMophobia, and overcoming that wouldn't be easy. Double-checking that Kakashi really wasn't in the village, Senshi used his space-time technique to return to his room. At daybreak, per their agreement, Senshi took Suzuki and Karin to a clearing in the forest for ninjutsu practice. First, he explained certain hand sign essentials to Suzuki. Pa. Lightning release, lightning ball. Senshi clapped his hands and called out a jutsu, bringing it into reality. Having the ultimate version of the rumble fruit reinforcing his body, plus his years of extensive training, meant that he no longer needed hand signs for such a basic lightning-style technique. Simply clap and shout, and the jutsu was done. ZZZT. 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 The lightning ball technique can condense a certain number of bright gold lightning orbs in front of the user to attack a target. Boom! 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 With very little effort, Senshi generated 9 brilliant golden thunder balls at once, sending them crashing into the distance. Even so, he still ended up knocking down part of the forest. But that wasn't really a problem. Next he activated wood release, reforestation technique. Clapping his hands again, Senshi let Sasuke witness the whimsical power of someone with a sage body and wood release. The trees he'd just destroyed regrew in almost no time at all, returning the forest to its original state. Seeing the destructive strength of Lightning Ball, Sasuke was intrigued. But before starting, he had a question. Teacher Senshi, if you used this jutsu at full power, what would happen? Senshi didn't hesitate. Have you ever seen a sea of stars? Stunned, Sasuke went silent. He grasped Senshi's implication. If he unleashed Lightning Ball with his full might, he could conjure an entire SKYF full of radiant golden orbs, like shining constellations, a jutsu that might wipe out an entire hidden village or even a small country. Senshi didn't know exactly what Sasuke was thinking, but he'd never intended to do anything like destroy entire villages or nations. Sasuke proceeded to try forming Lightning Ball, performing the necessary hand signs. His talent for lightning release was quite high. After several attempts, he finally managed to cast it once. He only produced a single orb, and he lost control fairly quickly, causing it to dissipate. But for someone his age, it was already impressive. While Senshi and Sasuke were working on ninjutsu training, Danzo was also on the move. Clutching his heavy cane, Danzo walked toward Konoha's treasury, mind racing. Damned Orochimaru! His experiments burn money like crazy. It was tolerable before, but now he wants me to fork over 10 billion RY all at once. Apart from the village's treasury, where else can I get that kind of money? Damn, if only I'd kept that early haul instead of turning it in. Muttering to himself along the way, after a while, he reached Konoha's vault. As Hokage's advisor, no one stopped him. Over the years, Danzo had seized a lot of funds in the name of protecting the village. Admittedly, he'd used the vast majority for official business. He didn't even have heirs. Just look at the Sarutobi clan and how much they spent on daily life, it could dwarf his personal expenses. 4 years. But 10 billion was huge. If Hiruzen caught wind of it. Huff. Arriving at the treasury's entrance, Danzo paused once more, hesitating. 1 billion RY equaled the combined wealth an entire group of elite Jainin might amass in a lifetime. And now Shimura Danzo was about to borrow it from the village. He vacillated a while, then made his choice. Once Orochimaru's research is finished, the village can once again command the first Hokage level would release. Then Konoha will be great again, exalted, the number 1 power in the ninja world. And I, Shimura Danzo, after transplanting wood release, then leading the effort to train new wood style ninjas, can become the greatest Hokage in Konoha history. At that thought, Danzo no longer hesitated. Pulling out the key, he opened the vault doors. Like elsewhere in the ninja world, the Land of Fire also has extensive black markets. As the greatest mission terrorist and top black market mercenary, one of the so-called 3 great intelligence sages, self-proclaimed, Senshi couldn't resist visiting one while in Land of Fire. Leaving Sasuke behind to train in lightning release, Senshi took Karin and headed to the black market near Konoha. In the lands around Konoha, not only is there a black market, but also supposedly one of Orochimaru's research labs. Maybe, while Konoha is searching high and low for Orochimaru, he's hanging out in some lab near the village, doing his experiments without a care. Because Konoha is the biggest, most prosperous, strongest overall, so the black market near it is gem-packed with all sorts. The more people, the more conflicts, and hence more shady commissions. That can't be handled via normal routes. And there's big money to be found in some of these. Senshi was flipping through request forms at the black market, brimming with interest. Bounty target, Fukuda Kiyomu objective, assassinate and bring back the corpse. Reward, 7.8 billion RY. Senshi eyed it calmly. He'd seen this one in other black markets as well. Being one of the three great intelligence sages of the ninja world, he knew almost nothing about this big shot aside from the name and the 7.8 billion bounty. If he had intel, he would certainly have taken the job for that monstrous reward. Bounty target, Yamashita Kenshin. Objective, assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Reward, 1 bil lion ry. Tisk tisk, no wonder the fire daimyo's net worth is equal to 30 asumas, Senshi mused. He knew where the daimyo was, but if he killed him, he'd ruin any chance of future business with the Land of Fire. Killing the golden goose wasn't wise. Bounty target, Utakata. Objective, capture the Six Tails Jinkraki. Reward, 50 million RY. He'd seen that in other black markets too, someone wanting the Six Tails. But 50 million was pretty stingy. A tailed beast's Jinkraki ought to be at least 100 million, right? Bounty target, Tsunade Heim. Objective, find Tsunade Heim and help the employer collect her gambling debts. Reward, 100 million RY. What the? Tsunade's gambling debts must be colossal if someone's posting a 100 million reward to track her down. But from what I've heard, Tsunade wouldn't be easy to find, and even if you did, forcing her to pay might not go so well. Shaking his head, Senshi kept scanning job requests. Meanwhile, he lamented. If Kakuzu was here, I could do the old left-hand, right-hand trick of awarding my own bounties. But alone, I can't. Sigh. Kakuzu, you're letting me down. After complaining, he and Karin left the main black market building. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Uchiha Itachi reappeared before Kisame. Not long before, the leader had assigned him a solo mission, he'd just returned. Usually, Akatsuki operated in pairs, but there were exceptions. Seeing Kisame, Itachi asked casually. Anything unusual happen while I was away? He was really asking for intel on Senshi. He hadn't seen that guy since coming back from the time Senshi joined Akatsuki. Itachi's evaluation of his danger level had kept rising. Something special? Kisame repeated, face impassive, then grinned. Well, Uzumaki Senshi left. Omegakure. DOES that count. Itachi frowned faintly. Do you know where he went? Konoha. Kisame snorted. He even tried to trick me into going with him. But I'm not stupid enough to let him get me killed for the organization. Hearing that, Itachi's face remained unreadable, but inside he was roiled by a storm of worry. What on earth? That guy went to Konoha. Itachi knew all too well about Senshi's methods. Even Kisame, an ally, had nearly been sold off in Kirigakure. Senshi was a dangerous individual who'd do anything for a job. So now that he'd gone to Konoha, Itachi, a former Enbu elite, had lots of intel. He knew the area around Konoha was unsettled. Some folks in the black market had been wanting to abduct children with Kekei Genkai. Normally, Konoha's great name deters small-time mercenaries from messing with them, but Senshi wasn't just any mercenary. He was strong to the point of lawlessness, with no scruples. Given Senshi's overshadowing skill, maybe even super cage level, he'd do whatever he wanted. Fearlessly. Realizing all this, Itaka's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression shifted. Guys, can we aim for a higher ranking? Next week, let's go with higher ranking equals more chapters. Thanks in advance. Let's do this. Also check my Patreon. More chapters available there. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Swaggy Snake Bro. Uchiha Itaka's judgment was undeniably correct. Shimura Danzo was always coveting the Sharingan, and Orochimaru likewise wanted a living Uchiha as a vessel for his living corpse reincarnation. With the Sharingan being one of the ninja world's top-tier bloodline limits, it was impossible for others not to covet it. Thinking of this, Itaka could no longer stay calm. If he had a space-time ninjutsu, he'd wish to teleport straight to Konoha right now. Kisame, seeing that Uchiha Itaka looked anxious to leave again, was a bit puzzled. Itaka-san, you're heading out once more? You just got back from a mission, aren't you going to rest? He was starting to suspect that maybe Itaka had caught the Senshi virus and, out of nowhere, had become super enthusiastic about missions. Of course, Itaka might just have other urgent matters to handle. Normally, the Akatsukai's workload wasn't that high. From his time teamed up with Itaka, Kisame had grown used to a slower-paced life. Both of them were the type to take it easy, unless their leader assigned a mission. Uzumaki Senshi, however, was a complete outlier in the Akatsuki. Practically a beast who treated taking missions like rest. After Kisame's question, Itaka didn't hide anything. In an extremely calm tone, he said, I need to go to Konoha for a bit. Kisame. When he learned Itaka intended to go to Konoha to find Uzumaki Senshi, Kisame immediately started dissuading him. Itaka-san, why go after that Senshi fellow? That guy's not normal. I strongly suggest you keep as far away from him as possible. He still remembered how that man nearly beat him half to death in Kirigakura and almost sold him off. Even with his iron-hard mentality, he was left with an unshakable trauma. Kisame had no intention of seeing Itaka team up with Senshi. If Senshi had another bout of madness, who's to say he wouldn't sell Itaka off too? Kisame didn't want to lose Itaka-san. Itaka spoke in a level voice. I have no choice, I must go. Are you coming with me? He was confident in himself, but he felt a strong sense of oppression from Senshi. If it came to a fight, he might not be able to beat Senshi alone. Having Kisame by his side would increase his odds. Right now, in Itaka's mind, Senshi posed an even greater threat than the Akatsuki's own leader. Kisame instantly shook his head so fiercely it practically left after images. Itakai-san, Yamaro desu ne. Senshi may be an Akatsuki member, but until he finishes a mission, he absolutely won't treat us as comrades. When it came to dealing with Senshi, Kisame's thoughts were absolutely clear: keep your distance. After all, the memory of being nearly sold off in Kirigakura needed a lifetime to heal. Just hearing about teaming up with Senshi for a mission or something was enough to send chills down his spine. He'd rather not lose Itaka-san as well. Seeing Kisame's reaction, Itaka merely nodded slightly and swiftly left the Akatsuki's base. Kisame watched his departing figure with a complicated look on his face. Truly, it wasn't about lacking bonds blame Senshi for being so heartless. If Kisame ended up in that guy's hands again, perhaps there'd be no return. He didn't fear Uchiha Madara nearly as much, but as for Senshi, just recalling that terrifying grin, Senshi's self-styled professional, kind service smile. Jpg, made Kisame's skin crawl. In the forest around the outskirts of Konoe, Orochimaru was quite looking forward to the next step of his plan. Amid that excitement, there was a bit of unease. I wonder if Danzo settled things on his end? If he actually raises 1 billion RY, a great many of my upcoming projects become easy to push forward. With Uzumaki Senshi's terrifying power and inconceivable mission efficiency, so long as I have enough funds, many of my research projects can advance in leaps and bounds. Just picturing it caused Orochimaru's mood to keep climbing. He had personally tested many times that Senshi's strength was enormous. Even if the 6 paths of pain confronted Senshi, they likely wouldn't be his match. With such an insanely strong figure clearing obstacles, whatever research materials Orochimaru desired, so long as he was willing to pay, Senshi would be certain to fetch them. Plus, Senshi possessed an intelligence network that Orochimaru still didn't fully understand. Other ninjas might not be able to glean the necessary intel, but Senshi typically could. Even Senshi's own body offered extreme research value. And if Orochimaru had a perfect Uchiha vessel while simultaneously digging deeper into Senshi's secrets, combining all those advantages could break technical barriers. Fulfilling his goals might be just around the corner. Danzo, for his part, might disappoint everyone else, but never Orochimaru. 1 billion RY sounded ridiculous to anyone, yet Danzo set his concerns aside and conjured the funds for Orochimaru's research anyway. In the future, if the ninja war LD advanced scientifically thanks to Orochimaru's work, the ninjas ought not to forget the contribution made by the 5.5th Hokage, Shimura Danzo, who'd sponsored so much research funding. Without Danzo's consistent support, Orochimaru's R&D path couldn't have gone so smoothly. Danzo had arrived with a money-filled case not far from Orochimaru, looking at him wordlessly. Orochimaru showed a grin more benevolent than ever, practically splitting his face from ear to ear. Danzo Dono, is the research budget I need finally ready? At this, Danzo's face was expressionless, silent. Inside the box in his hand lay stacks of notes, each redeemable at the money exchange for 1 million RY, and there were 1,000 of them in all. Even though he had mentally prepared for this, handing such an amount to Orochimaru still made his heart ache. After a long silence, Danzo fixed Orochimaru with a stern gaze. Let me ask one last time, how long do you need to deliver results? Orochimaru paused, then said. Conservatively, 2 months. But I'll hurry as much as I can. Not only that, I can use the technique to train as many would-release capable ninjas as you'd like. Very soon, Konoha will stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, thanks to you. Hiruzen-sensei is far too soft, only your doctrine is correct. That last remark struck Danzo right in the heart. He'd told the Sandame countless times that this gentle approach to governing was flawed, and that he personally proposed superior strategies on many occasions, only to be overruled by Hiruzen's I am Hokage. Recalling that, Danzo stared at Orochimaru, speaking in a grave voice. 1 month. I want to see results in 1 month. If a month passes and I'm still not satisfied, I assure you, you'll regret it. Orochimaru was well aware how Danzo operated. They'd worked together a long time, so Orochimaru knew perfectly well his means. He was certain Orochimaru grasped the stakes. If Orochimaru tried to cheat him, it wouldn't end well. Seeing Danzo's look, Orochimaru gave his trademark amiable smile. Once, he never could have spoken so professionally. Understood, Danzo Dono. I'll skip meals and sleep if I must, to give you a satisfactory answer ASAP. Danzo snorted coldly, it had better be so, or you'll never withstand the consequences of toying with me. With that, he handed the cash-laden box to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened it for a quick count. Meanwhile, Danzo couldn't help imagining the scene when, after transplanting wood release, he appeared before Hiruzen with true several thousand hands. Just picturing Hiruzen's reaction made his heart race. He looked back at Orochimaru. Go. Complete your research at once. You know full well I'm no expert on the technical side, but I do respect your craft. Achieve success, and I can give you even more support for further experiments. Danzo Dano, just wait for my good news. I'll be off now, Orochimaru said, then turned to leave. Danzo had no intention of keeping him around. He couldn't wait for time to fast forward a Monday. Meanwhile, Senshi was wandering Konoha's streets with Karin. After Karin hinted that Orochimaru was around, Senshi used his mantra to eavesdrop on the conversation between Orochimaru and Danzo. Learning that Orochimaru had indeed acquired 1 billion Ry made Senshi's eyes shine with excitement. Orochimaru's money was basically his commission money, after all. So Senshi immediately decided to head toward Orochimaru's location. Orochimaru, unaware of how mantra worked, knew that Senshi possessed a powerful perception jutsu but had no idea that within a certain range, Senshi could monitor his every move. Right now, Orochimaru was as happy as a big spender with 1 billion coins in a game. Then, all of a sudden, his expression froze. He saw Senshi approaching with a broad grin. Yo, if it isn't Snake Bro. Fancy meeting you here. Long time no see, look at you, more suave and dashing than ever. You heading somewhere, or itching to get back to your experiments? Indeed, all geniuses spend 99% of their time sweating in private. I truly admire you. While Senshi spouted all this, Karin pressed a hand to her forehead in disbelief, knowing the real story. Senshi obviously discovered Orochimaru's location by eavesdropping with mantra. Upon learning Orochimaru had gotten the 1 billion, he rushed right over. Just as Danzo may not understand technology but respects technology, Orochimaru might not be a black market professional, but he certainly respected the black market pro Senshi. If Senshi was this cordial, it almost certainly meant he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Orochimaru hastily cut him off. Uzumaki Senshi, I don't have any new jobs for you right now. If you have time to chat me up, maybe get back to finishing your existing tasks. Orochimaru, though he held a hefty 1 billion Ry, wasn't letting it cloud his judgment. He always handled matters with calculation and purpose. This was a one-shot trick he'd pulled on Danzo. Meaning he couldn't expect more in the future. He also had to worry about Danzo taking his life. So, on tasks that required Senshi's terrifying power, he'd gladly pay, but otherwise he'd try to save his funds. He'd used so much effort to trick Danzo, he wasn't about to blow the money away. Hearing Orochimaru's direct, somewhat forceful attitude, Karin was a bit surprised. Previously, Orochimaru had been quite smooth in dealing with Senshi, knowing he needed Senshi's power. Now, apparently flush with cash, Orochimaru was acting casual, borderline rude. Senshi thought, hey, that snakes grow and bold after pocketing some cash. Indeed, being rich gave you swagger. Still, Senshi was helpless. Orochimaru was still a client. He had indeed accepted the huge commission from Orochimaru to capture a living Uchiha Obito, specifically. And Orochimaru now had an additional 10 billion. So he had every right to be arrogant. Until Senshi found a way to bleed that money out of him, anyway. Still complaining inwardly, Senshi spread his hands. Orochimaru, haven't you seen my diligence? The moment I accepted our mission, I rushed here to Konoha. But the ninja who has Obito's other Sharingan isn't in the village. What could I do? They ninja world's huge, I can't go combing every corner looking for him. And that giant stash of money. You got what good is it if you don't use it, right? We're both from the same organization, practically. Old buddies. Surely it's better for us both to enjoy it than for you alone to have all the fun. Why not? Commission me for some additional tasks? Wouldn't that be great? He sighed, the N gestured at Karin. You see how I'm struggling? Karen's just a little girl, forced to go everywhere with me on missions. Times are tough, she's going hungry and growing thin. Karen's small head sprouted a big question mark. Not at all. She definitely hadn't lost any weight. She was probably gaining it. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's mouth twitched uncontrollably, evidently wanting to flash a huge question mark of his own. Guys, can we aim for a higher ranking? Next week, let's go with higher ranking equals more chapters. Thanks in advance. Let's do this. Also check my Patreon. More chapters available there. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Damn. Danzo is in delusion again. Before Sensei finishes the mission he accepted, he's certainly not going to let himself be taken advantage of so easily. Moreover, as one of the foremost researchers in the ninja world, indeed, as its foremost scientist, Orochimaru had already learned the most efficient way to communicate with Senshi. In short, how much does it cost? Fine, let's do it. When it came to Senshi, any talk not related to a mission was best left unheard, let alone believed. Otherwise you might end up like a certain shark, falling for his FLA tree and getting sold off one day without realizing it. Karin was feeling a bit angry. True, Senshi had no shame, no principles, and no bottom line when it came to securing employment commissions, but wasn't Orochimaru a bit too rude? She started contemplating whether she should hop into her Gundam, Susanoo, and chase Orochimaru down, to teach him some manners. Naturally, Orochimaru had no idea what was going through Karen's head, or else he might have felt grateful to the universe or to the Sage of Six Paths for sparing him. Walking around outside, you run into an Uzumaki descendant who even has an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The question is, could he seize that massive opportunity? As for Senshi, he paid Orochimaru's attitude no mind. He was content to WA it until the day he could fleece Orochimaru of everything, just to see if Orochimaru could stay that arrogant. Nonetheless, he did feel some regret. Sigh. Too bad. This time I couldn't squeeze any mission out of Orochimaru. The ninja world is getting took her by the day. Even Orochimaru has wised up, can't fool him so easily anymore. Used to be I could show off my elemental form ability to trick him into giving me a long-term commission. Now, though, he just ignores me. All my powers of persuasion have nowhere to go. Missions are really becoming harder to get. Senshi felt quite drained, and he blamed Kakashi. All because Kakashi wasn't lazing around in Konoha, otherwise Senshi wouldn't be in this predicament. He then recalled that at least Terumi Mei in Kairigakure was more obliging. Whenever he asked Terumi Mei for a mission, she'd simply say yes. But that village, being the former Blood Mist, was always tight on funds. They couldn't pay much to hire the greatest mercenary of their era. Sigh. Kakashi's ruined my plans. Can't that stubborn mutt just stay quietly in Konoha so I can help him make the tough decision of giving up that Sharingan? As Senshi walked on with Karin, complaining non-stop, they unexpectedly ran into yet another acquaintance. Rather, Senshi knew the person, but the latter hadn't met him before. Approaching them was none other than the first Pot Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Danzo, for his part, had been returning to the village in a buoyant mood, his dreams of a brighter tomorrow dancing in his head. But after walking a bit, he realized a serious oversight. He'd been so overjoyed that he neglected a few important details with Orochimaru, such as arranging check-ins every 10 days or so on the experiment's progress. More crucially, they hadn't agreed on a secure time and place for the final delivery. That was obviously critical. If Konoha gained true mastery of wood release, it would take the village's power to new heights, but if something went awry with Orochimaru, or if other villages learn of the experiment to cultivate perfect Hashirama cells, enemy shinobi might try to seize those results. Danzo wanted to warn Orochimaru about maintaining strict secrecy and about handing over the finished product in the safest possible conditions. Until that was settled, Danzo couldn't rest easy, so he circled back. He hadn't expected to run into 2 unknown shinobi on his way. Seeing how they dressed, Danzo frowned. Are they Akatsuki members? Why are they here? Others might not recognize Senshi's and Keiran's outfits, but Danzo did. Although the Akatsuki was still fairly obscure, its secrecy and particular attire were on Danzo's radar. As the head of Root, he had vast intelligence channels, and Root personnel were adept at gathering info. He knew Orochimaru was part of the Akatsuki, too. Although Orochimaru hadn't shared much intel on them, Danzo still knew a bit. That made it beyond doubt that this man was part of Akatsuki. Quickly recalling everything he knew about them, Danzo regarded Senshi with a fro wn and barked, "Who are you? State your identity. What's your relationship with Orochimaru? And what business do you have near Konoha?" Senshi inwardly chuckled, well, the pot Hokage in the flesh. Since his collaboration with Orochimaru was still ongoing, Senshi wouldn't expose Orochimaru, lest Danzo storm off in a rage, and Senshi lose out on any more jobs from him. At the same time, Senshi had no intention of letting a big patron like Danzo slip through his fingers. A man who could casually shell out 10 billion was definitely a super cage level goldmine. He turned to Danzo with a grin and began introducing himself, certain that with Danzo's intel network, the latter would know his name. "Danzo Dano, let me introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Senshi." Sure enough, the moment Senshi said his name, Danzo's face changed. On one hand, he was startled that Senshi knew who he was. After all, not everyone in Konoha knew Danzo, let alone outsiders. But more importantly, he recognized this ninja was indeed Uzumaki Senshi. Danzo knew about Senshi's extensive activity in various black markets, even earning the moniker strongest ninja in the underworld. Danzo's expression hardened. Senshi pressed on in a professional tone. "Danzo Dano, I am the strongest mercenary in the black market. With your intelligence resources, you shouldn't find that surprising. Over the years, I've accepted countless commissions, large and small, and always accomplished them quickly, with a 100% success rate. I believe no other ninja in the world has done as many missions while maintaining such perfection. So, Danzo Dano, are you looking to commission a job?" In Senshi's mind, if Danzo was foolish enough to give Orochimaru 1 billion at once, there was no reason he couldn't cough up another 10 for a separate job. Having finished his self-introduction, Senshi let Danzo stare him down with that single eye for a while, until Danzo finally spoke in a murky voice. "So you're Uzumaki Senshi, hey? Humph. In one of your previous jobs, you not only wounded my men, but also seized the Uzumaki clan property I'd spent ages seeking, and yet you dare to hawk your services to me." Karin gasped in shock. "Ah! This was the man who tried to grab me back then. Realizing that the bad guy who'd wanted to capture her so long ago was Danzo, Karin ducked behind Senshi. She might be strong now, but like Chopper on Luffy's ship, people still have reflexive fears. Senshi. Thinking a moment, he did recall a mission from long ago, when he rescued Karin. He'd early forgotten until Danzo brought it up. But it didn't matter, he had something to say in response. As the strongest, most reliable mercenary with a 100% success rate, he couldn't allow any stain on his reputation. Senshi responded with a calm smile. Danzo Dano, it seems you haven't clarified the facts. 1. The first time that merchant hired me, it was to guarantee his personal safety. 2. Even the second, last minute job request from that merchant was merely for the safety of his subordinates. 3. I had no idea I was carrying away any cargo from the caravan. I thought I was just rescuing an innocent child. 4. As for injuring your men, that was because they themselves tried to mess with me. I assume back then you hadn't given them orders to attack me, correct? So you see, it was just a misunderstanding. Senshi bothered to clarify at such length only because he saw Danzo as a big sucker. Danzo had been tricked by Orochimaru, so Senshi thought he might as well make use of it. Danzo, of course, rejected Senshi's explanation. No matter how persuasive Senshi sounded, he'd still ruined Danzo's plan that time. Staring down Senshi, Danzo let out a cold snort. Humph! I don't trust you. Unless you hand over the girl by your side, you and I are enemies. If it weren't for your meddling, she'd already be my property. With that, Danzo's eyes bulged. He'd noticed that the red-haired girl behind Senshi possessed Mangeki Sharingan. In the shinobi world, few could claim more familiarity or obsession with the Sharingan and Danzo. He was the real Sharingan collector. Though he detested the innately evil Uchiha clan much like the second Hokage had, Danzo carried that loathing to new extremes. They Uchiha might be reluctant to use their eyes for forbidden jutsu like Izanagi, but Danzo willingly burned through them. They might be unwilling to ride certain vehicles, but Danzo stood up on them and pedaled away. Now that he realized Karin was an Uzumaki plus she had Mangeki, Danzo made up his mind, he must take these eyes. She could also serve other purposes. An Uzumaki descendant fused with Mangeki? The possibilities were endless. Either he could bring her to root and brainwash her, or hand her to Orochimaru as the perfect experimental subject. If Orochimaru had such a pristine sample, maybe even more advanced scientific accomplishments would emerge. As Danzo's greedy gaze locked onto her, Karin shrank behind Senshi, thinking, this old man is terrifying, he wants to capture me again? But she was ready. If that scary Kajir made even the slightest move. Danzo again addressed Senshi. Uzumaki Senshi, you're sure you won't hand over that Uzumaki child behind you? You really want to make an enemy of me? If not for your interference back then, she would have long since become my property. Hearing this, Senshi felt an angry laugh bubble up, a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Danzo, can you not see she's already one of my people? As for what happened before, I've explained it thoroughly. Danzo's glare remained sharp, the cross-shaped scar on his chin twisting menacingly as he let out a derisive chuckle. Uzumaki Senshi, I know everything about you, whereas you know nothing about me. In that situation, do you really mean to fight me? Guys, can we aim for a higher ranking? Next week, let's go with higher ranking equals more chapters. Thanks in advance. Let's do this. Also check my Patreon. More chapters available there. Patreon.com com/bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Beaten. Announcement. At this point, Danzo was wrestling with two possibilities: should he fight Senshi head-on, or try to commission a mission from Senshi that would have him hand over Karin? He didn't ponder it too deeply. After all, he had just given Orochimaru 1 billion RY, and unlike the Sarutobi clan who basically had wealth to rival a small nation, he wasn't rolling in money. Truth be told, once Sarutobi died, 3 Thousand Sarutobi troops were still around, but after Danzo died, there was no Shimura group anywhere. When both families joined Konoha, they were lauded as great clans, but by now, calling Danzo's remaining resources even the landlord's last bits of GRAN would be overpraising him. Hence, in simple terms, if Danzo was to get what he wanted, he would have to do it himself, grab it with his own 2 hands. He also had another motive for taking action. Long ago, if Senshi hadn't meddled and injured his men, then Karin would have belonged to him, either working for the Anbu by now or serving as an intern in Orochimaru's lab. Danzo, of course, didn't realize that even without Senshi, a few of his root men would never have been able to handle Kakuzu. Having reasoned that far, Danzo stopped hesitating and decided he would make the first move against Senshi. From what he'd gleaned, Senshi was strong, but Danzo considered himself the kind of ruthless man who'd once dared to plot against the god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even years later, he would charge forward with only a kunao against a Susanoo, so facing some mere mercenary, he naturally felt confident enough to strike. Karin's 2 Manjiki Sharingan were as good as a giant lure to him. Now that he'd seen him, there was no turning back, he had to obtain them. A man of decisive action, Danzo, his mind made up, immediately attacked. Senshi was a bit surprised that Danzo would actually be the first to strike. But before he could do anything, Danzo had already made a move. Whoosh! A kunao instantly appeared in Danzo's hand. He still liked to open a fight with a kunao, just like how Naruto always liked using multi-shadow clone at the start of his battles. While Danzo brandished the kunao and rushed in, and she had no intention of going easy on the first pot Hokage. In order to show the man proper respect, Senshi decided to unleash a small but deadly finishing blow. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Ruoaar. A thunderous dragon roar shattered the air, echoing through the forest. ZZZT. 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 In a split second, lightning flashed and boomed in a dazzling, violent swirl of electric arcs. A formidable thunder dragon, savage and dominating, took shape in the blink of an eye. A suffocating aura of destruction spread in all directions. Its sheer pressure enveloped Danzo completely. Face to face with that thunder dragon, Danzo glanced at the kunao in his hand and seemed to have second thoughts. In the next instant, the destructive power of that draconic lightning slammed into him. Even a hardened man like Danzo couldn't hold back a blood-curdling scream. Yet his screaming didn't last long. His body was carbonized almost immediately. Super high voltage lines in real life might carry 1,000,000 volts, 60 million volts was roughly 60 times that. How could a mere mortal body stand it? In the ninja world, sure, some people might get redeemed, but Danzo only got darker the more you looked at his deeds. Under the excuse of protecting the village, he'd done who knew how many immoral or self-serving acts. None of that mattered to Senshi. As far as he saw it, maybe if Danzo had at least offered him a job first, Senshi wouldn't have minded. But the man had set his sights on Karin right in front of him. Sensei wasn't about to show mercy. Thanks to Senshi's Thunder Dragon, Danzo had basically no chance to fight back. After the single dragon strike turned him to dust, Senshi muttered. Today was supposed to be a good day. I was hoping to land a big mission. Who knew I'd get stuck dealing with this creep instead? He was still annoyed. Earlier he'd run into Orochimaru and gotten duped, but couldn't do anything. Because Orochimaru was at least a paying client. Danzo, on the other hand, was being insolent, with no mission in hand. Not only that he dared make a move on Karin, Senshi's assistant. The nerve! Senshi's 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon was a massive AoE jutsu, covering the sky like a storm. Unless you had something like Flying Thunder God, there was no dodging it. Danzo, having no such technique, was forcibly enveloped by the unstoppable lightning. His flesh was vaporized instantly. Yet lo and behold, smoke but no injuries. Moments after being destroyed, Danzo reappeared. Without the slightest scratch. And he even started mocking Senshi. As per the intel I had, you do indeed have remarkable skill in lightning release, far above average. But even that level of jutsu is useless against me. Though Danzo kept up that fearless talk, in his heart he was deeply shaken. Uzumaki Senshi. They. Rumors of his monstrous lightning release aren't exaggerated at all. Meanwhile, Karin, who did have an eternal Mangeki Sharingan but wasn't an Uchiha by blood, had no clue about the forbidden jutsu Danzo had just used. Seeing him completely unhurt after taking that giant thunder dragon, she was stunned. It was her first time watching someone tank Senshi's lightning and come away looking fine. But Senshi, for his part, knew all too well about the Sharingan's secret moves and had intelligence. About Danzo. Danzo's attempt to feign invincibility was basically someone from the past trying to show off in front of an expert. He'd planned to intimidate Senshi with his super casual "you can't kill me" act, only to find Sensei unimpressed. Senshi actually just shook his head. If you're this weak, all the extra lives in the world won't help you. As Senshi spoke, he raised his hand again, obviously preparing another thunder dragon. With his monstrous chakra reserves, he could spam that technique all day. Danzo then heard a phrase he didn't even comprehend. I can do this all day. He'd intended to put on a show of being impervious, but Senshi was already about to unleash the same jutsu again. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Before Danzo could respond, another colossal lightning dragon crashed down upon him, scaring him out of his wits. How can this be possible? That level of lightning release, it shouldn't be cast so casually. Senshi just eyed him with a mocking grin. For me, that level of lightning release is quite casual. I can cast even stronger ones if I want. Impossible. Danzo spat back. At best you can cast it twice, then you'll be drained. After that, you'll face my wrath. He firmly believed no one but the First Hokage had such monstrous chakra. Even an outstanding genius, or someone called the God of Shinobi, would be exhausted after 2 or 3 uses. But Senshi's only answer was another furious lightning dragon. Soon Danzo realized that was the third consecutive time he'd been blasted, each time respawning thanks to his Izanagi. As the pattern continued, Senshi's strength showed no sign of waning, while Danzo's stash of Sharingan on his right arm dwindled alarmingly, each lost eye corresponding to 1 usage of Izanagi. And each strike also brought unimaginable pain, though he could deny death with Izanagi, the intense agony of being incinerated was not negated. Over and over, he was forced to endure being blown to ash. The forest around them was obliterated by the first thunder dragon. After repeated blasts, the area had turned into a massive crater. Danzo stood in that deep crater, his heart brimming with dread, each time emerging unharmed, only to suffer the next wave. No. This can't be. Am I trapped in a genjutsu? Finally, fear gripped him entirely. He had no desire to die again and again. He recalled certain root intel about Uzumaki Senshi. At last he decided to swallow his pride and try one last resort. Right. Before Senshi could fire off yet another thunder dragon, Danzo collapsed to his knees, shouting loudly. Wait! Spare me! I have a mission. Don't kill me, I have a mission for you. With no other choice, he pinned his hopes on Senshi's obsession with missions. Senshi paused the next attack. Danzo fell heavily on the ground, breathing harshly. Only one Sharingan was left on his arm. Observing that Senshi had halted, Danzo let out an inward sigh of relief. He had survived, albeit battered and traumatized by repeatedly dying. Up above on higher ground, Senshi stood and gazed coolly at Danzo in the pit. A mocking contempt edged his face. Sure enough, Danzo was the type who needed a thorough thrashing to behave. Indeed, if Danzo had first offered a mission or two, Senshi wouldn't have had to do his. But not only did he not provide a job, he even tried to snatch Senshi's assistant, Karin, on the spot. Outrageous! Senshi raised an eyebrow, half smiling dangerously. Oh? So you no longer want Karin? Danzo promptly shook his head so hard it left after images. No, no way, I don't want her anymore. For every 100 power stone equals 1k words. Let's make this fanfic get more exposure so more readers get to enjoy and vote, also having more comments get me motivated to do more, even though almost every chapters ahead is like 3k words per chapter. More fun and shenanigans in the future chapters, let's go! Also, check out my Patreon, where you can read ahead of the public chapters for a small sum. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Dan-chan's commission. Are you kidding me? At a time like this, how could he still dare demand Karin? Sure, she had the Sharingan, but she wasn't some innately evil Uchiha who had to be exterminated. No matter what, there was no need to throw his life away. Had it not been for the root organization's collected intel being useful, and him risking all his pride in that last-ditch gamble, by now he'd already have been ashes on the wind. After witnessing Senshi's terrifying power, how could Danzo still dare lay a hand on Karin? In Danzo's eyes, making a move on Karin in front of Senshi was even riskier than making a move on Sasuke in front of Uchiha Itachi. Karin, hearing Senshi's words, felt deeply touched. Up to this moment she'd been puzzling over why Senshi seemed so angry. Now she understood he was standing up for her. Thinking this, Karin couldn't help hugging Senshi's leg. Boo-hoo! Senshi's the coolest. She spoke in a whimpering tone, with a face like she was about to burst into tears. Senshi let out a snicker, reached out casually, and flicked Karin on the forehead. All right, hop on. Yay! Aye, sir. With that, Karin hugged his leg with one hand, gave a salute with the other, then scrambled up Senshi's high and onto his shoulders, latching onto him like a little ornament. She poked her head out, brows angled, lips pouting, and glared seriously at Danzo. After addressing Karin, Senshi once more turned his attention toward Danzo. He snorted coldly and spoke in a frosty tone. You've heard about the quality of my services. The price isn't cheap. Can you afford it? Seeing that the immediate threat to his life had passed, Danzo climbed up from the ground and nodded. Of course. I'm a high-ranking figure in Konoha. Any price can be negotiated. Senshi's expression eased a bit. All right then, talk. What's your mission? Senchi's words caused Danzo to fall into an awkward silence. That last minute Ru's shouting about having a mission had merely been a ploy to save his life. He'd never actually intended to hire Senchi for anything. In the remnants of this devastated forest, the air turned tense and awkward. Karin seized this chance to trip Danzo up. She was quite vengeful. After all, back then Danzo's subordinates had tried to snatch her from Kyuzagakuer. If she hadn't run into Senchi, who knew what horrible fate awaited her? Her eyes gleamed slyly. Hey, could it be you actually don't have a mission at all? She spoke as though alarmed, covering her mouth in mock surprise. TCH. Senchi, he's messing with you. Hearing that, Senchi couldn't help but burst into laughter. So you were playing me for a fool, Danzo? You sure are gutsy. As he spoke, Senchi lifted his hand skyward. BZZ BZZ BZZ. Rumble. ZZT. 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 Suddenly, lightning flashed wildly, the peals of thunder echoing throughout. Then an earth-shaking Thunder God figure descended. 200-million volts, Thunder God. Because this was the ninja world, you might also call it lightning style, Gundam technique or lightning Susanoo. As this enormous giant made of storming lightning rose up, Danzo's pupils shrank in fear. From Danzo's perspective, this lightning release dwarfed even Senchi's previous Thunder Dragon by Severa L magnitudes. The towering lightning titan loomed at a distance, bringing Danzo unprecedented pressure. He didn't have many Izanaga uses left. Another conflict, and he'd be finished. He hadn't even become Hokage or revitalized Konoha yet, so there was no way he wanted to die in such a baffling place. Karin also eyed Senchi's 200-million volts Thunder God, quietly thinking, is that Senchi's version of Susanoo? Looks so powerful. As expected of Senchi. Fortunately, Danzo did still have some wits. At this critical moment, he deliberated carefully and came up with a plausible pitch. Turning to Senchi, he hastily spoke. Uzumaki Senchi Dano. I'd like to hire you to be my bodyguard. Senchi cocked his head. Your bodyguard? You think you're worthy of THAT? Who do you think you are, having the qualifications to hire me? Danzo froze, then quickly said. And no, not a bodyguard. I want to hire you to act as my security advisor. Not. Senchi waved both hands in dismissal. That gesture made Danzo's heart nearly stopping in terror. Does this guy plan to kill me for sure? Danzo felt himself on the brink of despair. He was stuck like every other opponent who'd ever faced Senchi, too weak to fight, with no chance to run. The moment the battle started, their survival depended on Senchi's whim, not themselves. Senchi spoke again. Little Dan, you got one detail wrong. Danzo frowned inwardly. What did I say wrong? Senchi, not bothering with suspense, sneered and explained. It's not that you want to hire me to protect you or serve as your security advisor. It's that you're begging me to become your advisor, to ensure your personal safety. Put in more professional terms, earlier, when Senchi had asked Danzo for a mission, it was a buyer's market. Danzo held the initiative whether or not to pay for Senchi's service. Now it was reversed, a seller's market. If Danzo couldn't buy Senchi's security service, then he'd lose his life. And Senchi wouldn't hurt his own reputation in the slightest. After all, Danzo started the fight, not him. Hearing this, Danzo quickly nodded. Yes, exactly. I'm begging you to be my security advisor. He said so while cursing inwardly. Where in the ninja world do you find this kind of business tactic? This was basically Senshi holding his head down, forcing him to comply. Senshi continued, wearing an air of professional courtesy. Danzo, you know my situation. Considering the number of missions I take and my 100% success rate, calling me the greatest mercenary before and after all ages isn't an exaggeration. He was paving the way, intending to drive up the price. Danzo listened in exasperated silence. Thinking, with that power, he could just become a cage and be famous. Why the heck is he in Omegakure as some merc? Senshi moved on, since you acknowledge my power, let me cut to the chase. I don't take ordinary commissions anymore. And whatever mission I do accept, there are some added conditions I must emphasize. Danzo wanted to ram his head into a wall. According to Root's intel, Uzumaki Senshi was obsessed with money, unscrupulous in chasing missions. Yet here Senshi was claiming he doesn't take most missions. Senshi then said. Moreover, no matter what kind of request, there are special terms. Danzo, seething inside, remained outwardly calm. He'd endure just stay alive to fight another day. So Senshi spelled out his demands. 1. This request must be an indefinite long-term mission. Danzo's gut reaction was to refuse. Indefinite? Where had he even heard of such a thing? Bulletin that was only the first demand. Who knew what else Senshi would say? He had no choice but to keep quiet. Seeing Danzo's sullen face, Senshi grasped that Danzo found his term unreasonable. So he added. 2. Danzo must pay an annual fee of 100 million RY as commission. Danzo was about to try recalling the hand seals for his 4-symbol seal to blow himself up. He gave Orochimaru 1 billion for a shot at acquiring Hashirama's wood release. Paying Senshi might yield nothing. Little did he realize that in truth, Senshi, unlike Orochimaru, would definitely produce results if hired. That was the difference between 100% success and someone who might just devour your funds. Meanwhile, Senshi went on. 3. I only guarantee you won't be killed. If someone bats you half to death, but you're not in mortal danger, I won't step in. That was simply insane. This was less a security advisor and more like some overlord. Before Danzo could fully process it, Senshi cut him off with one last addition. For now, that's all. If I think of something else, I'll add it later. Hearing this, Danzo's eyes screamed, just kill me now. But, recalling his many unfulfilled objectives like becoming Hokage and making Hiruzen acknowledge his ideals, he suppressed his fury. A ninja must endure what most cannot. Inhaling deeply, trying to tamp down his terror and anger, Danzo spoke with forced calm. Lord Senshi, I accept all your additional terms. I request to hire you indefinitely as my security advisor at a rate of 100 million RY per year. He said this using enormous willpower to keep from grinding his molars to dust. Just then, Senshi's system prompt appeared. New long-term hiring mission detected. Client, Shimura Danzo. Objective, serve indefinitely as Danzo's security advisor, ensuring he isn't killed. Compensation, 100 million RY per year. Mission rank, S. Mission reward, 1 super draw. Senshi was thrilled. Meeting Danzo, he'd only hoped to squeeze a bit of money, yet Danzo ended up proffering his face to be slapped, along with a super draw chance on top of that. How very polite of him indeed. Accepting the mission immediately, Senshi smiled. Dan-chan, since you sincerely beg me to be your security advisor, I'll mercifully agree. From today on, you can rest easy and leave your life in my hands. Danzo. He was flabbergasted by Senshi's monstrous power and equally monstrous logic. And, as it turned out, Senshi wasn't done showing off. Senshi clapped both hands. Wood release, wood clone technique. Boom! The ground beside Senshi cracked, and a wooden clone grew rapidly into shape. Then Senshi turned to Danzo with a slightly disdainful expression. Dan-chan, given your status, you're not likely to face any big-name assassins. A single wood clone will be more than enough to protect you. Trust me, this is a big win for you. Danzo nearly exploded on the spot. He was paying 100 million a year, only to have a wood clone follow him around. Had he any heart condition, he'd surely be dead by now. However furious he felt, there was nothing he could do. Where else in the ninja world could he find anyone powerful enough to stand up to Senshi? Right now, Senshi was practically the new Hashirama in the Warring States era. Unlike Hashirama, who had an Uchiha Madara to check him, Senshi had free rein to do whatever he liked. To get bonus chapter, please vote. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1k words. The bonus chapters will be uploaded next week. So more Power Stone this week, more bonus chapters will be uploaded next week. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. More chapters in Patreon. Please check it out. Chapter 60, Toby's Rant. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't help but feel sorry for all the other ninjas living in Senshi's era. Unless Senshi died young like Hashirama, they'd never see their chance to rise. What Danzo didn't know was that Senshi had already begun playing with tattoos. Handled correctly, that ability would grant him eternal life. But there was something else bothering Danzo. Why could Senshi use wood release? Danzo had clearly seen that just now, with a mere clap of his hands, Senshi instantly and smoothly produced 7 wood clones. It was obvious that Senshi's skill with wood release was far beyond normal. But this was wood release. Danzo recalled how much trouble it took him back then to produce even one unexpected asset like Yamato. More recently, he'd just spent 1 billion Ry hiring Orochimaru to keep refining Hashirama's cells. Now here was Senshi casually saying that wood release wasn't anything special and that he could use it, too. Danzo was left flabbergasted. Wasn't wood release supposed to be exclusive to the Senju? While Danzo brooded about this issue, Karin, who was perched on Senshi's back, was hooping it up. Awesome! The nasty old geezer finally got taught a lesson by Senshi this time. Feeling giddy, Karin turned cheerily to Senshi. Senshi! I've made up my mind to thank you for protecting me, for caring about me, for looking after me, and for standing up for me. I'm going to cook something super tasty just for you. Senshi. Hearing Karin's words, Senshi's heart gave a thump. The smile on his face vanished without a trace. Karin, why would you repay kindness with vengeance? His comment made Karin pause briefly before realization struck. Ugh! She'd already tried her absolute best to make something delicious. Senshi, that's so mean. How dare you belittle my cooking? I challenge you to a duel. With that, she spun her little fists like windmills. Senshi sighed inwardly at the sight. Karin really does have that explosive temper, the same girl who once beat Suijutsu so hard his brains nearly popped out. Since she was attacking, Senshi naturally wouldn't just stand there. He casually reached out, musing up her neatly styled red hair, turning it into a bird's nest on the spot. Hey! That's awful! Having her hair messed up, Karin was so furious she almost discovered some new finishing move. Wait! From the corner of his eye, Senshi glimpsed something off to the side. Senshi! And what are you still doing here, meddling? As he spoke, Karin poked her head from over his shoulder, smirking triumphantly and making a silly face at Danzo. After today's events, Enzo likely wouldn't want to lay another hand on her in his entire life. Killing is one thing, but repeatedly dying in agony, even if Danzo survived, Senshi had effectively killed him several times. There was no way he'd be free of psychological trauma. You damn kid, if you didn't clarify the rules, how would I dare take action? What if he had made a move, only for Senshi to say, your name's Danzo, so you've chosen the path of death? Regardless of his inward curses, Danzo let out a relieved breath. I'll take my leave, then. With that, he vanished, body flickering away like a frightened dog. It really had been too dangerous. Without the Sage of Six Paths watching over him, he'd have been finished here. Danzo fled at full speed, continuing for quite a distance without stopping. That life he almost lost could be considered borrowed. He'd only prepped for the possibility of confronting Orochimaru. Who'd have imagined that in this day's ninja world, practically no one could stand up to that blasted monk Senshi? He finally halted after running a good long way, panting for breath. He had no idea Senshi had actually been merciful in his own way. According to Senshi, if other earthlings were dropped into the ninja world, they would kill Danzo on day 1 or, at latest, in the mid-game. But Senshi merely ripped him off once. Danzo, of course, didn't appreciate that. He stood there, face dark as could be, glaring at the sky. Uzumaki Senshi. Today, I. Halfway through his outburst, a wood clone lurking who knows WHERE suddenly appeared in front of him, smirking dangerously. Danzo's remaining words stuck in his throat. He had to force a change. The weather sure is lovely. Finished, Senshi's wood clone snorted, saying nothing more. Danzo eyed the wood clone with a blank face, but inwardly boiled with rage. In that moment, he fully realized. Damn it! This so-called wood clone isn't here to protect me at all. It's clearly here to monitor my every move. Danzo regretted everything. One moment's negligence had provoked a foe far beyond his abilities. He even started wondering how things might have gone if he'd just cooperated with Senshi like a normal employer, hiring him for some mission. Taking such a nasty tumble, Danzo had finally learned a measure of humility. Of course, what Danzo couldn't know was that it wouldn't be long before he'd feel extremely lucky to have run into Senshi today. Meanwhile, back in Omegakure, a certain ninja arrived at the top floor of the Akatsuki Tower. In a secure and hidden room, Nagato remained in his life support apparatus, pondering. Not long ago, he'd dispatched Kakuzu to recruit a new member. He wondered if things had gone smoothly. Based on his knowledge of Kakuzu, it shouldn't be an issue to bring that potential recruit back. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on Nagato's door. Nagato, in a calm voice. Konan, is that you? Has Kakuzu come back? There was no response from outside. Creak. Next second, the door opened. It wasn't Konan, but rather the masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara. Nagato. He was a bit taken aback. Usually, Madara would slip in without warning, using his space-time ninjutsu. So for him to appear by merely walking and even knock on the door was unusual. Nagato quipped. That's a rare sight. Who'd have thought you'd bother knocking? From what he knew, the masked Uchiha had a peculiar habit. Even though he had limbs, he loved to pop out of nowhere and frighten people. Hearing the remark, Tobi, Obito, under the mask looked sullen. He silently cursed. Damn that Uzumaki Senshi! If not for Senshi, Tobi wouldn't be walking around at all. But there was no alternative. Kamui's dimension was no longer safe, and he feared Senshi might have rigged traps inside stepping in. Could be fatal. Life seldom goes as planned, and many worries can't be shared. He mulled it over, then spoke in a low, severe tone. Nagato, Uzumaki Senshi is extremely dangerous. His existence threatens our plan. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Nagato. Those words astonished Nagato. What nonsense is he spouting now? After thinking a moment, Nagato began defending Senshi. Since joining the organization, Senshi's been very cooperative. Omegakure is flourishing as well. Though he sometimes acts a little silly. Why kill him now? You know, in the few months since he joined, Akatsuki's revenue has surpassed what we made in the last few years. If you want me to execute such a high-performing member, I'll need a clear and valid reason. Nagato was more than satisfied with Senshi's contributions so far. Senshi did have clear flaws, but for the organization, his benefits far outweighed any drawbacks. Nagato glanced at Madara with perplexity. Could Madara have fought Senshi, maybe even lost? Otherwise, why this sudden push to kill him? Tobi's scarred face tensed up behind the mask. He could sense Nagato clearly had no intention of killing Senshi. That simply wouldn't do. Tobi's plan required Senshi gone. Uzumaki Senshi is unlike the other Akatsuki members. He's a bigger liability than asset to our mutual goal. Nagato cut him off. You mean more of an asset than a liability, right? Quit the empty words. I want real reasons. He had no idea what might have transpired between this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara and Senshi. But he had zero intention of going after Senshi now. He also hoped the masked man wouldn't do anything rash against him. Tobi couldn't be convinced so easily. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan had always been adept at convincing others, like the future Naruto, who claimed not to be eloquent yet always ended up changing people's hearts, or the present top mercenary Senshi, whose barrage of 60 million volt thunder dragons had forced even someone like Danzo to reflect on his mistakes. Nagato, alas, was not swayed. Again Tobi insisted. Senshi is a highly unstable factor. Neither you nor I can fully control him. Why not just kill him? Stunned, Nagato paused. Senshi unstable? Impossible. Every mission Nagato assigned, Senshi handled flawlessly. With an Akatsuki, Senshi was the most reliable of all, perhaps more so than Nagato himself. After a moment's silence, Nagato pressed. In which way is Senshi unstable? From the intel I have, he's the very model of reliability. He's taken on loads of missions big and small, but his completion rate remains 100%. Even Nagato found that incredible. No matter how strong a ninja, it's supposedly impossible to handle so many jobs without ever messing up. Yet Senshi never slipped up. Having said that, Nagato added with a faint smile. Relax, Uchiha Madara. I know Uzumaki Senshi well. He may be short on money, but he's extremely steady, very dependable. If anything, Tobi felt even less at ease after that. Wordlessly, he raged inwardly. Damn it, you're all money grabbers. If I don't eliminate that ticking time bomb Senshi, how am I supposed to enact the Eye of the Moon plan? Although Tobi had set the Akatsuki's rise in motion from the shadows, ultimately it was Nagato who decided policy. Tobi could only influence him, and not command him. There was no doubt Nagato was truly the leader. Only Nagato controlled the group's finances. Senshi had joined and continuously done missions only because Nagato had hired him, and indeed, he and Nagato shared the same blood. Tobi needed no imagination to see that if he ever clashed with Nagato, Senshi, the wild card, would side with Nagato. Originally, Tobi planned to dispose of Nagato and Konan near the final stages of his Moon Eye plan. Nagato and Konan were powerful but lacked cunning. Everything had gone smoothly until the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Senshi. If Toby wanted to continue toward the plan's final phase, he first had to handle Senshi. Yet just days before, Toby had realized Senshi was more than he could cope with. Senshi could enter and exit Kamui's dimension freely, denying Toby his best trump card. Toby no longer dared step inside, fearing Senshi might be waiting. Ever since that confrontation, Toby had been pondering how to kill Senshi, concluding that only Nagato's power, specifically the Rinnegan, could possibly do it. But again, matters weren't going his way. Nagato, typically easy to manipulate, refused to budge this time. Toby was stumped. Nagato, have you thought about it? You can hire Senshi to work for Akatsuki, but anyone else could also hire him and aim him at us. This was no idle worry. From Nagato's own intel, Senshi really might do that if the price was right. Nagato considered it briefly. After only a short time, he responded. Even if I wanted to fight Senshi, I might not be able to win. He spoke mildly. Senshi's main area of activity was the Omegakure black market and surrounding territory, all under Nagato's watch. Other people might be clueless as to Senshi's level, but Nagato had a perfect view. Even if he hadn't witnessed Senshi's missions firsthand, the sheer speed of his completions told Nagato plenty. Nagato wasn't a fool. He'd calculated that even the 6 paths of pain together might not easily prevail. Senshi hadn't harmed the organization. Why pick a fight with him over a non-existent threat, especially given that as a top-tier lightning user with insane speed, plus a space-time teleport, Senshi could vanish on a whim? Enraging him would only earn them a formidable enemy. That made zero sense. Toby didn't realize that, unlike him, Nagato did have his own calculations. Unless forced, Nagato would never choose to fight Senshi. After some thought, Nagato gave Toby a piece of information. So far, nobody's seen Senshi use his full power. No one knows exactly how strong he is at 100%. My advice, drop any idea of moving against him, or you'll be the one in trouble. Hearing that, Toby bristled. What nonsense! The Rinnegan is legendary. How could Senshi possibly stand against it? Humph! Nagato, you're just making excuses because you don't want to move against him. Nagato shook his head gravely. They are not excuses. All of the data he had suggested that if Madara wanted to investigate, he could easily confirm it. But Toby lacked the proper understanding of Senshi, otherwise he wouldn't be making such a ridiculous demand. After hearing Toby rant for ages, Nagato remained as immovable as a boulder, leaving Toby increasingly anxious. If we won't kill him, then at least drive him out of the organization. If not, our plan will fail. Still unhurried, Nagato shook his head. Unless he does something that endangers Akatsuki, I won't take action. I can't go after him just because you tell me to. Finally, Toby lost his patience. Enough, Nagato. Must you insist on doing it your way? Nagato too was angered. In a cold tone, he declared. Uchiha Madara. I'm the leader. I decide how to handle him. Nagato, you'll regret this. With those words, Toby stormed off in fury, slamming the door behind him. Bang! Ha 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 ha, guys, more of this in Patreon. Thank you for reading. Please vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 61, The Copy Ninja. In one corner of Konoha's forest. After Senshi returned with Karin, they came here. This was the place where Sasuke practiced lightning release. During the period that Senshi had been in Konoha, Sasuke was here under his instruction, training in lightning release. Sasuke's talent for lightning release wasn't bad at all. Even though he was just a kid, the lightning release technique Senshi taught him had already shown steady progress. Of course, it could also be that the lightning release, Thunder Ball Jutsu was too simple, so Sasuke picked it up quickly. Lightning release, Thunder Ball. In the forest, Sasuke swiftly formed seals, his movements highly practiced. ZZ. 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 Golden lightning crackled, little arcs of golden electricity shimmering in the air before gradually forming 3 lightning orbs. In such a short time, Sasuke had already brought lightning release, Thunder Ball to this level. Senshi acknowledged both his diligence and talent. Boom! 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 The next instant, the 3 golden lightning orbs shot off, blasting the branches of a nearby large tree into splinters. Huff! After using that jutsu, Sasuke slowly let out a breath. Gazing at the nearby branches he had blown away, he couldn't help recalling the day on the cliff, when Senshi had used lightning release to destroy an entire forest. His home tutor, Uzumaki Senshi, could annihilate a boundless stretch of woods with thunder. Meanwhile, he could only use lightning release to blast off tree branches. Sasuke was frustrated. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach Senshi's level. Not enough, far from enough. He needed even more hard work and training. At that moment, though, Senshi placed his hand on Sasuke's head. Since they were in the so-called head-patting village, a little local custom was not to be forgotten. Sasuke, you're making good progress. Hearing Senshi's praise made Sasuke a bit happy. But then Senshi ruffled his hair into a bird's nest again, instantly spoiling his mood. From behind Senshi, Karin saw Sasuke's newly messed up hair and laughed gloatingly. Pft pft. But she was obviously celebrating too soon, because right then, Senshi reached out and patted her little head as well. While rubbing Karin's head, Senshi said, "Karin, you have to work hard too, all right?" Karin immediately pushed his hand of her head in protest. She had spent a decent amount of time making her hair neat and smooth and was not interested in going full bird's nest again. "Sasuke, that's enough training for today," Senshi said. "I'll take you both to get some good taste grilled food." Sasuke hesitated but still nodded in agreement. Since his clan was wiped out, he'd been living alone. He hired Senshi to be his personal tutor and started training under him. Now, having learned his first lightning release technique from Senshi, he found that Senshi's presence was overlapping with a memory in his mind. Once upon a time, that person also cared for him and guided his training. Yet now, that same man had become someone he absolutely had to kill. But Sasuke didn't know that the Uchiha clan's tragedy was a tremendously complicated matter. Though Uchiha Itachi did bear responsibility for the clan's downfall, of all the people Itachi might have let down in his life, Sasuke was not truly one of them. While Sasuke was deep in thought, Senshi had already grabbed the 2 youngsters Sasuke and Karin, one in each hand, and hauled them to the door of the Good Taste grilled shop. After seating themselves, they ordered a bunch of items. Before long, all sorts of aromatic and visually appealing dishes were laid out in front of them. Staring at the mouth-watering spread, Karen's big eyes sparkled. "I'm gonna dig in." With that, she started wolfing down the food at lightning speed. Watching her, Sasuke's mouth twitched. "She's so tiny, can she really eat all that?" Senshi glanced over at Sasuke, giving him a mild smile. "We'd better eat, too, otherwise she'll finish it all." Sasuke nodded. "All right, then. I'll start, too." Compared to Karin, Sasuke's eating style was much more polite. After they finished eating lunch, Senshi took Sasuke and Karin to a small river in the village. Judging by the surroundings, it seemed to be where Naruto had once tried fishing during his childhood. But this time, Naruto wasn't there fishing. Because Naruto was the village's Jinkriki, a very special status under Enbu surveillance Senshi. For the time being, wasn't planning to make contact with him until he completed his tasks. Sasuke was extremely diligent. After a simple break, he was already planning the rest of today's training. Senshi saw Sasuke's expression and was somewhat taken aback. He'd brought them to the riverside to fish, actually. Of course, Karin might just spear fish. With her Manjiki Sharingan, she could aim precisely. Guaranteed to hit every time. Senshi was just about to take out fishing rods from his system storage when he casually spread his mantra to scan the village. Immediately, he noticed someone by the memorial stone in Konoha. Oh! As soon as Senshi realized who it was, a flash of delight crossed his eyes. Kakashi had finally returned. Realizing that Kakashi was back in the village, Senshi said to Karin, "Karin, you and Sasuke stay here to train a bit. I have some business to take care of." After that, he activated his tattoo spat eel jump, opening a dark red portal behind him. Senshi didn't appear right next to Kakashi but rather behind a tree out of sight. A swirling dark red hole emerged, and in the next second, Senshi materialized behind a masked man Toby, who had also come to that place for presumably the same reason, to pay respects at the memorial stone. Of course, Toby had no idea that Senshi was behind him. He'd always liked using Kamui to show up behind people, giving them a scare. Now the tables were turned. Before the memorial stone, Kakashi stood staring at names that held great significance for him. Each time he returned from a mission, he had grown accustomed to visiting that place. Out on missions, he would inevitably end other ninjas' lives. One day, perhaps his own life might be ended by some other ninja. His father, Sakumo Hatake, his mentor, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and wife Kushina Uzumaki, as well as his best friends Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara, all lay here. Kakashi stood silently before the memorial stone, unaware that not far off, Toby was watching him. Nor did Toby know that behind him, someone else Senshi was quietly observing him in turn. When Senshi had scanned the village with MindNet earlier, he not only found Kakashi but also spotted Toby, that Kamui hidden tears man. For Senshi, that was definitely a stroke of good fortune. In Senshi's view, Toby had committed numerous atrocities after Rin's death left him blackened. So, Senshi thought it best to end Toby's crimes. But Toby hadn't noticed Senshi behind him yet. Senshi, delighted to return the favor, spoke up. "Hey, Toby-kun. Why are you here?" Toby. Hearing Senshi's voice was like a death knell for Toby. He had never expected to run into Senshi inside Konoha. Right away, he jolted in fright, nearly losing his footing in the tree. Spinning around, he saw, sure enough, the person who'd haunted him, Uzumaki Senshi. With cold sweat on his brow, Toby stammered. "Uzumaki Senshi, what are you doing here?" He wore an internal expression of utter horror. Senshi ignored Toby's shock. He merely cast a glance at Kakashi in the distance, then asked Toby. "Thinking about revenge, are we?" Toby, behind the mask, grew even more wary and demanded. "What are you trying to do? And why are you here?" With a casual smile, Senshi replied. "I'm here to help you, of course. Don't you want to kill Kakashi?" He was indeed up to some scheme of repurposing every resource, trying for a multi-layered job. Perhaps Toby could be of last-minute use to him. One job, 2 days. That kind of idea was sweet as honey. If Toby were to hire him to kill Kakashi, that'd be a big win. Afterwards, Senshi could do good deeds, in the process quietly cleaning Toby's sins. Perfect. But Toby sounded perplexed. "Why would I kill Kakashi?" Meanwhile, by the memorial stone, Kakashi wrapped up his moment of grief and left the area. Seeing that, Toby wasn't in the mood to talk to Senshi. He hopped down from the tree to leave. But Senshi blocked him. Toby's eyes flashed dangerously from under the mask. Hearing Toby's question, Senshi raised his brows. Hey? You're just letting Kakashi go like that? He's the one who personally pierced Rin, right? Doesn't that make you want revenge? Senshi's words shocked Toby. Because not many people knew at detail, which meant Senshi's intelligence was insane. Inside, Toby felt a chill. On the surface, he maintained a cold front. You think something like that can affect me? What exactly are you trying to do? Facing Toby's interrogation, Senshi put on an innocent expression. I'm trying to help you. One word from you, and I'll handle Kakashi for you right away, and I'll only charge you a friendly rate. How about it? Hearing that, Toby felt even more certain that Nagato's info was on point. Senshi was the type who would do anything for a mission or for money. Other ninjas might betray their village for some reason. Senshi might simply do it because someone paid him. Senshi's eager look, hoping Toby would hire him, made Toby declare a curt kamui, as he teleported away with no intention of sticking around. As Toby fled, Senshi shrugged helplessly. He could go chase if he really wanted, maybe wait for Toby in the kamui dimension. But the more pressing matter was that now Kakashi was back and Senshi needed that Sharingan. So he scanned again for Kakashi's location, invoked the Kama-based space-time jump, and went to find him in a corner of Konoha's forest. Leaving the memorial stone behind, Kakashi walked gloomily with shoulders drooping, head bowed, an eye hidden under his mask. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his gaze. Not far from him, a dark red spatial vortex appeared. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged. It was Senshi. With interest, Senshi studied Hitaki Kakashi, the genius ninja of Konoha. The ninja world had many ninjas, but true geniuses were few. Hitaki Kakashi was quite special. No matter who he fought, he seemed able to go a few rounds, though whether he could win was another matter. Senshi was a bit curious. If Kakashi fought him, could it be a 50-50 match? While Senshi sized him up, Kakashi, full of caution, studied Senshi. In a serious tone, Kakashi spoke. Around 20 years old, red hair, wearing the black cloak with red clouds. You can create that dark red wormhole whenever you use your space-time ninjutsu. So you're Uzumaki Senshi, who's risen to fame lately around the black markets of Omegakure and Kyuzagakure. Senshi was surprised. Oh? You can figure all that out. It seemed Kakashi had quite a knack for intel. Indeed, Senshi thought, the rumored and famed copy ninja must have some real skill. He's also a disciple's disciple of Jiraiya, one of the three Sunin of intelligence. After stating Senshi's identity, Kakashi somberly continued. If you're blocking my path here, then am I your target? Faced with Kakashi's calm reasoning, Senshi was a bit taken aback. You deduced that as well? Between Toby and Kakashi, the difference in analysis was stark. Toby saw Senshi appear behind him and demanded what he wanted. Kakashi saw Senshi appear and deduced that he must be Senshi's mission target. Kakashi gave a short explanation. You, Uzumaki Senshi, known as the mission terrorist, the Grim Reaper of the black market. You're always either on a mission or en route to one. If you showed up here, it's not hard to guess. I'm probably your mission objective. Senshi said, indeed outwardly, but in his mind, he found it amusing. No wonder people call you a child prodigy, Chnin at 6, Janin at 13. That calm composure is truly impressive. While Senshi spoke, Kakashi kept silent, remaining on high alert. But Senshi hadn't come here just to chat, he went straight to the point. I'm here for your Sharingan. If you don't want unnecessary pain, do it yourself. Kakashi was surprised. He never thought the reason Senshi was after him was purely for the Sharingan. Then again, Senshi wasn't the first to covet it. Long ago, Danzo from Root had also been interested in that. Knowing Senshi's motive, Kakashi lifted H's headband. He wasn't planning to hand over the Sharingan. He intended to fight Senshi, employing full force. After all, with an opponent like Senshi, letting one's guard down for a moment would result in losing the Sharingan or possibly losing one's life. Revealing the Sharingan, Kakashi stared at Senshi, voice grave. From the intel I gathered, your specialty is lightning release. Coincidentally, lightning release is also what I excel at. It's rare to encounter such a strong lightning release user. Here's my chance to test myself. Hearing that, Senshi couldn't help showing a strange expression. Test your lightning release, against me? Even the successive rakeage might not be able to measure up. If the full mark for lightning skill was 10, Senshi's was at least 20. No matter how gifted Kakashi was, facing the god of lightning release still left him no edge. But from Kakashi's viewpoint, that was precisely the plan. Chidori. Facing Senshi, Kakashi gave his all. He opened by using his strongest lightning release, Chidori. ZZ. 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 Piercing arcs of electric blue energy danced around Kakashi's right hand. Violent lightning release chakra was poured into it with all the speed he could muster. Kakashi believed he might only get one chance in a Fig HT with Senshi, so he went all out from the start. Senshi noticed Kakashi's move and found it slightly amusing. Attacking me with lightning release, he's serious. Confronting Kakashi's charge, Senshi just used his rumble fruit ability. He too RNED his body intangible, so to speak elementalizing himself. Boom! One strike from Chidori went right through Senshi's heart, but at that moment, Kakashi's face suddenly tensed. The situation felt bizarre. Senshi hadn't dodged or blocked, he let Kakashi stab him. Sure enough, Kakashi's Chidori had pierced where Senshi's heart should be. Yet his feeling was off, he hadn't pierced actual flesh. On top of that, having his heart run through didn't harm Senshi at all. He still stood there smiling, no sign of eye injury. Senshi shook his head, recalling something interesting. In the Fourth Shinobi War, the Second Mizukage had thoroughly boot-camped the allied shinobi forces. Maybe Senshi would give Kakashi a little boot camp as well. Kakashi, that won't work. As soon as he spoke, he casually kicked Kakashi, sending him flying backward. Kakashi twisted midair, flipping once, and managed to stabilize his stance. Staring at Senshi, he found the man's clothes and body completely unscathed. Kakashi couldn't figure it out. Possibly Senshi possessed a jutsu akin to the Hazuki clans. Hydrification. He had never heard of a technique letting body and clothing both transform. But there wasn't time to dwell on that. If Senshi's intangible-like ability was truly unstoppable, this would be dire. Kakashi's expression turned grave. He realized he might be facing the strongest enemy in his entire career. Senshi gave a bored yawn, addressing Kakashi in a tone that sounded half scolding, half pitying. As the number -1 genius in Konoha, your lightning release is only at this level? Or have you gotten complacent from all that talk about being Konoha's first technician and copy ninja? Kakashi's talent was undeniable. Even in a great village like Konoha, few could rival him. But due to the burden of his Sharingan, plus mastering so many jutsu, he might have neglected refining his own specialty, particularly in the era before leading Team 7. ZZ. 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 Kakashi, unaffected by Senshi's mocking, kept carefully observing with the Sharingan. After a moment, he made another attack. Chidori. Though Senshi was strong, Kakashi believed he had a sliver of a chance. He attacked again, wanting to see if the intangible-like jutsu was truly invincible. Relying on the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he launched at a speed faster than before, rushing to Senshi's front. And then, the moment Kakashi brandished Chidori a second time, he was dumbfounded. Hey! Senshi hadn't even used space-time ninjutsu, he simply moved at an unimaginable speed, disappearing right before Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply as he panicked inside. How is that possible? What kind of speed is this? He was well aware that an expert at lightning release might be terrifyingly fast. But Senshi's speed was beyond reason. Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't even track him. First time, Senshi just stood still for Kakashi's strike, it achieved 0 damage. Second time, Kakashi attacked faster, but Senshi vanished before his eyes. This is bad. The instant that realization flashed through Kakashi's mind, it was already too late. To get bonus chapter, please vote. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1k words. The bonus chapters will be uploaded next week. So more Power Stone this week, more bonus chapters will be uploaded next week. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. More chapters in Patreon. Please check it out. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Onisan. Elbow Bolt. At the moment he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Senshi's voice suddenly came from behind him. When Kakashi swiftly turned around, he was struck in the abdomen, a terrifying blow carrying immense force sent him flying into midair. Still airborne, Kakashi had no time to reorient himself before Senshi closed in on him again. Amid crackling thunder and flashing lightning, the two of them slammed hard to the ground. Boom! The instant they landed, stone and earth around them were instantly shattered. Spiderweb-like cracks crazily spread in all directions, thick dust churned in the wind. When the dust settled, Senshi stood there without the slightest injury, not even ruffling his hair. Kakashi, on the other hand, had suffered severe damage. Had Senshi intended to kill him, Kakashi would already be dead. Indeed, it proved that a genius-type ninja was still no match for someone who worked so hard. Senshi could subdue Kakashi with ease, all thanks to his sweat and toil. Next, one mustn't forget the local custom. After arriving at Headpat village, having defeated the elite Jainin from Headpat village, one naturally had to perform this ritual. After patting Kakashi on the head a couple of times, Senshi, somewhat sighing with a lonely expert demeanor, said, "It'd be a pity to kill off a genius of your caliber. I've achieved what I have today solely through hard work, so I've decided to give you enough time to train and grow. Once you've reached a sufficient level, come challenge me again, prove that genius can prevail over effort." Fortunately, Karin wasn't her otherwise, she'd be blinded by the dazzling aura of Senshi's sweat and hard-working pride. "I already gave you a chance just now. Since you wouldn't remove the Sharingan yourself, I'll just have to do it for you." With that, Senshi lashed out a sharp kick to Kakashi's chest, followed by a lightning-fast grab. Before Kakashi could grasp what was happening, his Sharingan was already in Senshi's hand. In the moment that sharp pain came, Senshi had placed Kakashi's Sharingan into a small container. Kakashi clutched the gaping wound around his empty eye socket, mind full of sorrow and despair. That Sharingan was an extremely precious Kekii Genkai of Konoha, and moreover, Obito's keepsake. But there was no helping it. Uzumaki Senshi was far too strong. If he really intended to, Senshi could instantly kill Kakashi. Under Kakashi's despairing, resentful gaze, the unthinkable happened. Senshi pulled out yet another glass jar and casually tossed it to the ground in front of Kakashi. I'm not some devil. Consider this in exchange, take it. 2 for the price of 1. You actually come out ahead. Inside the clear glass jar lay a pair of crimson, 3 Tomo Sharingan. For a moment, Kakashi just stood there, stupefied. A surge of unspeakable shock flooded his heart. What on earth was going on? Senshi had seized his single Sharingan, yet then tossed him a pair in return? Kakashi was completely baffled, frowning as he stared at those 2 eyes, his mind racing with questions. That original Sharingan was Obito's bequest. Could there be some hidden secret behind all this? Or did it have something to do with Obito? But how could that be possible? Obito was already. In a swirl of chaotic thoughts, his confusion only deepened. By that time, Senshi had used his space time ninjutsu and vanished. Kakashi looked at where Senshi disappeared, his heart filled with shock and conflicting emotions. He simply couldn't fathom why Senshi did that, nor figure out how Senshi could so easily toss him a pair of Sharingan, one of the Ninja World's most valuable Kekkai Genkai, just like handing out candy. One should note, not long ago, in its quest to capture the Byakugan from Konoha, Kumagakure had racked its brains and still failed. Hinata Hyga's Byakugan was still safe. That same incident had cost Hyga Hisashi his life. Yet Senshi had just casually left him 2-3 Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi didn't realize that if Senshi had enough employment points, he could possess more Sharingan than even Danzo did. Senshi had no clue what Kakashi might be thinking. By then, he'd already gone to find Obito. Meanwhile, Obito was still speeding along his route, continuously using the body flicker technique. Deep down, he was grateful. Phew, thank goodness I ran fast. He felt quite satisfied with how he handled things just moments ago. Before he could relish that feeling, a dark red vortex-like portal quickly appeared not far away. Spotting that ominous, crimson-black spiral, Obito's heart gave a jolt. Underneath his mask, his expression showed deep wariness. Still, he forced a tone of annoyance. Uzumaki Senshi, what's your deal now? Senshi wore a playful grin as he looked at Obito. I'm here to do you a favor. Reality's too cruel, so I thought I'd send you to that wonderful world where Rin is still alive. His words were filled with unconcealed killing intent. Obito, behind the mask, instantly looked horrified. Nagato, you sold me out. Although Senshi had never been friendly, he'd never directly shown intent to kill. Now he was openly gunning for Obito's life, and in Obito's mind, the only explanation was that Nagato had leaked the details of their conversation. Without a second thought, Obito tried slipping into his intangibility state and fleeing. But Senshi had no desire to continue their game of cat and mouse. Raising an arm, Senshi unleashed a terrifying lightning column that instantly swallowed Obito. Rumble! That enormous electric current froze Obito in place. When the flash of lightning dissipated, Obito's eyes bulged wide, and he collapsed like a wooden dummy. Baka na. Thud. Thanks to Senshi's delicate mastery of lightning chakra, the attack fully incapacitated Obito but wasn't overly injurious. Whether Obito had spent his life standing tall was uncertain, but at the moment, he was definitely laid out flat. Bending down, Senshi grabbed Obito by the collar, hefted him over his shoulder, and hummed a tune as he went to deliver his package. 1 billion, RY 1 billion, RY, a lifetime of spending doesn't run out. Although Orochimaru's commission this time was for 100 million RY, Senshi reasoned it was all effectively his money in the long run. In Orochimaru's research base near Megakure, Orochimaru was busy with experiments. As the man who single-handedly propelled the ninja world's technology forward, Orochimaru was always willing to devote time to his research. Some joked that if Orochimaru died, the ninja world's science and tech would be set back by 200 years. In Senshi's view, that estimate is actually on the low side. This time, Senshi had come to present him with an ideal new vessel, someone with dual kamui. If Orochimaru combined that with his own knowledge, who knew what new horrors, or benefits, might visit the ninja world? Once Orochimaru was done with his transmigration, Senshi might keep farming missions from him. Orochimaru would stir up trouble, Senshi would pick up the job of subduing him, and thus keep raking in missions. Plop! A dull thud sounded as Senshi casually tossed Obito limp as a rag doll onto the floor near Orochimaru. At the same time, from inside his cloak, Senshi produced a glass jar and placed it on Orochimaru's workbench. Then he stuck out his hand with practiced ease. Mission complete. Pay up. Orochimaru took in the sight of Obito half dead on the floor and the glass jar containing a Sharingan on his bench. An icy grin of delight appeared on his pale face. Already finished? That's you all over. I haven't even set everything up, and you've already brought him here. Senshi shrugged nonchalantly. Your side of things is your business. As far as I'm concerned, the mission is done. Fork over the payment. Not wanting to waste time with Orochimaru, once he turned in the mission, he'd get a ton of employment points, then do a big spree of draws. Orochimaru, jar in hand, threw a greedy glance at Obito lying on the ground. With a sinister tone, he said, "Relax. Even if I tried to stiff someone, I wouldn't dare stiff you." Finished speaking, Orochimaru went to fetch a chest containing an array of checks, each redeemable at the money exchange for a total of 100 million RY. Handing it to Senshi. Senshi received the chest, and at that moment, the system's mission complete alert sounded in his head. Client Orochimaru. Mission objective: deliver Uchiha Obito along with his other Sharingan to Orochimaru's base. Reward: 100 million RY. Mission rank: S bonus, 100,000 employment points. Hearing that, Senshi happily clapped his hands. 100,000 points, another huge windfall. Looking at Orochimaru, he felt like seeing a fat sheep. Though Tsunade was rumored to be a fat sheep as well, collecting her gambling debts was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was far simpler to exploit. A fake big sheep, Tsunade Heim. A real big sheep, Orochimaru. Another genuine sucker, Danzo. Cheerfully, Senshi said to Orochimaru. Pleasure doing business, pleasure doing business. Looking quite eager, he shook Orochimaru's hand. Snake bro, so what's next? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Once I finish my transference, I have many matters to attend to. Half true, half false. He wanted to see whether, after obtaining a perfect Uchiha vessel, he could somehow get his hands on Senshi as well. The Uchiha clan was once his notion of a perfect host, but that was before. Right now, the perfect host he coveted might be Senshi the Uzumaki. If he could take over Senshi's body, he'd have free reign in the ninja world, able to research whatever he pleased. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Senshi felt a twinge of regret. Who knew how long Orochimaru would need to prepare for his living corpse reincarnation? If Orochimaru could immediately assign him another mission, that'd be great, but it was no matter. You couldn't just keep fleecing one sheep forever. So Senshi raised a thumb. I'll wait for your good news. With that, he departed. Orochimaru promptly picked up the jar containing the Sharingan, then carefully hefted Obito, making for the depths of his lab. He might not have scored the absolute best vessel in one go, but after seeing Uchiha Itaka's display, he was more certain than ever that an Uchiha body was the ideal container, and now he had a perfect Uchiha. Excitement churned in his heart. Once he successfully completed the transference, his strength would soar, and many of his long-shelved plans would be set in motion. In the Hokage's office at Konoha's Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished his latest stack of paperwork. He tidied the documents, stretched, and peeled on to go check on Naruto. But at that moment, knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door with urgency. "Come in," Hiruzen responded at once, not wanting to keep them waiting. "What's happened?" The Anbu agent before him, belonging to his own forces, spoke in a somewhat nervous tone. "Lord Hokage, the treasury has been robbed." Sarutobi was stunned. The village's funds were kept there, a store of the mission pay shared by the ninja after so many tasks. He shot up from his seat. When did this happen? And how much was taken? Soon Hiruzen would learn it wasn't about how much money but how many billions of RY had gone missing. After taking inventory, it appears a total of 1 billion RY were taken from the treasury. Hey! Hiruzen's heart sank. 1 billion RY stolen? Even if Konoha's economy was relatively strong, that was an astronomical sum for the village. They had to find out who was responsible. Hiruzen hurried to the treasury, where Anbu had already begun a thorough investigation and checking. Arriving, Hiruzen asked the masked Anbu around him. "Any developments?" One Anbu squad leader stepped forward to report. "The treasury itself, and the area around it, show no signs of forced entry or damage. So we suspect someone entered normally and removed the 1 billion RY themselves." The squad leader's wording was tactful. They said someone had entered normally. But only a few people in the entire village had the key to the treasury or the authority to come and go normally. Even Ta Chuf, the Anbu leader, hadn't spelled it out. The third Hokage could deduce it. Hiruzen's aged face darkened in anger. So it was an inside job after all. Shaking his head, he reasoned. "I can't believe any of the village's ninja would do such a thing. This must be handled discreetly, keep it classified, no leaks. No one must speak of it." As Hokage, he had a lot to consider. If people found out a high-level Konoha ninja, or even top management, had taken the money, it would spark a major crisis of trust. After carefully examining the treasury inside and out, Sarutobi reached the same conclusion as the Anbu. Very likely it was an inside job. If that was correct, he already had a suspect in mind. Among the entire Konoha, who was more audacious, unscrupulous, and cunning than Danzo? Danzo had done few good deeds in his life, and quite a few shady ones. This time, he wouldn't even need to take blame for something he didn't do because it actually was Danzo's doing. He had walked off with 1 billion RY from the Tiare Asuri. Returning to his office, Sarutobi wore a severe, icy expression as he declared, "Tell Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato Homura, and Yuta and Koharu to come here at once. Inform them that some things happened in the village, and we need to discuss it together." Nodding, the Anbu left to summon the 3 senior Konoha advisors. Elsewhere in the forests of Konoha, a swirling dark red portal materialized. Long-term employment mission accepted. Client, Shimura Danzo. Goal, provide indefinite safety consultant service, ensuring Danzo is not killed by others. Reward, 100 million RY per year. Rank, S. Mission bonus, +1 super draw, plus 100,000 employment points. 2 celebrations at once. Clearly, the wood clone with Danzo had already collected the money. Senshi was in a cheerful mood. He'd gotten 200,000 points in total time to draw to his heart's content. Plus another 100 million RY, he could never spend it all. In fact, Senshi's finances had already reached a ridiculous level, now it was even more bottomless. Those 200k employment points would yield who knew how many good items. Indeed, his system storage already held quite a few treasures. At this rate, someday he'd be able to form an entire ninja army from them and sail across the stars. Or he could just wait until the Satsuki arrived to stir things up. The more chaos in the ninja world, the more missions to be had. The more missions, the more points, the better he'd draw, and the stronger he'd become. It was all looking terrific, his future unlimited. Senshi decided that later tonight, he'd treat Karin and Suzuki to a fancy meal in celebration. Using the tattoo space-time technique, Senshi appeared back in the forest area, only to find something wrong. Where had his big little assistant gone? Neither Suzuki nor Karin was in sight. Not too far away, Suzuki was pinned underfoot by Itaki, while Karin had activated her initial Susanoo, enveloping herself in a huge pink skeleton. Karin's little face was tense and stern, staring at the intruder who'd shown up. Seeing that from a distance, Senshi felt a hint of amusement. Here it is, the iconic scene has arrived. But first, Senshi approached Karin rather than look on at the iconic brothers drama. Karin, did Itaka give you any trouble? Seeing him appear, Karin immediately relaxed upon sensing that familiar chakra. Her heart warmed further when she heard him ask if the intruder had hurt her. She quickly shook her head. Senshi, that guy didn't do anything to me. Hearing that, Senshi folded his arms and turned to watch the drama not far away. Uchiha Itaki, sporting his manjiki, stood aloof, eyes cold, stepping on Suzuki. Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me, loathe me, and survive in disgrace, run, cling to life. Then someday, when you have eyes like mine, come and face me again. Suzuki, hearing those words, clenched his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter, his eyes filled with fury. He desperately tried to stand and fig ht, but at present, the gap between him and Itaki was far too large. There was nothing he could do. As for Itaki, his own emotions were complicated. He'd rushed to Konoha upon hearing that the extremely dangerous Uzumaki Senshi was in the village, fearing for Sasuke's safety. Arriving, he quickly gathered intel. Apparently Senshi hadn't harmed Suzuki. In fact, Senshi was now acting as Sasuke's personal tutor. Under Senshi's guidance, Suzuki had picked up a decent mastery of lightning ninjutsu for his age, but that wasn't enough. Suzuki still needed greater hatred and loathing toward him. Only such intense pressure would force Suzuki to push himself to the limit, powering up to kill Itaki. Sasuke's current progress was passable in Itaki's eyes. But after seeing that Karin Anon Uchiha had not only awakened the manjiki but was using Susanoo, Itaki felt that maybe he was too soft in beating his little brother. This girl was about Sasuke's age, after all, and if she could do it, so theoretically could Suzuki. Plus, Karin's presence confirmed that Senshi had done extensive research on the Sharingan. While Itaka lectured his brother, Senshi asked Karin how they ended up in that predicament. Karin, still a bit shaken, explained. Not long ago, that person Sud Nly showed up at the place where Suzuki and I were training. The moment Suzuki saw him, it was like he went berserk. He charged straight at the guy, trying to fight him. I got worried the guy might kill Suzuki, so I followed from behind, all the way here. Once she finished, Senshi basically understood. He wasn't going to let Itaka keep dishing it out on Sasuke. Sasuke's development was fine at its current pace, and besides, Sasuke was Senshi's employer and student. As the teacher, Senshi couldn't just stand there watching Itachi thrash his pupil. Senshi walked toward Itachi and Sasuke. First, he addressed Itachi. Ichi-ni-san, that's enough. If you keep pounding on my client, I'll have to get serious with you. Then switching faces in an instant, he gave Sasuke a friendly smile. Sasuke, since we're teacher and student, how about I give you a friends and family discount too? Take him out for you? Deal. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless outwardly but felt a deep strangeness inside. He already knew Senshi had great power, but was this man's personality truly suited for teaching his kid? Brother? A bizarre image flashed through his mind. One day in the future, Sasuke sidles up, hands rubbing together, wearing a mischievous grin. Ani-san, got any job leads for me? C'mon, we're brothers, I'll cut you the family discount. Itachi shuddered a little, goosebumps rising all over. More chapters in Patreon. More Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Almost every chapter after is 3k words. Thank you for reading. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 63, Itachi got cornered. Sasuke lifted his head with difficulty, forcing out each word. I will definitely kill him with my own hands. In fact, even if Senshi hadn't spoken, Itachi felt that what he did to Sasuke this time was pretty much enough. For the near future, his foolish little brother would certainly have the drive to train desperately. So Itachi withdrew his leg, completely ignoring Sasuke. Sasuke, from beginning to end, glared daggers at Itachi. If not for his severe injuries limiting his movement, he would have gotten up again to fight Itachi with all his might. Seeing that Sasuke had been released, Karin hurriedly ran over. Noticing Hi's severe wounds, she prepared to use healing technique. But then Karin felt a bit awkward. In the past, whenever Senshi asked her to practice medical ninjutsu, she would always be studying cooking instead. Like today, while Sasuke was diligently training, Karin went to the little river and started fishing. Ah, shoot, Sasuke's really hurt, and he's such an important client to Senshi. Senshi, what do we do? Karin hastily looked to Senshi for instructions, thinking that if he said so, she could let Sasuke beat her to heal. Unexpectedly, Senshi looked quite unconcerned, waving a hand and remarking. Don't worry about it, Ichi-ni-san. This is just how these brothers say hello, friendly sibling. Greetings. You'll see. One day, after Sasuke grows strong, he'll beat Itachi half to death in return. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, aimed a guarded gaze at Senshi. Uzumaki Senshi, what's your purpose in coming to Konoha? For such a dangerous person to appear in the village, Itachi worried about Sasuke's safety while also worrying for Konoha itself. From what he learned via Kisame, Senshi could crush and subdue Kirigakure's tailed beast single-handed. Should Senshi wreak havoc in Konoha, no one would be able to stop him. Hearing Itachi's question, Senshi casually set Karin down and, rather bored, flicked his fingers. And what business is that of yours? He cared not for Itachi's concerns. As a professional mercenary, Senshi wore a perfectly amiable smile for his paying clients, but for someone like Itachi, who had no money to offer, there was no need for courtesy. He certainly didn't expect any high-paying requests from Itachi. Senshi's words made Itachi, usually expressionless, frown a bit. He simply didn't know Senshi's agenda in coming to Konoha. All that was clear was that Senshi had arrived, become Sasuke's tutor, and also gone around the Land of Fire's black market. Apart from that, Itachi didn't know what Senshi had done. He had noticed a section of forest, destroyed by a lightning technique likely Senshi's Doing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but once again marvel at Senshi's lightning release talent. Under Senshi's guidance, Suzuki would surely grow to an inconceivable level. While Itake was pondering, Senshi yawned idly and asked in return. What abu tu, Ichi ni-san? What are you doing in Konoha? Weren't you here just to beat my client and student to a pulp? Should I consider that you're picking a fight with me? Itake quickly recovered his usual calm. He answered in a steady tone. I was just passing by, taking a look. With that, he turned away, intending to leave. He didn't want excessive contact with Senshi, let alone a confrontation. If they came to blows and Senshi injured him badly, Suzuki might climb up to finish him off, thus ruining his plan entirely. Likewise, Senshi had no intention of fighting Itake. Suzuki hadn't requested any beat Itake commission, so what would be the point? Just as Itake was walking away, Senshi's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. A dark red swirl portal appeared, blocking Itake's path. Immediately, Itake's stare grew vigilant. Senshi, with a playful expression, chuckled. Far off, Karin watched Senshi's expression and wore a sly little grin. Clearly Senshi was about to trap someone again. Sure enough, Senshi turned to Itake and said. You gave my client a beating and frightened my little assistant, Karin. Did you plan to just leave it at that? Those words made Itake more on guard. Before he could think any further, Senshi leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Ichi ni-san, you wouldn't want your foolish little brother learning your secret, would you? Instantly, Itake's expression changed dramatically. Itake. Though it seemed unbelievable, he had a feeling Senshi really did know something. This made sense, given that Kakuzu, Orochimaru, and Kisame had all said Senshi possessed an information network beyond common understanding. Itake feigned composure. Secret? I have no secret. But Senshi continued without letting him off. Of course I'm talking about that deal you made with Konoha's. He abruptly cut off. Clearly, Itake understood exactly what he meant. At those words, Itake's face took on a look of utter shock. He glanced sideways at Suzuki and Karin. Karin was healing Suzuki, who winced under her not-so practiced healing jutsu. Neither of them was paying attention. Only then did Itake let out a breath. He took a deep breath and said. Say it, what do you want? He decided to handle this crisis for now. Senshi evidently knew about his arrangement with Konoha's top brass. Should that come to light, it would ruin the game he'd set up for Sasuke's growth. Seeing Itake yield, Senshi smiled. I'm short of a partner on missions right now. At that moment, far away in Omegakure, the Shark-faced Kisame sneezed. He still had no idea that he'd effectively lost his partner without even being on scene. Itake pondered a while. He recalled Kakuzu, who had the Earth Grudge Fear technique that made him near immortal. Yet, even Kakuzu couldn't be working with Senshi, regularly emerging with dark circles in a hollow gaze as though drained. And Kisame had told him about nearly being sold off by Senshi in Kirigakure. This post was downright hazardous. Let someone else do it. Hence, Itake shook his head firmly. I refuse. But Senshi obviously wouldn't let him off so easily. He needed an assistant. Given that this assistant was Uchiha Itake, a local who could handle things in Konoha's black market, he was the best possible candidate. Senshi gave him a cunning look. Ichi ni-san, you're sure? Then don't blame me. Senshi faced Suzuki in the distance and raised his voice. Suzuki. I've got a big secret you might want to. Wait. Itake pinched his brow, vexed. This fully unscrupulous approach left him no room. He had no choice but to surrender. With a weary sigh, he asked. What do I need to do? Senshi, seeing Itaka's capitulation, knew it was because he had leverage with Suzuki. He grinned. Simple. I need you to gather up all the black market jobs around Konoha. Itaki. Shocked, Itaki echoed. All the black market jobs around here. Sure enough, the Land of Fire was among the 5 great shinobi nations. Konoha was the strongest shinobi village. Hence the black markets in Land of Fire were the largest in the ninja world. So, all? Yet Senshi was unwavering. Yet. Ichi and I-san. We're picking up every single black market commission in the Fire Country, near Konoha. Senshi cheerfully slung an arm around Itaka's shoulder, all smiles. Come on, we can chat as we go. Watching Senshi walk off with an arm around Itaki, Suzuki stood there dumbfounded. That big secret? Today's lesson. His expression turned sullen. He's obviously in league with Itaki. Liar. Meanwhile Karin, noticing Sasuke's face darkening, piped up soothingly. Relax, that guy who beat you won't have a good end. You saw Senshi's face attack is in for big trouble. But Suzuki didn't cheer up. Tch, anyone close to Itaki is unreliable. That set Karin off. Hey! That's not fair. Senshi's a super reliable ninja. She folded her arms, adding. As long as it's not pinned to a job, Senshi's always reliable. Her summation was downright perfect. Suzuki snorted. What difference does that make? He still wore his scowl, but some part of him was grudgingly forced to agree that Senshi's training had quickly raised his skill. He simply hated that Itaka had shown up, that Senshi had parted without finishing the lesson, plus the notion that they seemed suspiciously friendly. While Suzuki was fuming and Karin was complaining, a dark red swirl portal appeared behind them. In a flash, Senshi walked out with a faint cough. Startled, both kids jumped. Thwop! Thwop! He flicked his fingers in 2 quick moves, giving them each a tle smack on the head. Then, with a genial grin, he chided. You 2 brats, how can you talk behind teacher's back like that? Karin shot back. But I wasn't. She secretly griped it was all Suzuki, I was just telling the truth. Of course, Senshi had never genuinely been angry at these 2. He'd come back now for 2 reasons. 1. Leave a wood clone to protect them both. 2. Assign them new training tasks. Pop! Senshi clapped his hands together with a commanding little shout. Wood style, wood clone. Crack S split the ground beside him. A moment later, a wood clone identical to Senshi sprouted up. That done, Senshi turned to Karin, patting her bright red hair. Karin, you'll stay here practicing the healing jutsu. Go fish some injured fish of varying severity. Then try to heal them completely. Karin immediately drooped. She'd never been very motivated in ninjutsu training. Senshi himself hardly ever gets injured. And if he does, I can let him bite me, so what's the big deal about learning medical ninjutsu? Isn't it simpler to refine my cooking? So, where are you going? She asked in a forlorn tone. Senshi flashed a broad grin. I'm heading out with Itaka to the black market for some tasks. Karin had known it only the words mission could get him so fired up. Having settled Karin, Senshi turned to Suzuki. Until I return, your main mission is to generate 10 thunder orbs at once. This will push your mastery of the technique, your chakra reserves, and your fine control to the limit. Senshi had laid out a stable path for Suzuki to develop, intending first to fortify his basics thoroughly. Once Sasuke's foundation was solid, Senshi would pass on more profound lightning release jutsu. Weak foundation leads to shaky results. Suzuki kept thinking about Itaki. Humph, liar. He turned up his nose, all standoffish. Senshi, though, paid that no mind. As long as your fundamentals stay firm, I've got loads of lightning release techniques. You can learn as many as you like. 100 Power Stone equals 1k words. Probably why gonna change to top in rankings. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, it's gone, but not completely. Konoha, at the Hokage's office in the Hokage residence. Inside were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sh Imura Dans, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura Konohas. F4 all seated together. Once everyone was present, Hiruzen spoke bluntly. 1 billion RY has gone missing from Konoha's treasury. 1 billion RY is by no means a small amount of money. Hiruzen, as Hokage, had experienced who knows how many storms in his life. Holding that position, a ninja needed sufficient poise and strength of character, and Hiruzen of course possessed those. Yet, even he, upon hearing such a piece of news at first, was utterly shocked. The base pay for an S-rank mission begins at 1 million RY. Calculating from that minimum standard, one would need exactly 10,000 S-rank missions worth of pay to reach that sum. And a ninja village typically takes half the total reward from missions performed by its ninja, meaning a total of 20,000 S-rank missions would be needed for the village to gather that much. If all that were to be done within a single year, Konoha's ninja would have to complete an average of 55 S-rank missions every single day just to earn that sum in time. Never mind S-rank on an A-rank mission, normally one cannot simply finish in the span of a single day. Having realized such a staggering sum had disappeared from the village treasury, Homura and Koharu were both enraged. Dan's expression too became extremely grave. He was putting on an act, of course. The others might not know how the village money disappeared, but he certainly did. Seething with anger, Mito Kato Homura said. Hiruzen, what in the world is going on? How could so much money suddenly vanish from the village treasury? Money, to shinobi, is extremely important. A shinobi village exists to train and support ninja, but it is also home to many civilians whose own or whose children's talents might qualify them to become ninja. Those large numbers of people cannot all be fed just from ninja mission pay. Thus each village needs the daime of its great nation to grant periodic funding. That is why the daime, despite not residing in the village, still has a significant influence on it. If a village's citizens want to live well, if the village as a whole wants to develop further, it will require the daime's financial aid. At this moment, Koharu and Homura, both glaring at Hiruzen in growing dissatisfaction, clearly expected answers. As Hokage, Hiruzen was responsible, no matter what explanations he might give. Confronted by their discontent, Hiruzen spoke calmly. I personally, along with our top Anbu, investigated the site. No sooner had he said this than Koharu pressed him. What's the result of that investigation? Hiruzen did not conceal anything and reported plainly. Inside the Konoha treasury, and in the surrounding area, there were no signs of destruction. All indications suggest it was done by an insider. Those words caused both Koharu and Homura's faces to change drastically. Within Konoha, those who can come and go from the treasury at will are basically only these four. They were all fiercely loyal to the village. Yet if, from someone's point of view, it was for Konoha's sake, one of them might have quietly used that enormous sum for what they believed could revitalize the village. Such a possibility existed. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura all wore solemn looks as they directed their gaze at Dans. Among them, the one with the greatest likelihood to do something like that was surely Dans. Dans maintained a dark expression, looking equally severe, as if outraged and troubled by the same matter. Homura hesitated a moment, then said, uncertainly. The root's information gathering is always excellent. You have no relevant intel on this. Homura's words were fairly courteous. Dan's face turned gloomier, and he answered coldly. No. At present, what he needed to do was deny everything, no matter what. Seeing that after Homura had raised the topic to this extent, Dan's remained tight-lipped, Hiruzen grew even more frustrated. He demanded. In that case, Dan's, tell us your view on this. A sum this large cannot simply go missing. We owe the Huele village an explanation. 1 billion RY was no trivial figure. It demanded an absolute explanation. During the time the treasury was robbed, Hiruzen continued, Koharu, Homura, and I had not even gone near it. The meaning was perfectly clear, the bulletin monitoring everyone's movements across the village could corroborate that none of the three had touched the treasury. Hence the question of who did it was obvious. Dan's face was grim, as though it might drip water. Of course, from his perspective, so long as they could not produce ironclad evidence that it was him, he would not admit a thing. While Dan's was confronting Konoha's F3 in anger, Orochimaru, in a certain facility's deepest chambers, was in the final stages of his impure world reincarnation, no, rather, of his living corpse reincarnation technique. This shinobi world's scientific forerunner was about to conduct yet another major experiment. In his view, if he fully obtained the body of an Uchiha, it would open new horizons. In his subterranean research base, everything was prepared. In a fluid-filled tank, Uchiha Obito, subdued by Orochimaru, was resting silently. One side of Obito's body was evidently not his own. But Orochimaru was in too much of a rush to investigate further. He wanted that Uchiha vessel so badly, he could taste it. He double-checked each element. Then, making a hand sign, Orochimaru, voice quivering with excitement, exclaimed. An Uchiha body! So worth anticipating! Thanks to so much preparation, he finally had it. Ugh! His neck lunged forward like a snake, biting down at Obito's neck inside the fluid tank. At once, Orochimaru's body and Obito's body established a chakra link. His soul, following that channel of chakra, slowly migrated into Obito's body. This too came neither too long nor too short. Very soon, Orochimaru discovered something that astonished him. Within Obito's body, there was another soul. What? How can this be? Even one as knowledgeable as Orochimaru found it mind-boggling. He had foreseen all sorts of scenarios for reincarnation, but had never once imagined he would encounter something like this. Slightly cursing in his mind. That wretched brat Uzumaki Senshi actually gave me a problem-laden Uchiha. Meanwhile, around the land of fire near Konoha, at a certain black market, Uzumaki Senshi and Uchiha Itaka's entry caused many eyes to turn. Itaka stated icily to the black market's staff. I want to accept every single mission you have. Raised in the shadows, black markets remain a colossal presence in the shinobi world, their intelligence networks not lacking. The moment Senshi and Itaka walked in, some staff recognized them, especially Senshi, who had come not long before. But Itaka's request left the black market manager perplexed. All the missions here? You want to accept them all? Itaka, expressionless, nodded. Yes. How can you possibly finish all those missions? Hearing that, Senshi just chuckled. Are you sure you understand my mission abilities? It was a pity the manager wasn't he typed to respond with, I've long wanted to see what it's like for the so-called black market legend at his peak. So Senshi found it slightly dull, made a dismissive wave, and said, doesn't matter if we can do them or not, your job is just to hand them all over. He pointed to Itaki, telling the manager to hurry up. The Land of Fire was a great nation, so it really did have a mass of black market missions. But Senshi didn't care, no matter how many or how tricky. As they took every mission from the Black K market, the many other ninja present looked on in disbelief. They're crazy. Taking every mission in the hall. But not everyone there was clueless. One ninja piped up. Don't you know anything? That red-haired man, that's Uzumaki Senshi. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. A name is as weighty as a tree's shadow. Senshi's name carried absolute authority in the black market. Gah! After a while, everyone drew a sharp breath. Some recognized him, the man who had performed countless missions. He had the highest completion rate. He was known as the mission terrorist, with a record that far surpassed even that of Kakuzu, who had been working as a bounty hunter since the first Hokage's era. Furthermore, Senshi had maintained an unbroken 100% success rate, truly a legend. None in the hall dared protest any further. Soon Senshi and Itaka swept the entire black market's tasks into a stack of commission scrolls. Observing that stack in Senshi's hands, Itaka stood by quietly. So many missions, where does one even begin? Senshi shot him a broad grin, patting him on the shoulder. All right, that's done. Let's go handle them right away. As if reading his partner's thoughts, Senshi said. We'll finish the tasks we have, then come back. By the time we're done, these guys will have stacked up a few more. Perfect timing. Itaki. He found he was at a loss for words. So many missions, and Senshi actually wanted them all done? He recognized that these tasks ranged from trivial to extremely dangerous. Each day you completed one or two, you might eventually get through them in a normal scenario. But Senshi wanted to swallow the entire backlog at once. He couldn't help but recall Kakuzu's haggard face, or Kisame's claims of nearly being sold off. Indeed, partnering with Senshi was akin to riding a runaway horse. At that moment, Senshi clapped his hands. Would release, would clone. In a flash, cracks split the ground, and multiple wood clones rose up in a row. The clones lined up. 4 instructions, each selecting various mission scrolls from Senshi. Indeed, Senshi's plan was to delegate huge amounts of work to his clones, so they could scatter and complete tasks in parallel. Seeing that, Itaka felt an odd sense of déjà vu. As a boy, he had occasionally used said shadow clones to handle chores or training. Now Senshi was similarly employing wood clones to mass handle black market tasks. Finally, Senshi pulled out one mission scroll labeled Capture a Dangerous Missing Nin, tossed a few more to his clones, then turned to Itaki. Alright, let's go. This scroll's the first. He placed a hand on Itaka's shoulder, a swirl of dark red portal opened up, and they disappeared into the swirling space. While Senshi and Itaka were busily harvesting missions in the black markets outside Konoha, Konoha itself wasn't calm. At the Hokage's office in the Hokage residence, Hitaki Kakashi had just arrived outside and lifted his hand to knock, only to see the door pulled open abruptly from inside. Out stormed Dan's, expression dark, slamming the door with an indignant snort and stomping away. In a fury, Kakashi, baffled, entered the office. Inside, the third Hokage Hiruzen, flanked by Koharu and Homura, wore faces of anger. The latter two marched out just as aggravated. Kakashi had never seen them that incensed. He wondered, what on earth happened in here? Watching Koharu and Homura vanish in a huff, Hiruzen let out a slow sigh, trying to quell his own anger. All right, Kakashi, what is it? Kakashi, wordlessly, lifted his Hitai-8 to reveal an empty socket. Instantly, Hiruzen, who looked 10 years older after the day's stress nearly jumped as though aging with shock. What, your Sharingan? Where is it? The Sharingan was critical to Konoha. After the Uchiha clan's downfall, Kakashi's eye was especially precious. Moreover, Kakashi was one of the village's elite, extremely powerful. For someone to forcibly take his Sharingan was almost unthinkable. In a grave tone, Kakashi said, "It was taken from me, by a very strong shinobi." Hiruzen's shock and anger soared. "You were robbed of it, for real?" He always thought that scenario nearly impossible. But even more startling developments were yet to come. Kakashi gave a pained sigh and continued. "And, however hard it may be to believe, in the same moment he took my Sharingan, something else happened that left me truly confused." With that, he reached into his pouch and produced a small glass container, setting it atop Hiruzen's desk. Thank you for reading. Patreon.com/bleam. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Also, if you like the fanfic, please leave a review. Thank you again. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Snake Lady. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the Hokage, had witnessed countless storms and all sorts of emergencies in his lifetime. Yet even at his advanced age, he had never come across a situation quite like this. Because on his desk, placed by Kakashi, was a glass container holding a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi's Sharingan was gone. However, in exchange, he had acquired an extremely precious set of 3 Tomo Sharingan. At that moment, Hiruzen sat gazing at the glass bottle containing the eyes, his expression unusually solemn. He asked Kakashi in a weighty tone, "What in the world happened here?" This time around, Kakashi did not conceal anything. He explained in full detail how his Sharingan had been snatched away, as well as the origins of this pair of Sharingan. After hearing him out, Hiruzen took the glass bottle for a closer look. Although it was practically impossible to fake a Sharingan, there had been a case in the past where a shinobi used a technique to counterfeit it. That person was Yamato, at that time called Tens. They had tried using wood release to craft a wooden Sharingan to fool Dans, but Dans had only glared with one eye, not both. Yamato's little trick nearly landed him in tremendous trouble. Right now, Hiruzen scrutinized the pair of Sharingan soaking inside the glass container. Concluding that these 2 extremely precious Sharingan had no problems, he set the bottle aside and asked Kakashi with puzzlement, "Why would he do such a thing?" Kakashi shook his head. He too wanted the answer, but whom could he ask? After thinking for a bit, he voiced a conjecture. "Lord Hokage, after the Battle of Konobe Bridge, we never retrieved Obito's body." Sarutobi Hiruzen, as clever as he was, instantly felt a jolt. Because that implied a possibility, the long dead Obito might not be dead after all. Konoha's higher-ups did not know nothing about the Sharingan, they had some relevant intel. If Obito's Sharingan was special among Sharingan, and if Obito were alive. Seeing the Hokage showing a contemplative look, Kakashi realized Hiruzen understood what he meant. He then continued, "Lord Hokage, I believe Obito could still be alive. Moreover, Obito's Sharingan might possess certain very unusual abilities." Hiruzen nodded slightly. "Go on." Kakashi continued. "I suspect someone needs both of Obito's eyes to accomplish some objective. Or else wants Obito, with 2 Sharingan, to carry out a specific plan. I hope, Lord Hokage, that you will assign me a team to investigate." Hiruzen fell silent. The whole matter was extremely suspicious, and it reeked of something ominous. While Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage were racking their brains over this, Senshi was in an excellent mood. He didn't care whether Kakashi would be grateful for the extra pair of Sharingan or not. At the moment, he was too busy crazily farming missions alongside Itaki, leaving him no time to concern himself with other things. Beside a small creek, just as Senshi was about to use Kama to open a spatial portal, Uchiha Itaki suddenly spoke up to stop him. "I have a question." Senshi paused, somewhat surprised. "What question?" Wearing a conflicted expression, Itaka spoke. "We haven't rested at all since we started these missions." Senshi scratched his head. "Is that a problem?" Itaki. Senshi's reply left Itaki utterly speechless. Who does missions without resting at all? Even between two jobs, one needs a break. Let alone in the midst of a single mission, you typically rest at some point. Previously, with Hoshigaki Kisame, they had strolled around on foot at a leisurely pace. After a moment's pause, Itaka said, "I think we need to rest properly before continuing to the next job." Senshi shook his head quickly. "Ichi and I-san, no need. I'm not tired in the slightest." Deep down, Itaka thought, "You might not be tired, but I sure am." Although Itaka was only tagging along to publish missions and handle handovers at the black market, the way Senshi did things, never stopping until all tasks were done, was simply overwhelming. Even though Itaka was relatively young, he had certain health concerns. If he continued on like this, he'd definitely die from exhaustion. After all, not even Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear could handle Senshi's style of continuous missions. Seeing that Itaka seemed about to protest further, Senshi clapped him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Ichi and I-san, if you're feeling taxed, it's because you haven't done enough missions. Once we raise the daily mission volume even more, you'll adapt, and your body will toughen up. Look at me, my old self ran so many missions that I'm perfectly fine now." Listening to him, Itaka could scarcely find the words to reply. In his view, Senshi might look normal on the surface, but he was definitely more abnormal than even Kakuzu. How could a mere flesh and blood body be completely immune to fatigue? Of course, Senshi was not purely flesh and blood. With his would-release enhanced sage body, plus the ability to turn his body into electricity, he was practically a perpetual motion powerhouse. His constitution comparable to the 10 tails. Piling all these advantages together, how could he possibly get tired from just these tasks? Itaka mulled things over, then tried. "What if I just wait for you at the black market? It's not like you need my help for the jobs anyway." Uchiha Itaki and Kakuzu or Hoshigaki Kisame were different. Hoshigaki Kisame, using water release, water dragon bullet, still had to weave 44 hand seals properly, the epitome of a methodical guy. Kakuzu, partnering Senshi, kept complaining and swearing, but after finishing missions he'd gleefully count his Monday something he simply couldn't turn down. Itaka wasn't the same. He had no interest in money, nor in performing missions. All he wanted was to train that foolish Otauto. So he figured there was no reason to follow Senshi all over the place on mission runs. Itaka's suggestion made Senshi's eyes flash for a moment. What Itaka said was indeed reasonable. Itaka had 3 functions with him: distributing tasks, handing over tasks, and so on. As for the actual execution, Itaka didn't do much. The mission was basically all Senshi anyway. Seeing the thoughtful look on Senshi's face, Itaka felt a flicker of hope. If Senshi agreed, he could finally rest, and perhaps in the future just remain in a fixed location near Senshi, rather than scurrying around from one job to the next. But Itaka had no idea that in the realm of persuading others, the Uzumaki clan never conceded defeat. After some brief deliberation, Senshi shook his head. "No. Itaka frowned slightly, asking calmly, "Why not?" Senshi said casually. "If I finished a mission and had to run back just to fetch you, it'd be really inconvenient." At that, a dark red spiral-like portal appeared in front of them. Before Itaka could refuse, Senshi had already placed a hand on his shoulder and stepped in, heading off to their next job. At last, Itaka understood how Kakuzu ended up so emaciated and worn out. 3 days later, outside a Land of Fire black market, Senshi sat cheerfully on a pile of money boxes, counting the coins. "So much money I can't even spend it all." As he counted, he tossed his coins into his system's storage. Inside that space, piles of money were forming literal seas of wealth. He sighed that there was nowhere near enough time to spend it all. Right across from him, Uchiha Itaka stared on with dark circles under his eyes, looking on the verge of dropping dead. In these past 3 days and nights, he hadn't slept a wink. While Senshi's wood-style clones completed tasks, Senshi's real body dragged Itaka to do missions non-stop. If Itaka added up all the tasks he'd done in his entire life up to now, it wouldn't rival the number of tasks he'd done in these 3 days. A single idea surfaced in Itaka's mind. "Maybe I should confess to Sasuke while I still can? At this rate, I won't survive to see Sasuke grow. I'll just die in the line of duty." Unaware of Itaka's bitter thoughts, Senshi counted the money while chatting. "Ichi and I-san, see how right I was? Just do missions with me for a few days, and look at you so invigorated." Itaka was in no way convinced. He wanted to yell, "Open your damn eyes and see these panda rings under mine? I'm about to go crazy, not brimming with energy." Just then, footsteps approached from not far away, someone pushing a wheelchair. The pair turned their heads to see Yakushi Kabuto, guiding a heavily bandage-wrapped figure who was clearly neither male nor female at a glance. Spotting Senshi, the figure let out an angry shriek. "Uzumaki Senshi! So you really are here?" It was a piercing, furious feminine voice, as though she bore an irreconcilable grudge. Senshi blinked. Who's that? He'd never done anything unseemly, or so he believed. But in that moment, from between the bandages peeked a golden, snake-like eye. A guess flashed through his mind. Oh crap! Are you Orochimaru? He recognized Kabuto, but Orochimaru's new look was extremely peculiar, and Senshi almost hadn't recognized him at first. Yet he recalled that at this point in time, Orochimaru indeed had taken a female body as a vessel. So he might have been calling Orochimaru Snake Bro all this time, but maybe it should have been Snake Sis. At the thought, Senshi couldn't help bursting into laughter. Orochimaru's current appearance was frankly miserable. Next to him, Itaki also froze briefly, then realized it was indeed Orochimaru, in even worse shape than he himself. That almost comforted Itaki, at least he wasn't the only one to suffer from Senshi's torment. Trying to suppress his laughter, Senshi faced Orochimaru's enraged glare. Uzumaki Senshi, how dare you laugh? Senshi quickly waved it off. You're mistaken, I'm not laughing. So what happened to get you like this? At that, Orochimaru flared with fury. He had spent a full 100 million RY, only to be swindled by Senshi. Uzumaki Senshi, the vessel you gave me was defective, the reincarnation failed. Senshi regarded Orochimaru in confusion. Hey? Failed? Behind the bandages, Orochimaru's expression was unsightly. Under normal circumstances, living corpse reincarnation was supposed to be safe, so long as his spiritual energy was stronger than the target's. He had used it many times without error. Senshi found it rather funny, in a schadenfreude way. Failure is good, Senshi thought, that means there's a new job waiting. He quipped. Could it be your spiritual energy wasn't up to par? His teasing tone thoroughly enraged Orochimaru. Nonsense! That Uchiha you gave me had an extremely resolute will. If not for a hidden, additional soul at the last second, I'd never have lost. Burning with resentment, Orochimaru lamented, Senshi totally tricked me. Seething, he said, clearly it's your fault. The Uchiha you provided me wasn't even just one person. Until now, Itaka had been quietly listening. Unexpectedly, the conversation turned on him. But in fact, Senshi realized, he had indeed delivered Obito, not Itaka. The only Uchiha around him was Itaka, safe and sound, so the culprit must be Obito. With that, Itaka grew irate, unleashing his Manjiki. Aku now appear red in hand. You two, what have you done with Sasuke? Senshi froze in confusion. Why Sasuke? But Orochimaru ignored Itaka, only giving a cold chuckle, golden snake-like pupils boring into Senshi. This matter is on you, you're responsible. Then Orochimaru turned his gaze to Itaka. Luckily there's a perfect Uchiha right here. Have him captured and handed to me, and we'll call it square. Orochimaru had once fought Itaka but wasn't his match, so he reckoned Senshi would be able to subdue him. Senshi's face turned disapproving. As long as that person was alive, Orochimaru's attempt to seize Itaka was very unwise. He did not plan to let Itaka go. Not to mention, Itaka had proven extremely helpful in picking up tasks at Land of Fire black market. Even if Senshi wanted to sell him, he'd at least wait until they finished milking the black market. Nevertheless, Orochimaru fumed. Your vessel turned out unusable, meaning your mission is incomplete. You're simply going to let it go. Even if things had gone awry with Obito, Orochimaru still wanted an Uchiha body. As he saw it, Itaka was ideal, and if Senshi truly managed to deliver Itaka, Orochimaru wouldn't mind paying an additional sum. He had 900 million left, after all, courtesy of scamming Da NZ. But Senshi had no intention of allowing any blemish on his 100% success rate. He sighed. I never said I was giving up. Tell me the details first. After all, the job was worth a full 100 million RY. He needed to settle it. If rumors got around, it would look terrible. More importantly, Orochimaru still had 900 million to spend. Even if they ended up turning hostile, that would be only after Senshi milked him of the rest. So Orochimaru, deeply vexed, explained. Uchiha Obito had more than one soul in his body, plus something hidden. In short, there was a lurking other occupant. Senshi quickly recalled that after Obito's right half was crushed at Konobe Bridge, Madara had used White Zetsu to reconstruct him. Scowling, Senshi asked. So where is he now? Orochimaru said coldly. He escaped. Senshi. He had left Obito half dead, incapable of resistance. For him to manage an escape from Orochimaru's lair was beyond reason. Suddenly, a thought dawned on Senshi. Wait, did you reattach Obito's other Sharingan? Both eyes. Orochimaru fell silent. Before reincarnation, he must have restored Obito's missing eye. Senshi had repeatedly told him that only a full set of Manjiki eyes is truly complete. So yes, Orochimaru had gone and done it. At Konobe Bridge, Obito's life changed drastically. Since that day, fate's wheels spun ever faster. Through countless tragic deeds he'd eventually earned the moniker Born to Ruin. Senshi suddenly had no more desire to tease the earthling Obito with a single Kamui had already turned the shinobi world upside down. Doubling Kamui's power spelled massive trouble. With double Manjiki, Senshi could still manage to beat him, sure, but Obito could easily slip Away with an upgraded Kamui and POS Sibley, even Susanoo. With the last fight in mind, Obito would run the second he spotted Senshi. Catching him now would be far more difficult. After a moment's thought, Senshi sighed. A double Kamui Obito is not easy to track down. Even I'll need time. He decided to recapture Obito for Orochimaru. If Obito managed to escape him again, that would definitely be on Orochimaru. But Orochimaru shook his head. No need. That man's body is too troublesome. I no longer want it. With one bite of Obito's soul, Orochimaru had tasted enough. He had zero desire to go through that again. Senshi chuckled. Failed to bring him down, so now you're making excuses, hey. But frankly, Orochimaru's choice was correct. The will of Shinobi #1 Lovelorn fan was unstoppable. Even Teehee Ten Tails lost in a tug of war inside Obito. Next, Orochimaru pointed at Itaki. But Uchiha Itaki is right here, capture him for me. Compared to Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru felt Itaki was far more perfect as a vessel. Senshi's expression turned dismissive. If Orochimaru couldn't outduel a half-dead Obito, how could he handle Itaki? He had no intention of humoring Orochimaru's request but let it pass politely for now. However, Orochimaru gave a dark smile. Hand over Uchiha Itaki, and I promise you won't be at a loss. I even came up with an excellent money-making scheme. Once I succeed at reincarnation, you can leave Akatsuki if you want, no big loss for you. At that, Senshi felt a flicker of curiosity. Orochimaru, as a shinobi, might be KSD in terms of combat results, but his intellect was indisputable. If Orochimaru claimed he had a great plan to amass wealth, it might be for real. So, Senshi asked, what's the plan, Snake Lady? Dance has already been cleaned out by you. Where else will you get money? But naturally, Orochimaru wouldn't share his plan now. He had to secure Itaki's body, successfully reincarnate, then he'd reveal it. No need for details. Just handle Uchiha Itaki for me. With that, he waited for Senshi's reply. Indeed, he wasn't lying about having a big plan. Once he had the perfect vessel, everything would go smoothly. Senshi sank into momentary contemplation. From Itaki's view, this looked quite ominous. Previously Senshi had called him a dear comrade, but now he seemed to be pondering whether to sell him to Orochimaru. Itaki realized Hoshigaki Kisame had been right. Senshi was unbelievably dangerous. Doing deals with him was like dancing with a tiger. But in truth, Senshi had no intention of handing Itaki over. If he gave Itaki away, who would handle all the black market errands, publish tasks, and do the handovers? More than that, how would he keep milking the Land of Fire black market's tasks if Itaki were gone? Moreover, Itaki might not be any simpler to conquer than Obito. If by chance Orochimaru died at Itaki's hands, who would pay out that leftover 900 million Ry? So giving Itaki away was not an option. Thinking it through, Senshi concluded there was another way, the system's lottery draws. Since the last system upgrade, it was possible to draw certain Kekkei Genkai. He already had a Shikatsumayaku in storage. Over these missions, he'd saved plenty of points. If he sacrificed enough, he could potentially produce a little Kaguya. Hence, Senshi could rely on the system's random draws to solve Orochimaru's problem. Guys, later we'll do the bonus chapters. Also no bonus chapters this week. We'll see. You can read up to chapter 160 in Patreon. Go and read more. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Thank you for reading. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Electric Pokemon Sasuke, New Deal with Orochimaru? Bonus Chapter. Just then, Senshi felt at ease. Confident and full of composure, he spoke to Orochimaru. I'm not handing over Itaka to you, but I've got a better way to solve your problem. Go back and wait. I guarantee I'll get it done for you today. When Orochimaru heard this, suspicion flashed in his eyes. He did trust in Senshi's abilities. But Senshi had also said previously that there were only 3 living Uchiha left in the shinobi world. Sasuke was just a child, not usable. Itaka had become Senshi's partner, and Senshi wouldn't move against him. As for Obito, according to Senshi, his Sharingan had some unusual properties. Now that Obito had 2 complete Sharingan, even for Senshi, capturing him would cost time. Under these circumstances, how could Senshi manage to solve the matter in a single day? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. How exactly do you plan to solve it? Senshi gave a confident, professional smile and casually replied. Trade secret. Hearing that, Orochimaru could only change the way he asked. Are you sure you can resolve it in just one day? Once he had a solution in mind, Senshi was brimming with confidence as he told Orochimaru. Just wait for my good news, Orochimaru. You don't have to worry about the rest. Orochimaru stood silent for a moment, then decided to trust him, having Kabuto wheel him away. Watching them depart, Senshi did not continue carrying out missions with Itaka. He rested a hand on Itaka's shoulder. Ichi-ni-san, we can't continue doing missions now. We need to find a place to stop and rest. He spoke with regret in his voice. Upon hearing that, Itaka finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt about to drop dead. Indeed, he had to rest. Right now, he also realized that traveling with Senshi was a supremely dangerous matter. Either one was forced to run missions back-to-back, risking instant collapse, or other accidents would crop up, possibly leading to him getting sold off by Senshi. Now he fully understood why Hoshigaki Kisame refused point-blank to accept missions with Senshi. Before long, the two found themselves in a certain forest. Senshi picked a random spot and sat down, taking a break. At the same time, he leveraged the enormous haul of employment points from these recent missions to indulge in a frenzy of lottery draws. As Senshi fell quiet and thoughtful, Itaka lay back against a rock to snatch some rest. He hadn't slept for 3 entire days and nights. This was the best chance to restore himself a bit. He was somewhat puzzled, though why had Senshi, who had shown no hint of fatigue, suddenly chosen to rest? But for Itaka, it was definitely good news. He could finally rest without worrying about more missions. Meanwhile, Senshi, eyes closed, commenced his drawings. Unlike the small, sporadic drawings of before, this time was a grand, epic spree. Inside, Senshi said to himself. System bro, let's do a Go OD10 lottery warm-up. His consciousness gave the order, so the system began drawing at once. Now that the system's gacha function had been upgraded, the rewards had become notably better. 10,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 310,350. Drawing. Congratulations! You've obtained Kama, Purified, level +1. Byakugan ×1 pair. Chakra quantity ×3 card. Physical strength ×3 guy. Ability learner, motor drive ×1. Dango, 3 color dumplings, ×20. Etc. Wait, what's going on here? There's something from a completely different world. Senshi hurriedly opened the panel to examine the newly acquired items. Ability learner, motor drive. Upon use, you acquire the special ability motor drive. When hit by an electric type technique, you take no damage, instead, your speed increases. Hey! Senshi was a bit stunned. It was indeed the same ability from Pokemon. He had previously drawn a Thunderstone, and now he got a special ability learning disc? After momentarily pondering, he felt both startled and excited. Alright, let's do 100 at once. Senshi promptly decided to burn up 1/3 of his points. 100,000 points deducted. Remaining, 210,350. Drawing. Congratulations! You've obtained Kekii Genkai, Boil Release ×1. Chakra Quantity ×4 card. Physical Strength TH ×3 Guy. Kama, Purified, Level +1. Dango, 3 Color Dumplings, ×20. Ichiraku Ramen ×20. Etc. Eventually, the system's monotone prompts echoed. Detected that Kama, Purified, has reached S rank. Detected that Ninja World Affinity has reached SS rank. Satisfies fusion requirements. Congratulations! You have unlocked a rare attribute, 6 Paths Power, SR. 6 Paths Power, you have fused the energies of 2 worlds, you are no longer an ordinary mortal. Current level, D rank. Abilities unlocked. 1 Levitation, you can ignore gravity and float in midair. 2 Ninjutsu immunity, any jutsu is ineffective against you. 3 Yin Yang release secret technique, truth-seeking orbs, you can forge truth-seeking orbs using Yin Yang release E to attack enemies. A chain of prompts left Senshi abruptly getting up. This high-level synergy from Kama and Ninja World Affinity had produced an unexpected result, a 6 Paths mode buff. He felt a mighty surge coursing through his body, metamorphosing him into a 6 Paths type existence. Senshi's skin paled ghostly white, horns sprouting atop his head. His once red hair faded to white. His entire body slowly lifted off the ground. In the forest, Itaki, who was originally taking a nap, jolted awake, alarmed at the oppressive aura. Rising up. Looking over, he saw Senshi floating midair in this monstrous form. Even though he had always found Senshi fearsome, this new spectacle was beyond terrifying. Senshi himself, ignoring Itaki, was testing out the levitation ability. It was basically a slow hover. Not actual flight and thus not too practical. Moreover, there was a famous drawback to this form. Taking out a hand mirror from his system space, Senshi gave himself a look, seeing a pale-faced figure with horn S. Ugh, that's too hideous. I look awful with horns and white skin. He much preferred his old look. Can I turn it off? At a mere thought, he gently descended. The horns on his forehead shrank and vanished, his hair returned to its normal red color, and his skin regained a healthy tan. Shaking out his red hair, Senshi posed smugly before the mirror. Yes, this is so much better. But good grief, that was 6 Paths mode, wasn't it? I actually got that. Now. Amazing. He let himself bask for a bit before continuing to inspect his system space. A big haul indeed. Including quite a few Kekii Genkais, some Byakugan, Sharingan, plus a move learning disc. Trademark, Thunder Punch attack using a fist charged with electricity. May leave the foe paralyzed. All these Pokemon items were kind of baffling, possibly hinting at turning the ninja world into some Pokemon training ground. Senshi found the notion amusing. Might give them to Sasuke. I've already got a nice set, Thunderstone and Motor Drive and Thunder Punch. He'll become an electric Pokemon Sasuke. Itaka might get paralyzed, though. Wearing a malicious grin, he inadvertently exuded a menacing aura that made resting Itaki shudder. Senshi was obviously plotting something again. Eventually, Senshi spotted an especially good find in his system space, which Orochimaru would surely love. Snake Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Yamata no Orakai, Ninja World Optimized. S-rank reward, from the world of One Piece. This animal type Mythical Zoan Devil Fruit is even Rarer than the Logia class. Abilities. Yamata no Orokai, the user can transform into the 8-branched serpent. Each head has its own consciousness, attacking from different angles. Multiple lives, each head represents one life. Every time a head is destroyed, the user loses that one head. Destruction of all heads results in death. In the original One Piece, Black Maria's Oni form was overshadowed, but the real example of the Yamata no Orokai fruit user was Kurozumi Orokai. Despite the legendary name, his on-screen performance was rather unimpressive. But in Orochimaru's hands, it would be a perfect match. He would surely play around with 8 conscious serpent heads to the fullest, especially with his cunning. Moreover, having an animal-type fruit would solve Orochimaru's physical stamina shortfalls. In the Naruto world, chakra arises from the combination of physical and spiritual energy. So an animal-type fruit's augmented physique and 8 serpent heads might well handle the chakra consumption from a transplanted Sharingan. Plus, each head means 8 lives, aligning perfectly with Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. Seeing that this was so ideal, Senshi's grin spread wider. But obviously, I can't just give it to him right away. Orochimaru still has 900 million left to spend, after all. Observing Senshi's increasingly radiant smile, Itaka felt goosebumps all over. At the same time, in Omegakure, at the Akatsuki base. At long last, the organization welcomed a new member, Haiden, the immortal Jashin zealot. Perhaps the dimmest mind among Akatsuki. He might be strong, but not bright. If Senshi gave him a ninja mosquito as a summon, Haiden could blood curse from anywhere. Inside the Akatsuki base, Haiden was trying to sleep. Bulletin T found it even rougher than in Jashin's cult. After all, Jashin's cult at least let him rest enough. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the bedroom door reverberated with loud knocks, waking Haiden. "Damn it, I'm gonna kill you," he yelled, eyes bloodshot. The door opener was Kakuzu. Kakuzu, feeling quite proud these days, back with the usual gig of forcibly dragging people to do missions. Not like with Senshi, where Kakuzu ended up the one being forcibly dragged around. Kakuzu saw Haiden's threat and just said, "You've slept over 2 hours. Now we go to the black market to collect bounties." 2 hours. In normal times, a shinobi got far more rest than that. Yet for Kakuzu, used to Senshi's insane pace, restricting Haiden's rest to 2 hours was child's play. Haiden was furious, but it was no use. He followed a disgusted Kakuzu to the black market. The stench of corpses there made him want to retch, complaining incessantly. He detested black markets, but Kakuzu thrived on them. Tisk, no wonder Senshi always said Kakuzu had a match made in heaven with bounty collecting. Meanwhile, at one of Orochimaru's labs, a swirling, dark red space-time portal abruptly appeared near Orochimaru and Kabuto. On seeing it, Orochimaru's eyes glinted coldly. He gave a cryptic smile. "You finally came. Well then, what's your plan to solve this issue? You don't appear to have brought a suitable vessel." Noticing no one else at Senshi's side, specifically, not Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru grew suspicious. Because Orochimaru had daily wanted to capture Itaka for a body, Itaka naturally refused to come near him. Senshi, for reasons of client confidentiality, didn't force Itaka to accompany him on this matter. Senshi strode forward, chin up, and said, "Orochimaru, this time I guarantee that your request will be the greatest boon you've ever reaped. For the sake of giving you a perfect body, I've found something unseen in the entire shinobi world." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with curiosity. He wouldn't easily believe that something Senshi brought could truly be unique to their entire world, but given his knowledge of senshi, it might be feasible. So he asked, "What is it?" Senshi then took out a bright red fruit with curious patterns, shaped somewhat like a pineapple. Setting it atop the lab desk, Orochimaru's eyes were full of surprise. Regardless of how rare it might be, he had never heard or read of such a fruit, nor seen anything like it. Behind him, Kabuto asked, "Lord Orochimaru, what's that?" From his wheelchair, Orochimaru shook his head. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it." Then he cast a suspicious glance at Senshi. "You trying to fool me with some unknown fruit?" Senshi found this amusing, sighing. "Orochimaru, you really should learn more. You don't even know about this legendary treasure." He was plainly messing with Orochimaru. Yamata no Orokai fruit did not exist in the shinobi world. Of course. How could Orochimaru know? Hearing Senshi call it a legendary treasure, Orochimaru's curiosity grew. "It's a legendary item." Senshi nodded solemnly. "Yes. This fruit is called the Yamata no Orokai fruit. By eating it, you'll gain the ability to transform your body into the eight-headed serpent, the Yamata no Orokai." Before Senshi could continue, Orochimaru was already taken aback. Even with all his research and knowledge, he had never heard of something that transforms someone into a legendary beast just by eating it. But he listened in silence, and Senshi elaborated. "While in Orokai form, each head has its own Mindi attacking from every angle." Senshi internally pictured how Orochimaru might develop each serpent head to employ a variety of ninjutsu. 8 heads, 8 ninjutsu, or 8 variations of the same ninjutsu in synergy. The potential was huge for someone with Orochimaru's intellect. Seeing Orochimaru's face reveal more and more eagerness, Senshi grinned. But he still wasn't finished. As well as the multi-life ability. You effectively get 8 lives from it. Even if you truly die once, as long as all heads aren't destroyed, you'll live on. At that, Orochimaru nearly leaped from his wheelchair in shock. All his life, he had pursued immortality. With living corpse reincarnation, he was already the shinobi furthest from death, but that method alone might not secure everything. Now, with the possibility of 8 lives, plus an entirely new approach to healing, if he harnessed that principle, he might systematically research the fruit to create further healing breakthroughs. By reversing death itself, normal injuries would become trivial. Hence, Orochimaru stared at the fruit with blazing eyes. He was dying to grab it right away. Unstoppable excitement welling up within. Kabuto was stunned at his lord's reaction but kept silent. Then, just as Orochimaru reached out for the fruit, Senshi pulled it back. "Hey now, the Yamata no Orokai fruit is absolutely unique in this shinobi world. You don't imagine you can get it for just 100 million RY, do you? I'm not gouging you. But next, you'll have to give me as many big jobs as I want, and they've got to be extra large." Senshi concluded with a mischievous grin. 1/2, Bonus Chapter. Thank you for reading. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, After Sales Service. Bonus Chapter. The Yamata no Orokai fruit in Senshi's Hon-DS would likely just be good for chopping off an opponent's head. It wouldn't allow him to fully utilize the fruit's abilities. But in the hands of a talent like Orochimaru, it's bound to yield impressive results. Senshi had also overlooked another thing, that Yakushi Kabuto would actually be a great fit for this fruit, too. In some ways, Kabuto might be an even more significant candidate. Under the curious gazes of Senshi and Kabuto, Orochimaru decisively consumed the Yamata no Orokai fruit. He took one spoonful and swallowed it down. A strange expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. After a while, he couldn't help but burst into wild Uchiha-style laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! It was clear that the Yamata no Orokai fruit had already begun to strengthen and modify his body. He was visibly undergoing some changes. Boom! In the next instant, Orochimaru's appearance changed dramatically. One after another, 8 serpent heads emerged, Yamata no Orokai heads continuously shedding skin. Senshi saw that the very first head looked somewhat like Orochimaru's face. In the beginning, it was a deep green color, whereas the other 7 heads and necks were a lighter, turquoise shade. However, as time went on, one of Orochimaru's serpent heads kept molting, clearly indicating further transformation. Senshi couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, "Nicely done, Snake Bro. You only just ate the fruit, and already you've pulled off a new trick." Crack, crack. The deep green snake head bearing Orochimaru's features began to shed its skin bit by bit. Gradually, it changed from a deep green to a pale white. This newly emerged white serpent head already resembled Orochimaru's original form by 7 or 8/10. Hat. At this moment, Orochimaru's lips curled into a satisfied grin. This Yamata no Orokai fruit was even more perfect than he'd imagined. Orochimaru was sure that, after the fruit's transformation, this new body of his was, in the truest sense, the ultimate perfect vessel. It had become a vast treasure trove, filled with inexhaustible wealth for him to discover. Meanwhile, the other 7 Yamata no Orokai serpent heads were also shedding skin. There was no doubt, Orochimaru really was a master at playing with snakes. Given to him, this snake fruit would be fully developed to its maximum potential. Behind Orochimaru, Kabuto watched the incredible changes unfolding. Internally, he made a silent decision: he had to save up money. After all, only Senshi could get hold of these snake fruits. Seeing the astonishing results on Orochimaru, Kabuto's desire for such a fruit was overwhelming. He needed to save up. Once he scraped together 100 million RY, he would commission Senshi to get him one as well. Senshi was unaware of how deeply Kabuto had been affected by Orochimaru's transformation. Unwittingly, he'd gained a potential big client. Orochimaru excelled at research and development, while Kabuto specialized in technical integration. Even if the Yamata no Orokai fruit might not appear again, there was a chance another snake fruit would show up. Kabuto could pay up and post a task for fruit retrieval. Crack, crack. At this point, Orochimaru's remaining 7 serpent heads finished molting. The discarded green skin lay on the ground, while the 7 newly revealed heads resembled those of the 8 branches. Technique. Pft. Generously, Orochimaru demonstrated one of his best-known ninjutsu, snake sword ejection. After completing the molting, all 8 of his new serpent heads each spat out a sword. Senshi found it interesting, but since Orochimaru had only just consumed the fruit, he couldn't yet unleash its full power. Otherwise, he might even perform snake spits out Orochimaru, Orochimaru spits out snake, and so on. Eyeing the now transformed Orochimaru, Senshi asked with keen interest, "Orochimaru, want to go out and spar?" He was quite curious about just how strong Orochimaru had become with the Yamata no Orokai fruit's ability. He. The middle head swallowed back the Kusanagi blade and let out a cold laugh. It wasn't that he looked down on Senshi or believed he could win, but rather that he simply wouldn't risk a life so casually. Before, when he lacked the Yamata no Orokai fruit's power, Senshi might have gone easy on him. But now that Orochimaru basically had 8 lives, Senshi would almost certainly show him a strength he had never seen before. Sure enough, that was precisely what Senshi was thinking. Since Orochimaru could die up to 8 times, not going all out would be disrespectful to those 8 lives. Nearby, Kabuto was enthralled by Orochimaru's display of his newfound powers. He wanted these abilities for himself, desperately. He couldn't wait to keep up with Lord Orochimaru's progress. Moments ago, Senshi hadn't noticed, but now he saw the eager glow in Kabuto's eyes beneath his glasses. He immediately understood, Kabuto clearly coveted such abilities. Senshi walked over, patted Kabuto on the shoulder, and said, "Kabuto, the treasure lies somewhere. In the shinobi world, just work hard and save up." Orochimaru overheard this exchange but didn't mind. He had never been stingy about passing things on, even with Sasuke who might well kill him someday. He gave it his all. And in his view, Kabuto was an excellent student. Once Kabuto progressed, said further, Orochimaru might hire Senshi to obtain a similar fruit for him. Given Kabuto's talents, he'd surely develop its powers to their full extent, just as Orochimaru had. Back in Konoha, at the memorial stone, Kakashi stood once again, silently facing row upon row of carved names. Some time ago, he had asked the third Hokage to assign personnel to investigate whether Obito was still alive. The third Hokage had agreed. But a long time had passed, and there weren't many clues. So far, there had been little progress. Kakashi wasn't certain if his suspicions were correct. If Obito was alive, where was he now? What had he been doing all these years, and why hadn't he returned to the village? None of those questions had an answer. Thud. Just then, behind Kakashi, came the sudden sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Kakashi flinched and turned around. Just one glance, and he felt as though lightning had struck him. He saw Obito. Though his appearance was drastically different from the boy Kakashi remembered, there could be no mistake. It was his dear friend. What on earth is going on here? Seeing Obito unconscious, his life signs uncertain, Kakashi rushed over. He was stunned yet overjoyed his friend was truly still alive. "Obito, Obito, what happened to you?" Kakashi called out repeatedly, but Obito didn't respond. Seeing how bad his condition was, Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately took him to Konoha's hospital. Once there, Obito was treated right away and spent a full hour under medical care before being transferred to a ward. Obito's mind had been in a fog the whole time. He vaguely recalled encountering Uzumaki Senshi, and a very dangerous individual. Before he could use Kamui to escape, the foe had critically wounded him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Memories of what came next were fuzzy. He only had a general idea, with no details. In a Konoha hospital room, Obito finally, groggily, opened his eyes. He saw Kakashi standing not far away, by the windowsill. The instant Obito regained consciousness, Kakashi noticed. Overjoyed to see him awake, Kakashi hurried over and asked with concern, "Obito, how are you feeling now? Why haven't you returned to the village?" Kakashi wanted to say so much more, but his words caught in his throat because he saw that both of Obito's eyes were Sharingan, the kind with a spiral pattern. He recognized that right eye in particular, it had resided in Kakashi's own socket for years. Seeing that, Kakashi felt shock and a tinge of loss. "So that's it. You hired Uzumaki Senshi to take back your Sharingan?" Kakashi's question jolted Obito, and in that moment, he realized his mask was nowhere in sight. Obito stared back at Kakashi, then used Kamui, instantly disappearing into a swirling vortex. "Obito, wait!" Kakashi reached out, trying to stop him, but grasped only empty air. Even if he called out at the exact moment Obito invoked his jutsu, Obito still wouldn't stay. A faint swirl formed in a hidden underground chamber. Obito, still weak, tumbled to the ground. This was the place Uchiha Madara had once used to save him, a very safe hideout. Though Uzumaki Senshi's power was so fearsome that safe now was only relative. At the moment, Obito was both agitated and furious. He landed in a heap, breathing heavily. He had been battered severely this time, first beaten nearly to death by Senshi, then subjected to Orochimaru's meddling. Though Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation had failed to take him over, due to Obito's unique body and his Zetsu cells, it had still done damage. Now Obito slumped on the ground, curiously sensing the effect of having two Sharingan once again. That part at least improved his mood. Damn it, just you wait. He had warned Nagato that Senshi was a major problem, but Nagato paid no heed. And look where that got him nearly killed. Curse that Uzumaki Senshi. Curse that Orochimaru, and that fool Nagato. They'll pay for this. I won't just let it go. In Orochimaru's research base, Orochimaru had reverted from his Yamata no Orokai serpent form back to normal. He was exceedingly pleased with Senshi's after-sales service. After the Yamata no Orokai fruits enhancements, his body was now the ultimate vessel. He already had plans to push more of his experiments forward. Orochimaru glanced at Senshi. As expected of the black market's strongest mercenary, a ninja, reputed for keen insight. I'm very satisfied with this outcome. Senshi brushed aside the compliment. If Orochimaru wanted to cozy up, fine, but the next step was for him to commission more missions. Having dealt with Senshi extensively, Orochimaru knew him well. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru was likely Senshi's top client. After a brief consideration, Orochimaru said, I need the Sharingan and Byakugan Kekii Genkais. Have you got a way? Senshi found it amusing. Did he have a way? He possessed the production channels, the sales channels, even a zero-cost procurement channel if needed. Of course, rarity meant a higher price. And he had to get Orochimaru to pay willingly. Senshi stroked his chin and made a show of looking troubled. The Byakugan? The Sharingan? Those are Konoha's most prized Kekii Genkai. Orochimaru cut him off. He knew these lines hinted at a high fee. I need them in a form that can be perfectly used. Acquiring a Kekii Genkai is no small feat, being able to use it perfectly is even harder. Still, there was one thing nobody doubted: while Senshi might charge an outrageous sum, he would always deliver. Having roamed the ninja world for years, Senshi's acting skills were top-notch. Seeing his pained expression, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Inwardly, he mused. So obtaining a perfectly usable Kekii Genkai is really that difficult? Even this kid Senshi looks unsure if he can pull it off. Senshi frowned for a moment longer, then told Orochimaru, getting the Sharingan and Byakugan bloodlines isn't easy. Getting them in perfect working condition? Even more difficult. Orochimaru. Are you certain that's what you want? Hearing that, Orochimaru's spirits lifted. After all, you get what you pay for. In the ninja world, if Senshi couldn't handle a mission, nobody else in the black market likely could. Orochimaru thought it over and finally said, name your price. Senshi casually replied, 100 million Ry for the Sharingan, and 100 million Ry for the Byakugan. Orochimaru patted his ear, as though suspecting that the Yamata no Orokai fruit's transformation had damaged his hearing. Irritated, he said, Uzumaki Senshi, that's not how a quote is supposed to go. Senshi grinned. The Uchiha clan is practically wiped out. There are hardly any people in the entire ninja world who can provide Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded. All right, so for a pair of perfectly usable Sharingan, I'll pay 20 million Ry. In his view, that price seemed fairly reasonable. He even felt some regret about the past back when he left Konoha. He hadn't gone to the Uchiha clan to snatch a few Sharingan eyes. Of course, if Orochimaru had actually done that, he might never have made it out of Konoha in one piece. 20 million RY. Ha, that would barely cover a pair of single Tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru, you clearly have no clue about the going rates. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh without saying anything more, waiting for Senshi to continue. 2 halves, bonus chapter. Thank you for voting. Here's the bonus chapters. Also, please add this to your library if you like it. Thank you. More chapters in Patreon. Please check if you want to see more without. patreon.com/bleem. Currently why you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Money is Needed. Snake Bro, I've already told you most of what I know about the Sharingan. Hand on your heart, do you think charging you 100 million RY for a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is really that expensive? Senshi had just rattled off a bunch of hot facts about the Sharingan to Orochimaru. Sure, they're effectively hot swappable, ready to use once transplanted. But without a special constitution, simply being unable to deactivate them, it will become a huge liability. Look at Kakashi, an undisputed genius. He's been dragged down to a 50-50 reputation largely because of his Sharingan. His chakra consumption has become the stuff of legend. People practically use him as a measurement unit for chakra. So while obtaining a Sharingan might be relatively easy, getting one that you can fully and perfectly utilize is a whole different problem. Granted, thanks to his system's rewards, Senshi actually wouldn't have any real trouble handling it. But if he didn't make Orochimaru sweat a little, how else could he drive up the price? Thus, Senshi continued his pitch. I've already told you, there are only 3 Uchiha left in the entire Shinobi world. Obito and Itachi are both useless to you. That leaves only Sasuke. Orochimaru rocked his snake-like head, thinking it over. That's true. But Sasuke's just a kid, Senshi pointed out, shrugging. And now that you've got the power of the Yamata no Orokai fruit in your body, are you really going to give that up just to take over a little Uchiha boy? Or wait until he grows up? At that, Orochimaru fell silent. Senshi's argument wasn't without merit. Once Orochimaru realized neither Obito nor Itachi could be of any real use to him, he had briefly considered Sasuke. But the kid wasn't his priority at all. Yes, in the original timeline, Orochimaru eventually decided on making Sasuke his new vessel. Though that was more out of desperation. Kimimaro was on death's door, and Orochimaru's own body was failing. Even so, Orochimaru, convinced of his success, ended up getting reverse killed by Sasuke. Though he survived in a fragmented form, he was out of action for quite a while. Senshi absolutely did not want that repeating in this world. He was trying to talk Orochimaru out of it, worried that if Orochimaru did set his sights on Sasuke, not even having 8 lives would be enough to keep him safe. Let's not forget that Sasuke currently has a tutoring contract with Senshi. If Orochimaru also came after Sasuke, then Sasuke would be learning from both Senshi and Orochimaru simultaneously. Add in Sasuke's own stubborn, obsessive personality and the rage that drives him, and his growth would skyrocket. Soon enough, Sasuke would be far beyond Orochimaru's control. And if that ended badly, Orochimaru might wind up dead. As for Senshi, that would mean losing out on future mission rewards. That was unacceptable. Luckily, Orochimaru wasn't all that fixated on Sasuke right now. For one, Orochimaru was still strong and healthy, with both his arms intact. He was in his prime and didn't see much worth in a mere Uchiha child. For another, raising Suzuki would require time and resources. It'd be more cost effective to rely on Senshi, the walking task completion machine. After all, up to this point, with Senshi's frightening abilities and extensive intel network, there was no task he couldn't accomplish. Having worked it through in his mind, Orochimaru's expression shifted to a sly grin. Yes, indeed. Which brings us to the real question, how exactly do you plan on getting me a pair of Sharingan that I can use perfectly? Senshi put on a pained look. It's definitely tricky, though I do have a rough plan in mind, it's just that. He trailed off, letting his gaze linger on Orochimaru. Having dealt with Senshi for so long, Orochimaru instantly grasped his meaning. Gritting his teeth in reluctance, he snapped, "Fine. 100 million is 100 million. But then Orochimaru changed the subject. I agreed to pay 100 million for the Sharingan, but the Byakugan is a different story, isn't it? The Hyuga clan is still living in Konoha. All you'd have to do is sneak in and grab someone. Wouldn't that easily net you a pair of Byakugan? I've even heard that over in Kirigakure, there's some Byakugan killer who already snatched one. Byakugan? Doesn't that prove it's not that hard?" Hearing that, Senshi rolled his eyes. "Ugh, Orochimaru, are you planning to be a one-eyed snake? If you don't mind that, sure, I can go harvest that single Byakugan for you. Don't worry, it'll cost less than 100 million. Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words. He obviously didn't want just a single Byakugan. Scowling, he said, "But if the Kiri shinobi could get hold of Oni, you definitely wouldn't be weaker than them. Right?" Senshi shook his head. "Snatching a Byakugan isn't the hard part. But do you think simply getting them solves all the problems? Look at Ao from the Kiri. Once he took that Byakugan, Konoha slapped him with a high-level wanted notice. And unlike the Kirigakure, which can take care of its own, I'm just a small-time wandering shinobi. Could I really afford to ignore Konoha's bounty on my head? I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep soundly. If I ended up mentally unstable from all that pressure, who'd be responsible then?" Orochimaru couldn't help but stare at Senshi, who was now putting on a melodramatic show of anguish. In just a few days, Senshi's shamelessness seemed to have grown even faster than his power. This was the so-called strongest mercenary of the black market. The number of people out there who want him dead is basically infinite. And he's worried about a Konoha bounty? Before Orochimaru could respond, Senshi continued, "Besides, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. Killing a few branch members might not be a big deal, but if you kill someone from the main house, you're basically kicking a hornet's nest. And anyway, sure, the branch house Byakugan can be transplanted, but it's branded with the caged bird seal. Is that really what you want?" Hearing that, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with thought. He certainly knew about the caged bird seal, a technique specifically designed to prevent Hyuga eyes from falling into enemy hands. Even if someone did manage to snatch those eyes, the seal would destroy them. That's why almost all Byakugan remain strictly within the Hyuga clan. Obviously, Orochimaru wasn't interested in any sealed branch house eyes. Even if the clan slipped up and the eyes somehow escaped the seal intact, he had no interest in that sort of defective product. After pondering it carefully, he realized Senshi's point was correct. Getting a fully functional pair of Byakugan was no easier than getting Sharingan in perfect working order. Still suspicious, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Senshi, who just gazed back with supposedly sincere eyes. But Orochimaru had a strong hunch that Senshi had some shady trick up his sleeve. And right now, only Senshi seemed capable of pulling it off. So Orochimaru swallowed his doubts and said, "Fine, 200 million it is. As long as you deliver the goods, 200 million is no problem." New employment mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, acquire a pair of Sharingan and a pair of Byakugan, both fully usable. Reward, 200 million RY. Rank, S rank. Mission bonus, 200,000 employment points. Senshi looked at the system screen, clearly delighted. Good fortune puts one in a great mood. Even Orochimaru's constipated expression now looked oddly handsome to him. Seeing Senshi had accepted the job, Orochimaru asked, "So, Senshi, how do you plan to get the Byakugan, exactly?" At that, Senshi shot Orochimaru a meaningful glance and spoke in a cryptic tone, "Perhaps granting the branch house freedom from the caged bird seal could earn their loyalty. At that point, obtaining Byakugan would be an easy matter." With those words, Senshi invoked the power of his Kama ability, disappearing from the spot. He left Orochimaru there, shocked into silence. Outside the black market, Senshi stepped out of the distorted space. The story he'd just spun to Orochimaru was largely nonsense. He could accomplish the real process more simply. But how else could he stress how hard his job would be and justify that hefty fee? When you're out in the field, you have to inflate your own importance. Think of how massive this plan sounded just to get Orochimaru 2 pairs of eyes he could use. Didn't that deserve a 200 million RY payout? With that in mind, Senshi hummed a tune as he headed back inside the black market. Obviously, he wasn't going to deliver the Byakugan or Sharingan to Orochimaru right away. He figured he'd do a few black market missions first and drop them off later. The pay for these smaller black market missions wasn't huge, but even the smallest crumbs add up. Never underestimate the value of small tasks, Senshi mused. With that, he pushed open a door and said, "Itaki, I'm back. You must be bored after such a low NG break. It's time we teamed up again for some missions." He was referring, of course, to Uchiha Itaki, an incredible brand name just sitting here. Letting him go unused would be a crime. But when he opened the door, there was no one around. A bad feeling settled in Senshi's gut. Could it be that his beloved partner, his dear brother-in-arms, his perfect collaborator, Uchiha Itaki, didn't wait around like they'd agreed? No way! He muttered. He hurried forward, spotting a note on the table. Picking it up, he read only 4 concise words. Summoned by the organization. Don't worry. Behind them was a small crow's mark. One glance was enough for Senshi to know who had left this message. The sky seemed to fall. Itaki ran off? Senshi glared at the slip of paper, grinding his teeth. That precious living brand name had vanished. Of course his mission efficiency would plummet now, costing him time and money both in direct rewards and employment points. And whose fault was that? Itaki's. That guy was now indirectly depriving him of who knows how many employment points. Wait, if you think about it, those were Senshi's to earn, so if they vanished, that means Itaki now owed him that much. Clenching the paper, Senshi cursed, "Itaki, how dare you run of F like that? Do you know how much you've made me lose, how much you've cost the organization?" The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. But Itaki was broke. There was no way to squeeze any money out of him. Yet Senshi just couldn't swallow this frustration. At last, he made a ruthless decision: he'd train Sasuke into the strongest Pokemon possible. Once Sasuke encountered Itaki, he'd unleash some real payback and Itaki would learn the meaning of True cruelty. That thought brought a mysterious smile to Senchi's face. If Karin were around, she'd know that. Whenever Senchi smiled like this, someone was about to have a very bad day. Meanwhile, a weary Ataka had returned to the Akatsuki hideout. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if something terrifying had locked onto him. He could guess who it was. Senchi must have noticed his absence. Even so, Itaka felt no regrets. Just 3 days at Senchi's side had been more exhausting than his entire tenure in the Anbu. Another few days, and he might die of overwork before ever reuniting with Suzuki. Senchi is definitely not someone I want to get mixed up with again, Itaka thought with lingering dread. He yawned, quickly laid down in his room, and finally succumbed to a deep sleep he hadn't enjoyed in a long time. Senchi had his own concerns, but Dan's had bigger problems on his end. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, in his ninja career, completed a massive number of missions. But even if we take the lowest reward for each mission and Ten account for Konoha's split of the earnings, that legendary cage-level ninja only racked up around 100 million RY in personal income over his entire career. Yes, even someone as great as Minato earned only about 100 million RY through missions, after all the standard splits and minimum payouts. And yet Dan's had misappropriated 1 billion, 10 times that, which basically required the combined lifetime efforts of 10 cage-level ninjas like Minato to accumulate. Konoha, Root Division. A member of the Shimura clan walked up to Dan's, looking nervous. His name was Shimura Ishin, responsible for expanding the clan's territory. Glancing at Dan's, who was seated high above him, Ishin spoke in a trembling voice, "Lord Dan's. Our latest application, was denied again." Dan's frowned, displeasure written all over his face. Seeing that, Ishin hastily added, "It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, who rejected it. There's nothing we could do." Hearing that, Dan slammed his fist on the desk. With a bang, the wooden tabletop broke into splinters. "Again with this nonsense. I've served Konoha from the shadows my entire life, and this is how the village treats the Shimura clan." Furious, he waved Ishin away, then called over another subordinate. "That assignment I gave you. How's it going?" The kneeling root ninja bowed his head. "Lord Dan's, Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen has cordoned off the area for his own vital matters. Right now, only the Anbu are allowed in. We of Root have been shut out completely." Dan's anger flared even hotter. "He's even pushing his reach into Root, is he?" he snapped. "I want to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen's plotting. Does he think this village is his personal property?" With that, Dan stormed out and marched to the Hokage's office in a fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in hand, looked a bit surprised to see him. In a friendly tone, he said, "Dan's. What brings you here instead of Root?" "Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to do?" Dan snarled, face twisted with rage. "It's only been a few days, and already you've reassigned all members of the Shimura clan from their posts, rejected every Root request, and sealed off every mission site we plan to go to, barring us from entry. What is your goal here, Hiruzen? This is Konoha, not the Sarutobi estate. I'm not dead yet." At that, Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his genial facade. His face grew cold as he said, "Yes, Dan's. This is Konoha, not the Shimura estate or your Root. You took 1 billion RY from the village treasury. Without a single word. That's 1 billion, not a million or 10 million. On a normal day, if you borrowed a bit, I'd turn a blind eye. Even 100 million or 2, maybe I'd pretend not to see. But 1 billion? Even for Konoha, that's an astronomical amount. Homura Mitokato and Koharu Yudatan, the two advisors, turned their gazes on Dan's, waiting for his response. Glaring, Dan's insisted, "I never took that money." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a mocking laugh. "I don't care if you did or didn't until that 1 billion NRY reappears in Konoha's treasury, you'll keep being blocked at every turn. And I don't mean for a day or two, I mean indefinitely, Dan's. Do keep that in mind." It was obvious he was refusing to back down. Dan's was stunned. Hiruzen was sounding more like the fearless god of shinobi he had once been. Not the old man he'd grown used to. Even so, Dan's believed it would only be temporary. He was convinced that, by rights, he should be Hokage. If not for certain events back then. He bit down his resentment. All he needed was the power of Hashirama's cells. If he could recreate another Senju Hashirama for Konoha, even if only partially, he could bring the entire ninja world to its knees under his command. And here came Hiruzen, constantly trying to thwart him. Proof that Hiruzen was unfit for the Hokage's seat. Smoldering, Dan's hissed, "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." In response, Hiruzen shot back, "Dan's, I'm the Hokage." Neither man would yield. The tension was thick, each glare like a dagger. At that point, Koharu and Homura intervened. "Dan's, this time you really went too far. That sum of money must be returned to the treasury. Otherwise, how could we explain it to the daimyo?" Dan's turned to look at them, realizing that basically all of Konoha's top brass had sided with Hiruzen. Seeing no way to fight them all simultaneously, he left without another word. Indeed, as Hiruzen had said, this was Konoha, not the Shimura estate nor route. If Dan's had actually been Hokage, well, that 1 billion would all be used for Konoha, not a single coin going to himself. Right now, he could only hope Orochimaru would hurry up with some breakthrough. He imagined the scene: if Orochimaru cracked the secrets of Hashirama's cells, maybe he could awaken true several thousand ND hands or deep forest emergence, some technique that would let him personally humble those three old codgers. Then all his troubles would be solved. Humph! With that thought, Dan snorted and stomped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched him go, then sighed. Dan's was growing more reckless by the day. Could it be that he is just too old to rein him in? Shaking his head, Hiruzen turned to Homura and Koharu. "We can't allow Dan's to run amok like this any longer." Back en route, Dan's unleashed his rage, damn th at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time he's even convinced Koharu and Homura to take his side. "Hokage! That seat should have been mine!" He roared and ranted, letting off steam, but he knew full well that all of Konoha's upper echelons had turned against him. If his continued, the Shimura clan en route would have no room to operate. That gave him a pounding headache. Waving over a trusted subordinate, he barked, "Go give Orochimaru a message, find out how his research is going." Just as the root ninja was about to depart, Dan stopped him. "Also tell him that no matter what, he needs to produce some tangible results soon." The subordinate nodded and vanished. Left alone, Dan's could only stifle a groan and pin all his hopes on Orochimaru. If Orochimaru could at least show some preliminary finding, anything at all related to Hashirama's cells, then Dan's could use that to pacify the third Hokage. Just proving the funds had been put to good use would force Koharu and Homura to back off, leaving only Hiruzen. And Hiruzen alone wasn't enough to remove him. Root's courier moved quickly, and soon Orochimaru got Dan's message. But Orochimaru had no intention whatsoever of catering to that old man's wishes. What a joke, showing off something just to please Dan's. Orochimaru could see perfectly well that The man had already paid out that jackpot of 1 billion RY. He had no more oil left to squeeze out. Why should Orochimaru stick around to indulge him? Still, with Dan's eyes on him, staying too close to Konoha was now inconvenient. Not that Orochimaru was scared of him, but the old fool would keep pestering him. Moreover, Orochimaru had another idea altogether. So he summoned Kabuto. "Kabuto, pack up. We're leaving." Kabuto obeyed, though he asked, puzzled, "Lord Orochimaru, if we're leaving now, where are we going?" Eyeing Kabuto, Orochimaru smirked. "To Kumagakure." Hearing that, Kabuto was even more confused. Kumagakure? What were they going to do there? Orochimaru, spotting the unspoken question, explained. "That Senshi fellow is indeed convenient, anything we want, he can get. But his prices are atrocious. Even though we have a few 100 million RY on hand, at the rate Senshi collects payment, we'll be broke soon enough. So I have a plan to squeeze a hefty sum out of Kumo." As Kabuto listened, excitement glinted in his eyes. He had long coveted Orochimaru's Yamata no Orokai fruit. If Orochimaru's plan worked and they made a fortune, Kabuto might be able to afford such a fruit for himself. Eagerly, Kabuto packed up their things and set off with Orochimaru to Kumo. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Check my Patreon page for more chapters. Thank you for reading. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Electric-type Pokemon, Sasuke. Not long after, Senshi returned to Konoha. Without delay, he headed straight for the Uchiha district. Once there, he saw his wood clone teaching Karin and Sasuke. The Pokemon, Sasuke, was drenched in sweat from ninjutsu training, and didn't notice Senshi's arrival. But Karin, being a sensory-type ninja, had sensed him already. She dashed over and climbed onto his shoulder at once. Senshi smiled and patted Karin's red hair, feeling his mood brighten considerably. After enjoying that warmth for a moment, Karin tilted her head in curiosity. "How come you came back alone? Where's the other one?" The instant Karin asked this, Senshi's expression turned cold. "Itaki? He had something to deal with at home and went back early." Even Karin couldn't help shivering at Senshi's cold tone. She had no idea why Itaki had left, but just seeing how Senshi looked made it clear that someone was in for a rough time. Not that she minded if that Uchiha Itaki had angered Senshi, he deserved anything that was coming to him. Senshi laked over to Sasuke and pulled him away from his ninjutsu training in one quick motion. Sasuke had just been about to launch his lightning release, lightning ball, but before he could, he felt himself lifted off the ground like a little chicken. Instinctively, he was about to fight back until he saw the person grabbing him was Senshi. Frowning in annoyance, he mumbled, "Sensei, what are you doing?" Then he realized. "Wait, you're not the wood clone Sensei, you're back." Seeing two versions of Senshi, one real, one clone, Sasuke got excited. While the wood clone could teach him ninjutsu just fine, he knew how overwhelmingly strong the real Senshi was. In Sasuke's mind, being taught by the actual Senshi was multiple times more effective than being taught by a CL1. His power would grow much faster that way. Sasuke was just about to ask what new training Senshi had planned for him, when he saw Senshi produce a few odd-looking items and thrust them into his hands. Puzzled, Sasuke stared at the strange objects. "Sensei, what are these?" It wasn't Sasuke's fault for having limited knowledge, these things were just too bizarre. He'd never seen anything like them, not even in rumors. Calmly, Senshi told him, "They'll make you strong enough to stand a chance against Itaki." Hearing that, Suzuki murmured in confusion, lowering his head to study the items carefully. On the far left was a deep green gemstone with a streak of orange lightning etched inside it. Apart from that, it looked just like an ordinary jewel. At least it was identifiable as some type of gemstone. The other two were even more abstract, two thin, silvery discs with holes in the center. They looked a bit like weapons but seemed too soft to serve that purpose. If anyone else had handed him such items, Suzuki would have taken them for junk salvaged from somewhere. These really make me stronger. Skepticism filled Sasuke's face. He couldn't figure out how such weird objects could possibly be as powerful as Senshi claimed. But Senshi nodded resolutely, as if utterly certain. Inwardly, he was fuming. Suzuki, I'm seriously going all in here. With these things, you'd better beat the crap out of Itaka for making me lose a fat paycheck. I'll make him regret every choice he made. While Senshi's mind raced, Suzuki just looked clueless, worried that maybe his teacher had been traumatized somehow after traveling with Itaki enough to dump this random stuff on him. Could it be Itaki actually drove Sensei insane, worried that I'd catch up to him if Sensei trained me further? The more Suzuki thought about that possibility, the more convinced he became, and the angrier he felt. Damn you, Itaki! I swear I'll kill you! Senshi, oblivious to Sasuke's wild speculations, just said, use your lightning ball. Though still confused, Suzuki nodded. Lightning release, lightning ball. The moment he conjured the lightning ball, something felt off. A mysterious energy surged out of the thunderstone in his hand and flooded into his body. As the lightning ball grew, the powerful energy radiating from the stone boosted it even further. For the first time, Suzuki realized that this unremarkable jewel was in fact a precious item capable of amplifying his lightning-style jutsu. It was astonishing, almost terrifying. The lightning chakra from the stone was so strong that Suzuki, with his current skills, simply couldn't manage it. The lightning ball swelled beyond his control and exploded, blasting Suzuki like a kite with a snapped string. He flew backward before collapsing in a heap. Only after a while did he manage to force himself upright, suppressing the pain that racked his whole body. He stared at the huge crater on the ground, forgetting how disheveled and dirty he looked. His eyes shone as he turned them on Sensei. Sensei, that was really my jutsu that did that. Senshi smiled and nodded. Truth be told, he was surprised, too. The thunderstone's amplification was stronger than he'd anticipated. For Senshi, who already had advanced lightning abilities, thanks to The Rumble Fruit's power, that stone barely did anything like a drop of water added to an ocean. Besides, he found it inconvenient to carry items around for an extra boost. But in Sasuke's hands, it caused a huge change. Senshi stroked his chin, now fairly certain that giving Suzuki the Thunderstone had been a good decision. By this time, Suzuki had managed to limp up to him, still brimming with excitement. Although his hair and clothes were singed, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with joy. He never expected Odd Jewel would be so powerful. And his teacher hadn't just given him the jewel, he had two more peculiar items besides. Earlier, Suzuki had dismissed those silver discs as trash, but now he was bursting with curiosity. If the jewel was this strong, maybe the discs would be equally amazing. Suzuki felt embarrassed for ever doubting his teacher. He recalled his earlier suspicion that Sensei might be broken or going insane because of Itaki. He wanted to slap himself for the mere thought. How could he doubt such a teacher? Senshi was treating him more kindly than a father would a son. Pointing to one of the discs, Suzuki asked excitedly, Sensei, I get what the stone does now. But What about these? Senshi gave a mysterious smile. The one you just used is called a Thunderstone. It amplifies your lightning ninjutsu if you carry it with you. As for that round one, that's called an motor drive or, let's say, the electric engine. Electric engine. Suzuki repeated, baffled. It was another name he'd never heard before. But by now, he'd learned that anything Sensei gave him was guaranteed to be top-notch. It was probably another lightning-related booster. Is it also something you just carry around? Suzuki asked, recalling how he hadn't felt any new effect earlier. Shaking his head, Senshi explained, no, this one's single use. To activate it, you have to break it. Break it? Though uncertain, Suzuki trusted his teacher. He gripped the electric engine learning device and crushed it in his hands. It splintered into tiny lights, which sank into his body. A warm, gentle power began altering him from within, and even Suzuki could sense the change. He inhaled sharply, trying another lightning ball. This time, keenly aware of his previous failure, he mustered all his concentration. But as soon as the lightning ball formed, he realized something was off. Even with the engine, there was no obvious power boost. Confused, Suzuki allowed the lightning ball to disperse. Sensei. He turned to Senshi, who merely laughed. Electric engine doesn't amplify your own lightning ninjutsu. Instead, it mid-sentence, Senshi formed a huge crackling thunder in his hand. The lightning, under his total control, was intimidating. In size but precisely measured in strength H. He hurled it straight at Sasuke's chest. To Suzuki, who didn't know Senshi had carefully restrained the lightning's power, it looked like a death sentence. Fear overwhelmed him. Don't tell me, Sensei was never on my side? Just like Itaki. In that instant, Suzuki thought his world was ending. Even the light in his Sharingan seemed to fade. But a few moments later, he heard Senshi's voice. Suzuki? Why are you just standing there? Suzuki blinked in confusion and looked down at himself. I'm not dead. Senshi almost laughed in exasperation. Of course not. Why would I kill you after all I've invested? That'd be a massive waste. Sure enough, Sasuke's clothes were singed around the chest area, but his body was untouched. There wasn't even a bruise. Don't just stand there. Hit me back, Senshi said, then quickly added, seeing Suzuki ready another lightning ball, no ninjutsu use taijutsu. Nodding, Suzuki grabbed a kunai and charged. Even as he moved, he noticed something stunning. He was far faster than he'd ever been before. He practically rocketed forward, pouring the momentum into his weapon. It crashed into Senshi with a resounding clang, sending a jolt up Sasuke's arms. Senshi chuckled. Feel it? That's the electric engine's power. An average A-rank lightning jutsu can't harm you anymore. If anything, it feeds you energy. It boosts your physical abilities. A glow of understanding lit Sasuke's eyes. Like what I just did, increasing my speed. Wearing a satisfied "you're a quick learner" expression, Senshi nodded. Delighted, Suzuki then looked to the remaining disc in his hand, the other trademark. Without waiting for instructions, he crushed it as well. Immediately, a flood of information poured into his mind. Suzuki winced at the pain of sudden knowledge overload. Gritting his teeth, he endured it, letting that new data merge into his brain. Thunder Punch, this taijutsu is unbelievably powerful, and I just learned it in an instant. Suzuki mumbled in awe. The learning device didn't just teach him the concept, it etched the muscle memory directly into his body. He could now execute Thunder Punch as though he'd drilled it hundreds of times. One single device saved him what could have been months or even years of training. Sasuke grasped just how precious it was. If these learning devices could be mass-produced, no shinobi village would ever bother running a ninja academy again. Well, except Konoha, which would probably still insist on preserving the will of fire. Yet, for something so valuable, Senshi had handed it to him without hesitation. All Sasuke had to do was pay 12 million Ry a year for his lessons. Does sensei really need money that badly? With his power, earning that amount must be trivial. Why would he bother teaching me so meticulously? Giving me such rare tools? Touched by the realization, Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. From Senshi, he sensed a deep warmth. A bond. Ever since that night of the Uchiha massacre, he hadn't felt anything like this. His heart brimmed with gratitude. He started thinking that maybe the only reason Senshi even charges tuition is so Sasuke wouldn't feel guilty accepting so many benefits. Sasuke's earlier resentment born from Senshi going off with Itaki, the traitorous Uchiha, vanished. He never imagined that once Senshi returned, he'd shower him with 3 incredible gifts. Compared to that man he hated so deeply, Senshi felt more like a true big brother. Unaware of Sasuke's emotional whirl, Senshi simply said, "Why don't you test out your new powers?" Sasuke responded like a thrilled child who'd just received a brand new toy. He recalled the fresh knowledge in his head and activated Thunder Punch. Golden arcs of electricity danced around his right fist as he shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the target Ra. He still had the electric engine's speed boost active. When combined, the result was more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Boom! Amid thunderous noise, lightning surged outward in a destructive wave, snapping the trees ahead and toppling them in a neat row. The force of Thunder Punch was terrifying. Senshi, watching Sasuke, nodded in approval. Calling Sasuke back, he said, "Good. Now that you have this level of strength, I can stop worrying." Sasuke's face lit up, but a strange feeling nagged at him. A heavy sense of foreboding crept in, and sure enough, Senshi's next words hit him like a bolt from the blue. "My task in Konoha is finished. I can leave without worrying now." It was as if someone had doused Sasuke with ice water. He stared at Senshi, stunned. "Sensei, must you really go?" Seeing Sasuke's reluctance, Senshi tousled his hair. "Of course. I'm Akatsuki's top mercenary. If I stay here, who knows when Konoha might decide to wipe me out in one fell swoop." Sasuke fell silent. He knew as well as anyone how absurd it sounded to say that Senshi feared Konoha. Yet if his teacher had reasons to leave, Sasuke couldn't force him to stay. Still, he couldn't hide how upset he felt. Over these past days, training alongside Senshi and Karin, he'd made tremendous progress. He'd even grown to enjoy their company. Sasuke found himself smiling more than he had in years. In them, he felt a warmth he never experienced among the Uchiha or even in all of Konoha, the warmth of family. And now that source of warmth was leaving. Reaching for a last-ditch excuse to hold Senshi back, Sasuke mumbled, "What about my lessons? Without your guidance, I can't kill that man." For once, the notoriously aloof Sasuke sounded hesitant. But Senshi only said, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, my wood clone will stay here to teach you. As long as you follow the plan. Trust me, you'll be strong enough to beat the crap out of that Ichi-san guy." Sasuke said nothing, even though he should be thrilled by the promise that he'd someday defeat Itaki and kill the man who betrayed his clan. But his sense of loss overshadowed that triumph. No doubt, Sasuke hated watching Senshi leave. Pouting like a little kid, he was clearly unhappy about their impending farewell. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 70, Naruto. Karin could clearly sense Sasuke's dejection. You didn't even need a sensory type ability to see it. He was practically wearing his unhappiness on his face, and the air around him was thick with dejection. Putting herself in his shoes, she could understand how he felt. In a way, just like her, Sasuke saw Senshi as the beam of light that illuminated his world. During this period, aside from Senshi's wood clone, Karin was the one who spent the most time accompanying Sasuke in training. From observing how relentlessly he trained, it was clear his talk of killing that man wasn't just talk. Sasuke genuinely intended to give anything and everything to accomplish it. Over time, Karin also learned about Sasuke's past. The older brother he once admired had, in one single night, personally murdered all of their clan and family. Even Karin, who had endured inhumane treatment in Kusagakur, felt a chill hearing that. Because of this, she cared quite a bit for Senshi's new student who was like a little brother to her. If one day Senshi told her he was leaving, even for a good reason, Karin knew she too would feel lost and lonely. Thinking about that, Karin looked at her little brother with concern. Right now is when I should step in. She was quite certain that, given Senshi's mission-driven personality, he wouldn't notice Sasuke's emotional turmoil. Without me, this place would fall apart sooner or later, she thought. That notion made Karin's cheeks suddenly grow hot, as though steaming, but she quickly shoved it aside. Turning to Sasuke, she said, "Don't worry, Sasuke. If you want to see us, we can come back anytime." As she spoke, a pair of crimson eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared in her ES. Seeing this, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, his grief momentarily forgotten. He recognized the strange pattern he'd seen something similar in Attaka's eyes on the night his clan was destroyed. That's the Sharingan. Karin straightened her back with pride. Yes, these are the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. My jutsu lets me teleport freely through space. As if to prove her words, Karin's body abruptly phased out, and a second later, she reappeared behind Sasuke. He whirled around, staring in disbelief. Speaking in a knowing tone, Karin continued, "It's an advanced Sharingan ability. Don't worry, if you work hard enough, you'll reach this stage, too. And there's an even more powerful technique, but I won't spoil that. Once you unlock your own eternal Mangeki, you'll find out." Off to the side, Senshi watched them chat and just shook his head, smiling. He knew very well how Karin really got those Sharingan. She was acting as though she'd trained tirelessly for them, and as for that even stronger ability, no doubt she meant Susanoo. In truth, most of those abilities came from Karin's special hacks. But Sasuke, of course, didn't know all that. He only saw the eternal Mangeki in Karin's eyes and its mysterious spatial teleportation. A spark of hope rose in him, quickly overshadowed by sadness at the impending farewell. He drooped again, looking dejected. Noticing this, Karin hurriedly continued, "As for Senshi, your teacher, his ability is even more impressive. Though he doesn't have the eternal Mangeki, he's placed a teleportation marker here. He can appear with a single thought. So if you ever want us back, just tell his wood clone. We'll come right away. It's really easy for us to visit you, no problem at all." Karin shot Senshi a meaningful look, and he nodded slightly, confirming her words. Sasuke understood perfectly well how powerful his teacher was, so it was no surprise he could come and go at will. But still, the fact remained, they would be parting ways. Knowing it didn't make accepting it any easier, and Sasuke's sadness remained. He'd just received 3 gifts that excited him, yet the surge of grief snuffed that excitement out. That was how intense Uchiha emotions could be. Especially Sasuke's. Ever since that night his clan was annihilated, his feelings had grown more and more obsessive. He wasn't as extreme as he'd become in the future, but the tendency was already there. It's just the nature of the Uchiha. Seeing his glum face, Senshi rose and clapped his hands. All right, enough talk about sad farewells. Let's go eat something good, shall we? Yay! Karin cheered, raising both hands before Sasuke could respond. She'd been cooped up in the Uchiha district for so long that she was dying for something tasty. She followed Senshi, then beckoned Sasuke. Come on, let's go. Think of it as a reward for all your hard training lately. Sasuke forced a small smile and joined them. Once they stepped out of the Uchiha district, Karin asked Senshi curiously, so, Senshi, does Konoha have any special local dishes? Senshi grinned at her, a bit cryptically. For sure. Here, let me show you around. Let's head for Ichiraku Ramen and taste the real thing. After all, Ichiraku Ramen was legendary. No ninja passing through Konoha could resist trying it. Though Senshi had gotten an Ichiraku Ramen prize from his system before, actually visiting the shop was a completely different experience. It wasn't especially crowded at Ichiraku Ramen at that time of day, so the 3 of them had plenty of space. After sitting down and placing their orders, the delicious aroma soon wafted out as they were served heaping bowls of ramen. Smelling it, Senshi's mouth watered. Being Konoha's most famous eatery, the taste was naturally top-notch. He dug in eagerly, devouring 3 bowls in a row and even ordering a 4th. Meanwhile, Sasuke had just finished his first bowl. Watching his teacher's appetite, he asked, Sensei, were you really that hungry? Senshi let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Karin looked at him curiously as well. Slowly, Senshi explained, when we're out and about, Karin here usually cooks for us. Let's just say, it's an experience. He trailed off, wearing a pained expression at the memory. Sasuke might be rather dense, but he couldn't miss that look. He cast a sympathetic glance at Karin. Feeling their stares, Karin's face turned bright red. Clenching her small fists, she pouted at Senshi. Just you wait. Someday my cooking is going to be. Suddenly, her words froze. Her gaze shifted to the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Senshi followed her line of sight, noticing a scrawny blonde boy with goggles, a whiskered face, standing outside the shop, wearing a faintly envious look as he watched the 3 of them. Or perhaps he envied their big bowls of ramen, or maybe the closeness between them. Sasuke was also surprised. That dead last kid. Karin said quietly, I'm sensing a familiar aura around him very much like yours, Senshi. She glanced back and forth between the boy outside and Senshi, but they certainly looked nothing alike. Could the kid be an illegitimate son, and he just took after his mother's looks? Before she could spin more theories, they heard people outside shouting at the boy. Fox demon, get out of here! Who let you come around? Yeah, scram! If you don't leave, we'll kill you! Stinking fox! Beat it! A few children even picked up rocks and hurled them at the boy. He, being small and slow, couldn't avoid them all, and soon bruises dotted his limbs. Crestfallen, he turned to run away until Senshi spoke up. Sasuke, bring him in. Though Sasuke didn't understand Senshi's reasoning, he obeyed at once. He leapt out, flaring his chakra, Sharingan gleaming, and fixed a glare on the stone-throwing kids. Scram! His cold command, underpinned by intimidating chakra, sent them scurrying in terror. Thanks for helping, the blonde boy murmured, looking Sasuke up and down. Of course he recognized the prodigy Uchiha from the academy, the popular kid all the girls liked. Naruto, always ostracized, found Sasuke's popularity unbearable at times. He's the type I hate the most. Frowning, Naruto mumbled, "Why did you help me, Sasuke?" Normally, Sasuke wouldn't even involve himself, his mind focused on avenging his clan and killing Itachi. He had no strong opinion about Naruto either way. But right now, his teacher had given him a mission. So he responded with rare patience. "My teacher wants to see you. Come with me." Short. 2 chapters for today. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 71, Senshi Virus. Hearing that, Naruto glanced curiously into the ramen shop. "Is it Iruka-sensei? I don't see him." Sasuke ignored Naruto's question. He turned back toward the inside of Ichiraku Ramen. "Come in." He said. Though Naruto was still puzzled, he followed Sasuke inside, partly out of curiosity. Once inside, he could finally get a proper look around. Other than Toki, the owner of Ichiraku, there were 2 people sitting at the counter, a red-haired girl about his age, and a very handsome young man. Yet for some reason, the instant Naruto's eyes landed on that young man, he felt a strange sense of familiarity and closeness, like the warm feeling one gets from a family member. He wasn't stupid. One look told him that this extraordinarily good-looking man was most likely Sasuke's teacher. But when had Sasuke gone and found himself a new teacher? Wasn't that why Sasuke was the #1 student at school, because he had a private tutor? I'd sure like to have a teacher like that too. All sorts of thoughts swirled through Naruto's mind. Even though this was Ichiraku Ramen, and Toki was one of the few people in the village who didn't give him weird looks, Naruto still lowered his head upon seeing Uzumaki Senshi. Sensei, for his part, glanced at Naruto, who looked uneasy. Inside, he found it almost laughable. This. Early in the timeline, Naruto was still the kid who sat alone on the swing, watching others get picked up by their parents, wishing he had someone like that too. The sheer loneliness and longing inside him were intense. That the village could treat the hero's child in such a way was incomprehensible. A sudden idea flashed in Senshi's mind. Without a word, he pushed over a freshly made bowl of ramen untouched by chopsticks to Naruto. "Go ahead and eat. F for me." Naruto swallowed hard, and his stomach rumbled audibly. He was starving, but he couldn't believe that a stranger was offering him free food. "Of course." Senshi nodded. "Thank you, big bro." Naruto broke into a trademark grin, plopped onto the stool, and started wolfing down the ramen. "Don't rush." Senshi gave a wry smile. "If it's not enough, order another. Just don't make yourself sick." He recalled clearly that nobody really looked after Naruto, so the boy usually survived on expired instant noodles and milk. It was pretty much a miracle he never keeled over and died, thanks to his robust Uzumaki bloodline. Karin watched with a skeptical look, glancing between Naruto and Senshi. She'd never seen Senshi be so gentle to a stranger. It wasn't at all like his usual behavior. Could this boy truly be Senshi's illegitimate child? Why else would Senshi treat him so kindly, especially when their chakra signatures felt somewhat similar? That possibility flitted through her mind, and she couldn't help herself. Why does his aura feel so familiar? Is he your? Karin trailed off. Senshi nodded. Of course you find it familiar. He's one of our clan. Those words shocked both Naruto and Karin. Naruto even paused mid-bite. They both blurted the same thing, our clan. Senshi smiled and nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, right? I'm Senshi Uzumaki, and this is Karin Uzumaki. Meanwhile, before heading to Kumagakure, Orochimaru first planned to return to Omegakure. He wanted to set up some sort of revenue project before leaving. People often say Orochimaru is cunning, insidious, cruel, and vile. They also claim he's arrogant and foolish. He lost more than once to the Uchiha brothers, after all. But it's hard to deny he's also a master of science in the shinobi world. He's perpetually researching and developing new methods. And his sheer survivability is second to none. He's notoriously difficult to kill, even Senshi finds the idea of killing Orochimaru a headache. Even without his extra 8 lives from the Yamata no Orokai fruit, Orochimaru had techniques like the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, living corpse reincarnation, curse mark resurrection, and so on. Now, with the fruit enhancing him and granting multiple extra lives, Orochimaru was practically the definition of legendary cockroach. He was so adept at preserving himself, he could still birth a synthetic child in the new era and even send him to study in Konoha. It's an apt example of his unmatched self-preservation methods. Yes, he's cunning, insidious, possibly deranged, but his scientific prowess is top-notch. Otherwise, how could he have invented so many groundbreaking things in the shinobi world? Heck, he even developed tattoos before the village started doing fancy manjiki contact lenses. And so he was better than some stubborn old fossils at adapting and learning, especially from Senshi. After so many dealings with Senshi, and taking so many losses, even a pig would have picked up a thing or two. Orochimaru was no pig, he was a genius. Senshi's greatest skill is the 2 birds 1 stone trick, a single mission, and somehow he gets paid. From both sides, with both sides feeling grateful to him. It's ridiculous. Senshi always ends up with his pockets full, yet no one really seems to feel cheated. It's almost beyond comprehension. But Orochimaru had gleaned Senshi's method: if there's no existing demand, create one, then simultaneously satisfy both parties. That's the heart of Senshi's Dao belly dip strategy. Orochimaru wanted to put that into practice. Therefore, since he already planned to go to the Kumagakure, why not drop by Pain's place first and secure a tailed beast capture mission? That way, he could execute his own plan while also scoring payment from Pain. After all, the Kumo holds not 1, but 2 tailed beasts. Now that Orochimaru was so much stronger with Senshi's help, snagging a tailed beast along the way didn't seem out of reach. Still, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit weird. He had joined the Akatsuki originally to investigate Uchiha Itachi, staying aloof from most missions and rarely interacting with his partner. He never imagined he would end up actively requesting an Akatsuki mission one day. But what could he do? He needed money. He still had a few hundred million RY, but in a sense, that money was already earmarked for Senshi. Because if you want Senshi, the one who charges sky-high, borderline criminal fees to do anything, you have to be prepared to keep paying. He's like a black hole: once he starts working for you, it's hard to stop paying him. Yet he's so good at what he does that you can't just abandon him. It's a love-hate relationship. Hence, Orochimaru decided he must seize every opportunity to make money. If Senshi is the terrorist in the black market, Orochimaru intends to be the same in the Akatsuki. With that in mind, he returned to aim and approached Pain with confidence. Pain, he said, voice low yet resolute, I'm here for a mission. I can take down tailed beast in Kumagakure. Just leave it to me. Hearing that, Pain was momentarily stunned. He was full of questions. Orochimaru, asking to undertake a tailed beast capture mission? He studied the figure before him carefully. It was undoubtedly Orochimaru. That voice, that posture, maybe if the guy's face were covered, Pain would have mistaken him for Senshi, since Senshi was the one always asking for jobs. But the Akatsuki were notorious slackers, nobody except Senshi usually came looking for missions like this. Could Senshi's personality be contagious? Was Pain under a genjutsu? But that was impossible, he had the Rinnegan, so visual illusions wouldn't affect him. Did Orochimaru develop some flashy sound-based genjutsu? Confused, Nagato, the man behind Pan, felt a headache coming on. The Akatsuki members were all rogue shinobi, each with their own rebellious nature. Leading them was never easy. But ever since Senshi joined, everything started getting turned on its head. First, the previously most diligent member, Kakuzu, was forced to take breaks because he couldn't keep up with Senshi's mission. Harvesting. Now, even Orochimaru, someone who was all about his own research and cared little for organizational tasks, was voluntarily coming to take a mission. And he wanted to capture a tailed beast in the Kumo, of all places. It was as if the world had flipped upside down. Still, speaking through Pain, Nagato maintained a stern stance. The Kumagakure belongs to the land of lightning. With our current strength we should avoid direct conflict with any of the 5 great nations. Orochimaru immediately took offense. If they weren't going to fight Kumo and capture the tailed beast, there'd be no mission and hence no payout. That also meant no funds to commission Senshi for anything. Unacceptable. Akatsuki should get moving on the tailed beast capture plan. We're much stronger than before. Orochimaru pressed. Besides, we already have the 3 tails sealed away. If the 5 great nations find out, they'll likely ramp up their defenses. We should capture at least 1 tailed beast from a great nation to see how they respond. Starting with the Kumagakure seems right. Nagato fell silent, pondering. He was inclined to refuse because he didn't trust Orochimaru's motives. This man had layers of hidden agendas. But logically, Orochimaru made a valid argument. The Akatsuki nowadays, bolstered financially by Senshi's efforts and Kusagakure's annexation, plus the Land of Rain's rapid development, was far stronger than before, strong enough that the shinobi world could no longer ignore it. Meanwhile, the Kumagakure, with its typically abrasive diplomacy, had already offended many nations and had few true allies. It might not be able to rally an effective counterattack against the rising power of Akatsuki. Furthermore, the tailed beast plan had to keep moving. Why not use this opportunity to see how the 5 great nations would react? With that reasoning, Nagato nodded slightly. Indeed, they owed a lot of their rapid growth to Senshi. That same Senshi was being slandered by Obito, aka Madara, who wanted to remove him from the organization. Nagato frowned, wondering if he should ramp up the intensity next time Madara showed up unannounced. But he kept those thoughts to himself and spoke through Pain. All right. I'll let you handle capturing the Kumo's tailed beast. Bring Sasori with you. He's your partner. Orochimaru frowned. Sasori? The name rang a bell. That guy who turned himself into a human puppet in pursuit of it or NAL art. Yes, Sasori was theoretically his assigned teammate, but Orochimaru never really teamed up on missions, preferring to do his own research. They had collaborated on research once, but they never truly got along. Sasori was big on puppet transformations, while Orochimaru was about body modifications. Different approaches to immortality. Moreover, Orochimaru wanted the mission profit all to himself. Why share it with Sasori? So he insisted, no need for Sasori. A single-tailed beast isn't worth worrying about. I can deal with it alone. Nagato, however, sounded displeased. Don't underestimate the tailed beasts, Orochimaru. Even if you're confident you can handle one, the Kumo holds two. And that doesn't include their entire village's response. It's impossible for you to leave unscathed. With Sasori's help, you'll be safer. Besides, we have a rule in Akatsuki: operations are done in pairs. Even Senshi never refused that. Orochimaru scowled. Like I said, Sasori and I don't get along. Not only does it not help, it might even reduce our efficiency. Nagato stood firm. Regardless, tailed beast capture missions always require two-person teams. In reality, it was only partly about safety. The other goal of pairing members was that in the Akatsuki, full of rogue ninja with their own secrets, nobody completely trusted anyone. Working in pairs was also a form of mutual surveillance, less chance both members would conspire to betray the group. Noting Orochimaru's reluctance, Nagato continued, if you refuse Sasori, you'll have to wait. Senshi said he'll be back soon. Perhaps the two of you can do it together. Your success rate would be higher. That made Orochimaru's heart skip a beat. He sensed danger at the mere idea of letting Senshi in on his plan. He had a strong feeling he'd come out on the losing end of any such collaboration, so he quickly backpedaled. And never mind. I'll go with Sasori. Tomorrow? No, this afternoon, we'll depart. Nagato gave a blank nod. Very well. I appreciate your effort. You're dismissed. But Orochimaru's next words nearly made Nagato spit blood in shock, almost succumbing to the Senshi virus on the spot. Hold on, leader. We still need to discuss my mission fee. Meanwhile, in Konoha's root division, Dan sat behind a desk, frowning at the documents in front of him. They detailed Root's current dire situation with painful clarity. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the table in rage. Orochimaru, that accursed snake! Dan's was truly furious, more so than he had been in a long time. Orochimaru's disappearance was like defecating on his head. Yet ironically, Dan's had no way to get back at him. Worse, he couldn't even contact Orochimaru at this point. Seething, Dan's glared at the stack of papers files sent over from the Hokage's office, and an undercurrent of resentment built up in him. Just then, a member of the Shimura clan entered. Shimura Moya, nervous as could be, approached Dan's. Everyone en route knew Dan's had been in an abysmal mood lately. He was mercurial at the best of times, but recent events had only made him more volatile. None of them wanted to bring him bad news, but Moya, being from the main branch of the Shimura clan, had drawn the short straw and was forced to make the report. He had already heard the loud crash of Dan's fist hitting the desk before entering. Now he could see cracks webbing across the tabletop. Swallowing hard, Shimura Moya steeled himself for the worst, fearing that if he delivered the bad news, Dan's might slap him dead on the spot. But he had no choice. He stepped forward, though he could barely speak. Dan's eyed him darkly and snapped, "You come in here without reporting? Do I have to toss you in interrogation to loosen your tongue?" Moya trembled under Dan's biting words and forced himself to talk. "Dan-sama, the Shimura clan's monthly provisions, the Hokage-sama refused to approve them. He also said. At that point, Moya's voice grew quieter and quieter, until even Dan's, with his honed hearing, couldn't make it out. Speak up! Dan's roared. What did Hiruzen say? Stammering, Moya replied, he said if we want money, we should ask you to fund it. The village won't pay a single coin. Crash! Before he could finish, Dan slammed his palm onto the table again. Wooden splinters flew in a directions with enough force to cut Moya's face to the bone. Streaks of blood trickled down, but Moya dared not utter a single complaint. He only bowed his head, trembling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really don't take me seriously, do you? Dan's roared, fury blazing in his eyes. He cut a scathing glance at Moya. You've made your report, now get out. Grateful to escape, Moya fled without another word. Dan stared after him with open malice. Ever since he diverted that 1 billion Ry from Konoha's treasure, he hadn't had a single easy day. They other village elders, the so-called Konoha F3, had been pressuring him non-stop, leaving him no wiggle room. And it was all thanks to Orochimaru. Just the thought made his blood pressure spike. Ever since I struck that deal with him, not one piece of good news has come my way. And now he's vanished entirely, leaving me to face all the heat alone. Even for Dan's, it was becoming overwhelming. Pacing in his root office, he reflected that he'd already dispatched his own forces to find Orochimaru. How could so much time pass with no news at all? Just then, a masked root ninja flickered into the room. Dan-sama, we've visited Orochimaru's research base. He's gone. All the research facilities have been taken, and the site has been thoroughly cleared. We found no useful clues or research results. Hearing that, Dan's anger burned so fiercely he couldn't even put it into words. It's obvious now. Orochimaru practically took the money and ran. Yet he hadn't even received a single coin for himself, it was all in Orochimaru's hands. If Orochimaru had at least shown some shred of progress, perhaps Dan's could have used that to placate Konoha's leadership. But now, there was nothing, and the bigwigs all assumed it was Dan's who spent the money. Even as Cage of the Shadows, Dan's felt buried under a mountain of blame he couldn't shrug off. Should he go try explaining everything to Hiruzen? He instantly dismissed the thought. Hiruzen likely wouldn't believe him, or he'd pretend not to, using it as grounds to take Root away. That would end any hope Dan's had of becoming Hokage. Unthinkable. He kept pacing until finally, a certain face flashed through his mind. Uzumaki Senshi. That ninja. If he accepted my protection commission, maybe there's a chance I can use him to get some money back? Thank you for reading. Please do a review if you like it. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Wind, Flying, Normal. Type Pokemon. Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen. When Naruto heard the news, he froze on the spot, forgetting all about the ramen in his hands. Family. Clansmen. Those words had always seemed so distant, something he'd yearned for his entire life. And now someone was telling him he really did have clan members alive in this world. Naruto blurted anxiously. Big bro, you have the same surname, Uzumaki, but you're not a Konoha ninja. Are we really from the same clan? And the others, are they not in Konoha either? At that, Naruto's eyes were wide, clearly filled with a longing for something that had seemed impossible before. Senshi nodded lightly. For now, besides the few of us, there aren't many Uzumaki left. But yes, we're definitely your clansmen. You and I share the same blood. As he spoke, Senshi reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. Feeling the warmth from Senshi's palm, Naruto blanked out for a moment. He touched his cheek and winced. Ow, that hurts. He let out a cry of pain, but then burst into a big grin. Standing off to the side, Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Sensei, this dead last, he's actually from your clan. That loser who couldn't even master the basic 3 academy jutsu was from the same clan as Sasuke's all-powerful Teaker? Humans really do differ more from each other than humans from dogs. Naturally, Senshi caught the meaning in Sasuke's words and just smiled. Sasuke, don't underestimate Naruto. In certain ways, he's a genius. He wasn't just flattering Naruto. Sasuke had no way of knowing that, in the future, he and Naruto would team up against the Otsutsuki with some transformations basically derived from the 3 Academy Jutsu. In terms of clone and transformation jutsu, once Naruto became a genin, nobody could match him. One night was all it took for him to learn the multi-shadow clone, and his sexy technique had single-handedly humbled countless top-tier foes. At that moment, Karin shifted her gaze off Senshi's face and onto Naruto's head. Pointing to his bright blonde hair, she asked Senshi. Senshi, your hair and mine and Nagato's are all red. But this guy named Uzumaki Naruto has yellow hair? I mean, my mom told me the symbol of the Uzumaki clan is their red hair, right? Hearing that, Senshi snickered inwardly. Why? Probably because that blonde gene from a certain family line is just too strong. Outwardly, however, he shrugged. He's in the second stage of being an Uzumaki, basically going Super Saiyan. Karin blinked, looking baffled. Hey? What's that supposed to mean? Senshi, don't tell me you're joking again. Senshi stroked his chin. I know you're curious, but just wait. If I ever draw some Saiyan bloodline in my lottery, I'll show you a real blonde form. Naruto, meanwhile, had no idea what they were babbling about. He was terrible at academic subjects, and to him, Karin and Senshi's banter was total gibberish. But he did grasp one crucial point: Sasuke was the academy's top student thanks to extra training with this private teacher. Senshi Uzumaki. Damn! He's my own clan member, Naruto thought, feeling even more awkward. Then he gathered his courage and asked. Big bro, can I learn ninjutsu from you, too? Senshi pondered a moment. He held no hostility toward Naruto, who was essentially a goody kid. Sure, Naruto was a bit of a brat at the start, but he was still likable enough, especially with how hard he'd had it. The only problem was that Naruto had no money, unlike Sasuke, who had a fortune. Still, a young sapling can grow into a fine tree. And Naruto was definitely a high-potential investment for the future, and maybe he'd team up with Sasuke for some COOP missions down the road. With that in mind, Senshi nodded. Sure, no problem. The instant he said that, a system prompt echoed in his head. Congratulations! The trusted allies count has reached 4. The strongest mercenary corps module has been unlocked.